Hey guys, so I know I haven't been able to post anything today, been out with family and stuff, so I'll talk about that later, and also finally scheduled a dental appointment for the 14th of this month as well, and see what's going to go from there. I'm assuming that based on the way my teeth are right now, I could still chew and eat, thank the Lord on that. I have a feeling I might just have implants put in or might have a bridge, because there are certain parts missing. So it's either going to be a bridge or implants, maybe even veneers. But either way, I should still be able to eat. Maybe not the way I used to, depending on the situation. But, I'll still be able to eat. They say, oh, you can't eat popcorn and all that after you get implants and bridges. And I think that's a lot of bull. I think you can. You just got to be very careful with it, you know. So I get that. I understand that. So they, I think they're just saying, saying that because they know there are some people like, oh, I got new teeth and everything. I got some new stuff. No, you got to be like that and like that. Very careful, very tender, if you will. But anyway, that's mainly why I haven't been able to post anything today. But I wanted to do this real quickly because I wanted to touch upon something that I've heard a lot of people talking about over the past week or so, and that is the revelation. A revelation that was teased for months in Marvel Comics, in the main Spider-Man comic, the 6161, and, the 616 Earth, that is. And what was teased primarily was who is the new Venom? Who is the new host for the symbiote, for the symbiont, if you will, or symbiote. Like who's the new host? And everybody was throwing out different names. There were different faces appearing on the body on different covers and everything. And one made a little sense. Another was kind of like out of left field, and another was like, yeah, he's part of the Spider-Man universe, but no way that would be possible. So there were guesses and everything, but nobody thought in the wildest dreams that the revelation would be that it's Mary Jane of the prime Mary Jane of 616 Earth, the one that is no longer with Peter Parker. She's with this other guy named Paul, who fans want her away from, and they want her back with Peter. And a lot of people are saying, well, if you want that, go check out Ultimate Spider-Man and some other variations of Spider-Man in comic form, and you get your wish. But anyway, point is and everything that basically, long story short, she was revealed, and a lot of fans' reactions were like, really? Mary Jane? Why? Well, here's why I think why. Now, I know people might say, well, they did this because they want to basically make sure there's no way she can get back with Peter and all that, and, she's stuck with this Paul guy and all that. I want people to understand that no matter what incarnation of Mary Jane you've seen, she's always had a connection to the symbiont, to the Venom symbiont, or any kind of symbiont, if you will. It's been in various comics, not just, the Prime comic, if you will, and all that, the 616 comic. But, it's been done in other incarnations of Spider-Man. We saw it, we saw it recently in this Spider-Man game right here. If I can just pick this up for a second. We saw it in this Spider-Man game. We saw it there. When she got possessed and became Scream. We've seen it in various comic books of Spider-Man throughout the years and decades. Heck, if you watch the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon that was on Disney XD and Disney Channel and all that, and that's, I think, even on Disney Plus right now, she was temporarily Carnage Queen, and then she became permanently bonded to the symbiote. It became part of her DNA. So for people to be upset about that, they need to go back and look at all those different variations of Mary Jane that have gone through this, and even, like I said, with the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, basically became permanently bonded, via DNA to the symbiote. So it's nothing that's surprising or should be surprising, when it comes to the fact that, oh, they chose her to be the new host. I think what gets them is why. Why her? Why couldn't they, do somebody else? Or why can't they just finally let the symbiote, the Venom symbiote, be its own thing, kind of maybe have its own physical body and stuff. And I think the reason for it, and I'm going to say this with all due respect, no offense, is the same way I've talked about, girls that get the elastic shape-shifting powers, melting powers, and all that. I think it's because they look at a female character as being more, I guess you could say, mischiefy. More mischiefy, more, I guess you could say, inquisitive, more innovative, more imaginary, or imaginative, if you will, creative. They look at all those sides, that, them being more creative, imaginative, innovative, mischiefy, seductive, and all that. They look at all those things, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, in a female character that, even in as well as flirtatiousness, in a female character, and to them, the primary chain, represents all of that in one package. So to them, having her be the new host and then have her reveal it the way she did kind of shows you that she's going to, be put in a situation to where, yeah, she's going to have to fight crime and, take care of stuff and, take this seriously as well. But it's also to basically, allow her to have a little mischiefy fun, like do some silly stories here and there. I mean, we know that they have a new female symbiote that's out there that's, I think what the name is, Misery or something like that or whatever. But, she and the symbiont that she's, this doctor character, I can't think of a name right now, her and this symbiote that are connected together now have the ability to splat into goo on the wall, like a puddle of goo on the wall and everything, or even, split in half or whatever. So if that's what they're going to be doing with the symbiotes now, especially the Venom one, and you got Mary Jane being a host, obviously they see everything that I've mentioned as, kind of a character development for the character. Creativeness, innovativeness, imaginativeness, mischiefy, seductive, flirtatious. They see all that wrapped into one package of someone that, has a good heart, but, is all and is willing to do the right thing, and will try to use this bond to do that right thing. And look, it may not be a popular choice for a lot of folks. I mean, I've gone on record and said I've never liked what they did with Sally Acorn with the Mecha Sally deal, because to me that was never Sally. And I made a promise I would not read all the issues that involved her or involved that story arc until it was done. And I lived up, to my word to go and check out that video. It's here on my channel. But the thing is, I can understand, some, people not being particularly fond of a story idea. Like I said, the Mecha Sally one wasn't something that myself or many other fans were, very keen on. But, they did it because they wanted to, create, more story development, more growth for the characters, reintroduce the characters to a new generation, get them to understand why the freedom fighters were who and what they were. So overall, I understand in closing people's frustrations. But I say this, let it play out. Because like I said, I think this is going to be, something that might surprise you. And yes, I also think it's being done for the character to have a little mischiefy fun, if you know what I mean, as part of the symbiote. Especially with whatever kind of powers they're going to give her when it comes to being part of it. But that's my thoughts. Let me know what yours are. Hey, good morning, everybody. It is about 7:45 a.m. on this TGIF Friday, the 16th of May. That's why it's Friday, May 16th, 2025. Like I said, it's 7:45 a.m. Pacific time. And first of all, I do apologize if you hear any vroom-vrooms. I'm recording this on my phone, so that means you'll probably hear things that are related to text messaging, Facebook messaging, you name it. Also, if you hear a big vroom, that's my bank telling me that something was declined, but I'm not going to have to worry about that for, the next. Well, I'm not going to have to worry about that after this Monday. I will put it that way. Anyway, though, I wanted to come on here because, first of all, if you hear me kind of cough a little bit, it's because of allergies and all that. I do apologize. But, well, like I said, I wanted to come on here for one reason. It's something I wanted to talk about, but never got a chance to do due to circumstances that, again, if you've been following my channel, you kind of understand, are beyond my control sometimes. But with that said, let's get into the topic that I've wanted to talk about for a while. And shout out, I think it's to Drop Spiel Comics. They did a video on it. They did another video on it previously, which I also touched upon when I talked about it. And I think the title pretty much, of this video, this audio video, gives it away. But yeah, things have changed for a certain main female Spider-Man character. We'll put it that way. Well, I don't think I was far off when I kind of alluded to the fact that, Mary Jane, being bonded with Venom in the way that she was kind of reminiscing, if not similar, to how she was bonded to the symbiont, or the symbiote, if you will, or what was left of the Carnage symbiote that made her into Queen Carnage in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. I don't think I was far off when I basically said that there was a similarity, or at least kind of touched upon that, or anything else, because basically it's not just a similarity, it's almost, straight on identical. Almost straight on identical. And the reason I say that mainly is because, as we find out, and again, shout out to Drop Spiel Comics on YouTube, they touched, when they talked about this, we found out why Mary Jane is basically bonded to Venom in the way that she is. And it's not just a bond to where, hey, if a sonic sound goes off, Venom detaches from her and she's fine, right? No. This is a bond that basically is about life and death. That's what it is. Basically, it's essential. It's pretty much a need that both be, in proximity with each other, if you kind of get what I'm saying. But yeah, that's basically what this situation is. But the way it's, described, the way it's talked about, if you will, in the video that Drop Spiel put, and others I'm sure touched upon it as well, have discussed, the way, this came about, the way, this is a, I guess you could say an ongoing part of MJ's life now, is mainly because of her love interest, the guy that she's with now in the comics. I think his name's Paul, right? Well, basically, Paul is a very inventive kind of guy. He dabbles in mechanics and electronics and all that, and just invents things here and there. Well, basically, we know that Mary Jane took on a persona, superheroine persona of Jackpot. We've known she's done that for a while. I think she even started doing that when she was still with Peter. That's pretty much, the origin of how Mary Jane's role plays into this. But what's interesting, though, about it is that this also takes place, this whole her bonding with Venom situation, it takes place after the more recent symbiote Venom Carnage saga that they did, and basically where Venom was on death's door as well. He was pretty much, Venom was pretty much not basically long for the world or existence. We'll put it that way. But Mary Jane, she's a little bit more different in a way, because and look, I'll admit, I haven't followed the Spider-Man comics, the main ones, for a while, the main related ones and connecting ones and all that. I admit I haven't really followed them that much. But from what I'm understanding, sometime between when she first became Jackpot to where she was recently as Jackpot, something occurred to where now, when she basically uses the Jackpot, or not now, I should say, but when she did, I should say. It's early, I do apologize. Like I said earlier, when I started, it was 7:45. Now it's 7:51 a.m. But anyway, basically, when Mary Jane was doing the Jackpot thing, later on, even when she met Paul, Paul, again, like I said, being very inventive and very inventive, very like innovative and all that, decided to kind of up the ante with her. Now I don't know what happened in between to when when she become jackpot. Basically, it would affect her on a molecular structure or molecular scale, but it does because essentially what Paul does is he creates this like little wristband she wears, and it's kind of like a slot machine. You find it or you play at the casinos. It's kind of like that. So what happens is anytime she'll land on a certain pattern, she'll gain certain powers and everything. She'll gain certain abilities. Like there's one scene in a flashback of the recent issue where we find out why her and Venom are together, to where when she would, roll the wristband, the jackpot wristband, if you will, and it would match up to, let's say, cherry, and then, sledgehammer, her hands would literally turn into sledgehammers. Like Peter Gabriel's hands did during the claymation portion of Sledgehammer, the music video from '86. Basically like that. Basically, she could essentially be any kind of form she needed to be. She could be any kind of form she needed to be, but it would take a toll on her. It would take a toll on her, or at least this is what I'm getting. At least this is what I'm getting. Like I said, I haven't really, kept up with them for a while. But this is at least what I'm getting. That basically it took a toll on her to the point that if she got on her wristband 3 skulls, that's it. 3 skulls basically means on her wristband is jackpot. That's it. She's done. She's history. And she would literally start to disintegrate into nothingness. Yeah, she would start to disintegrate into nothingness. Basically, she'd break apart and cease to be. That's pretty much the situation. So as long as she wouldn't hit the skull or anything like that, and hit something else, she'd be okay. But sometimes if she did hit a skull, but then hit cherry, and then hit something else, it would basically turn her somewhat into a half-dead version of herself. And that's how she kind of encountered Venom. Because she had basically gotten to that point where when they encountered each other, she pretty much was half dead. She was a skeleton. She was pretty much zombified, if you will. And Venom, knowing that she's going to need help and everything, according to the story, the first thing that went through Venom's mind, because obviously Peter's honor as Spider-Man and everything, his integrity as Spider-Man, basically influenced him. And this is, of course, at a time now where Venom is more good than anything, and I think that did reflect in the movies as well. Venom sees her and the condition she's in, and then sees that, she just hit that 3 skulls thing, and she starts to disintegrate. So what does he do? He basically says to himself, he basically does as he explains to Paul and Robbie. Yeah, that's right, Robbie of the Daily Bugle. Basically explains to them that he only did what he felt Peter would do, what Spider-Man would do. And that basically he attaches himself on a molecular DNA level to Mary Jane. And Mary Jane, doesn't know this just yet. She doesn't know that. Well, she does kind of know it, but not really, or something, or anything like that. But basically, he attaches himself to her, and she still and she turns out all right. She's okay. He saves her essentially, but she is aware that he's bonded with her. But she is aware he bonded with her, but not on that level just yet. Not like, hey, I'm going to be Venom for you and all that. We're going to be Venom now. We're going to be the new Venom. Because basically what happens is Mary Jane explains this in flashback. And correct me if I'm getting anything wrong, guys. I would appreciate that. Correct me if I'm getting anything wrong. But basically Mary Jane explains in flashback that essentially Venom being part of her now affected her, her way of being jackpot. because instead of now hitting, the skulls and everything, instead she would hit Cherry, okay, and whatever power she would get, and instead of a skull, you get a Venom face, and that would be it. And what that would allow her to do is change into any other form, any other form outside of what you would normally do as Jackpot and everything. So, for example, she said one of the things she ended up doing is when she rolled the dice, it came up Cherry, then like a goo or something like that, goo symbol, and Venom. Basically like a blob like. I think basically one of the first forms she took on was that of a glob like slime girl, a slime creature. And she said this happened when she was like, in midair or something like that. And she ends up becoming, this form to the point that literally she falls onto the ground and splats. And we're not talking, splat and everything like, okay, she's splatted, but she's fine. You see her, stand back up. No, she literally splats into a puddle of goo. Yeah, she literally becomes a puddle of gunk, a puddle of gunk, if you will. And she does reform, but then what happens is it rolls again. Her jackpot thing goes, a little cuckoo again, and it puts her into a Captain Marvel-like outfit. Captain Marvel-like outfit. And as she's telling this, she looks at Venom. She looks at Venom and basically acknowledges that what was happening to her would be, it would basically be the powers, that, someone like a Venom would have, or basically, it was, these changes were things that she would go to thanks to the symbiote, or thanks to the symbiote, and just like a symbiote would do, or something like that. She basically sarcastically looks at him and like, yeah, I'm going through all these changes because of Venom, and all that, this adjustment, and it's just like a symbiote to have her do that. But long story short, it's acknowledged that both of them, as they make it clear as to why this happened, as I said earlier, basically they make it known that they have to stick together. They have to be, inseparable, or else both will die. And we find out more information as to why Mary Jane and Paul took in this young kid and everything, because of his connection with Eddie Brock and everything. Well, not just connection with Eddie Brock, but basically it's a situation to where if this one organization, I can't think of the name right now, finds this kid, it could mean trouble because of his connection with Eddie Brock and everything. So it could be, it could be trouble and everything. So basically, long story short, that's why, Mary Jane and this Paul guy have this kid, under their roof. They took him in because of, that connection. But what's interesting is we find out that Agent Venom, which is Flash Thompson, had been outside the entire time, overhearing everything. And he pretty much called Mary Jane out and said, hey, look, I heard what you had to say. I understand, but we have a problem right now. We have an issue right now. And basically what he's alluding to is either they're going to have to fight each other for dealing safety, or they're going to have to come up with an idea to protect him. Because this one place wants him and all that, because of the connection with Eddie. But overall, the revelation previously of Mary Jane being Venom was interesting. I talked about all the fun scenarios they could do if they want to get comedic and all that, and they pretty much have showcased in the flashback that they can do that, especially with her going into a blob-like slime state and splattering into a puddle. I like that little humor there, because that's something that if you're going to put Mary Jane in a situation like this, and I've said it before, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, but if you're going to put Mary Jane in a situation like this, it's obvious that, and again, I say it with all due respect, no offense, it's obvious due to the fact that the people behind the idea understand if you give a female character these kind of powers, not only can they use them for good and take things seriously, and everything with them, and like I said, use them for good and all that, and be a positive influence over the symbiote that they're hosting or they're attached to. But also, long story short, also the fact that they can also have some mischievous, I should say, easy for me to say early this morning, mischievous fun in the long run. They can have some mischievous fun in the long run. They could have the like Mary Jane, like, hey, she doesn't have to worry about getting a dress or having a dress or anything for like, say, going out to dinner or going out to a gala or anything like that. All she has to do is just have the symbiote, the Venom symbiote, be like, okay, you want me to be your dress? No problem. Boom. She's got herself an instant dress. Or if she wants to go stealth but doesn't want it to be known as her or Venom, and I do apologize for that notification there. That is a Facebook Messenger. I told you that would probably happen, so I do apologize. But anyway, if she wants to go stealth and everything, but doesn't want to go as Venom or herself or as Jackpot, she could literally have herself covered up, completely from head to toe in goo, and blend in with the shadows and all that, blend in with the night, and maybe even if she has to like pose herself as, like, let's say, a mannequin or a statue, she could do that as well. So there's a lot of possibilities she could do with this. And of course, as we saw with the flashback, she could also apparently now melt herself down into a puddle of goo if she has to get through certain, cracks and everything. And she can also use that for fun too. Be mischievous and all that, innovative, imaginative, stuff like that. So she has these abilities now, so she now has the powers of being, who she was at Jackpot, but now she also has that combined with Venom. So she can basically, merge her ideas and thoughts of what she could have done as Jackpot with what she can do now with Venom, or as Venom, and go from there. So a lot of possibilities that they can run with here, and it's to me basically just the start. It's just the start of something that I think fans are going to like. Now, what's interesting, though, is you have the Paul character's reaction and everything to this, and he basically makes it known. In a very, I guess you could say, not rude, in rudely subtle way, but he kind of makes it known, essentially, that, towards the end of the comic, as he's saying something to Robbie and this kid they took in, he's basically telling them, telling this kid, I should say, as well as Robbie, as Robbie's leaving, basically he's looking towards Mary Jane when he says this. He says something along the lines of, in his own sarcastic, kind of, I wouldn't say rude way, but you can tell he's not happy, but he's kind of like, says something along the lines of, basically making it known, mostly to Mary Jane in a subtle way, that he's not fond of the fact that she is bonded for life, pretty much, for her own life, with Venom. He's not thrilled with that idea. He's not thrilled at the fact that, he can't, because they even touch upon it, because everybody was wondering, okay, well, wait a minute, if she's with Venom, or they're part of each other now, wouldn't that make things awkward? Paul and her wanted to get intimate, and we find out they have not gotten intimate because, he felt like something was off, and obviously she, I guess in a way, would make it known that she wasn't in the mood, but also she would do that because, again, for her it would be awkward, if you know what I'm saying. But anyway though, like I said, just had a cat walk by and everything. We just had a cat walk by there and everything. But like I said, anyway, she hold on for a second. Let's try because out here. Hold on. If you hear this, I'm just putting my code for phone. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. But like I said, as I was alluding to, he makes it very clear in a very subtle way as he's telling this kid and Robbie, as Robbie's leaving towards the end of the comic, and just right before Mary Jane gets this call from Flash Thompson, Paul makes it very clear that, basically he's not fond of the fact that MJ and Venom, are now bonded. He's not fond of that idea, if you know what I'm saying. And again, everybody was wondering, like, well, wouldn't that make being intimate or getting intimate kind of awkward for them? And it does. Oh, it would. And they do touch upon that to where we find out that, Paul, the reason they wouldn't get intimate, I should say, is because Paul, I guess, found out that something, or not found out, but kind of felt like something was off, or Mary Jane was too tired and everything. So, so that's why they would not get intimate. And I think Mary Jane even alluded to the fact that, because because she would be tired or not in the mood, they would not get intimate. But her reasoning for saying that, or at least making that the reason, was because of her bondship with if you will, with Venom. But again, you could tell that Paul, I think that's his name, is not fond of this. Now, what I think is going to happen, and this is just me, and again, I haven't kept up with the comics, anything, so I do apologize if I'm off about a few things. And again, please correct me in the comments if you would like. But anyway, I feel what could happen next is going to be making things really interesting. Now, I've read comics long enough. I've read comics, long enough and everything to the point that basically I can pretty much, even if I don't keep up with the comic, I can pretty much kind of see where certain things will go. And I could see Paul being who he is, because again, he's the one that created the wristband, the casino-like, the slot machine-like wristband, for Mary Jane to, utilize to come up with any kind of material or stuff like that she would want to come up with, or any kind of power she would need, or whatever the case may be. Just don't go on the three skulls or else kaput, right? I've got a feeling what's going to happen is Paul will be the guy that will either he will betray Mary Jane. This is what I think could happen. This could be the first option. He could betray her and everything to this one organization, which Flash kind of works for, but doesn't like, the fact that they're going after this kid that MJ and Paul took in. So I could see Paul out of anger and basically desperate to want to find a way to separate safely MJ from Venom. I could see him basically, betraying them, not maliciously, but basically in a way where when he explains it to MJ, it'll be like, I did this because I want to find a way to separate you two, but keep you alive and get rid of that thing, So I could see that. Being one option or one direction they could go with. The other option I could see them doing, and this is just my opinion, if you will. And again, these are all just my opinions. The other direction I think they can go with is he'll try to come up with a solution to where, okay, how do I keep my girlfriend alive, but also still allow her to have to bond with the Venom symbiote, but keep them separate to where they're not connected on molecular structure, but are still kind of close enough to where, yeah, she could be fine, she could be okay, and the Venom could be okay, or the Venom symbiote can be okay. What can I do? What could be my solution? And I could see him, I could see that being a second option. Like, he's going to work tirelessly night and day to try to find a solution, find a way around it. So that's another option. The third option, which is a possibility as well, is he could give himself to a symbiote. Now, you might ask, well, what kind of symbiote would he, give himself to? Well, again, being someone that would not want to be living with the idea that his fiance and this once crazed symbiote, which is now good, Venom, are, one and the same, out of desperation to try to, separate them and try to get her away from it, I could see him giving himself to a symbiote that will corrupt him. it will corrupt him to the point that because he'll not be strong-willed like Mary Jane, it will corrupt him and take him over completely. I don't know what symbiote that could be. I don't know if that could be toxin. I don't know if that could be a carnage symbiote. I don't know. But I could see something like that happening as the third option. And that's how I see basically Paul's role, if you will, in this when it comes to, him having to deal with Mary Jane and Venom being basically one and the same now. I could see him, pretty much going down one of those three paths. Either betraying MJ and Venom to this one organization because he's desperate to get them separated and her away from it. Two, he'll be willing himself to stay up night and day to try to come up with a solution to where, okay, they could stay together, still be bonded and everything, but not on a molecular structure, so that, Mary Jane could still be alive, but, be connected in a way that's not like Venom's inside of her and everything. He could just be off, soaking in, just floating in a tub or in a tube or anything like that. Basically come up with a solution to where he could try to get that intimacy with MJ and not have it awkward, if you know what I mean. And then, of course, like I said, the third option, which is one they could do, is him giving himself up to a symbiote, which would corrupt him. But whatever one that is going to be up to them. But you know what I also see here? And I'm basing this off what I've heard through Drop Spiel and other places, in other YouTube comic channels, if you will. You know what I see probably going on here? And let me get some coffee for a second, guys. But you know what I see going on? Excuse me. You know what I see going on here? I see maybe, and this has just been something that's been going on lately at Marvel, with the MCU and everything, thanks to Kevin Feige, but it feels like it's trickling down into the comics portion as well. And that is the fact that I think the Marvel staff overall, not just with MCU, but now with the comics, because I feel like it's trickling down to them, the Marvel staff is starting to listen to what the fans are saying. And they're realizing, maybe putting Mary Jane with this guy wasn't the best idea. Maybe it wasn't the best idea and all that. So I could see them, honestly, maybe utilizing this new direction. They're taking MJ and Venom and Paul, and I could see them using it as to break MJ and Paul up. I could see that. I could see that as being a method. Because again, they're getting to a point now to where, basically, not just with the MCU, but again, it's trickling down and affecting all the other Marvel departments. I could see them, honestly, like I said, listening to fan feedback and finally coming up with a solution that will be beneficial to everybody. That'll be beneficial to everybody. You still keep the Paul character around, but you now separate him, and maybe if they go with that third option, make him an adversary. Who knows? But we'll see what they do. We'll see what the plans are going forward. We'll see that. But like I said, I would not be surprised if maybe this is a way of making that happen, down the line, because fans have made it clear. Majority of fans, from what I'm understanding, have made it clear they do not like this, Mary Jane being with Paul, because to them, the standard norm is Mary Jane and Peter. That has always been the standard norm outside of Peter and Gwen. Now, Gwen apparently is coming back, full time. We don't know how and when and whether or not she'll have powers, but she is going to be coming back, if not already. But outside of her and Peter, the main relationship has always been, MJ and Peter. And fans were never happy when, they did what they did, and they've always wanted them in the Prime Spider-Man Earth 616 universe to be back together. This is why, This is why basically you have the other Spider-Man comics, like the Ultimate Spider-Man comic and everything, where he and MJ are married and they have a daughter, and they're all Spider people. They're basically all Spider-Man, Spider-Women, the Spider family, if you will. This is why that one apparently is selling out a lot, or selling more than the main one, or the comics connected to the main one, because of the fact that that's what fans want. That is what fans are more accustomed to. So I'm not going to be surprised if maybe, like I said, this could be a method of getting Paul out of the picture, relationship-wise with MJ, and either just having him go his separate ways because this is something he can't handle or be accustomed to, or make him an adversary. Because like I said, there's three options they can go with. Three options to, where they can go with this. The first option, which would probably just lead to a breakup and them going their separate ways, is him betraying MJ to this organization, betraying her and Venom and the kid because he's desperate in his mind to get MJ and Venom separated, and MJ back to just being herself and Venom in the clutches of this organization. That could be one way they go, and that could just lead to a breakup. The second option, which could keep them together but be on rocky roads, is him trying to find a way and a solution to, kind of separate them, but do it in a way to where, they still need to be bonded, and everything. Where they still need to be, connected, with each other, if you will. That's basically what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking and everything. Kind of still be like connected to each other and all that, down the line. Hold on for a sec. Sorry about that. I was checking something on my computer. But anyway, I could see that being a second option to where you could kind of keep them together, but it'd be very rocky. Probably not as much as it's going to be right now, but kind of in a way to where Mary Jane would understand what he's doing and everything. But, you could go to the second option to where he'll try to find, he'll stay up night and day to try to find a solution to separate them, individually, but, doing it in a way to where they're still kind of connected, but Venom's not inside of her or anything. And, he's just somewhere else in the house, but close by. And then, they could just bond together when it's needed, or when she needs to go out and fight crime and stuff like that, or whatever the case might be. So I can see that as being the second option to kind of keep them together, but not really. And then the third option, in my opinion, again, could lead to not just a breakup with them, but him being an adversary, an enemy, if you will. And that's him in a desperation of weakness, basically allow himself to be bonded to a symbiote, but it corrupts it, and it takes him over completely. So I could see one of those three things happening, but if they go with option 1 or 3, that's basically saying, hey, we're going to break these two up because, yeah, you fans have spoken. You guys don't like this guy, so we're going to break them up, and we're going to try to find a way to get, Peter with MJ again, somehow, some way. So that might be why they're doing this too. They might be getting ready to break these two up, but we'll see what happens. Because again, Paul's reaction, his, kind of very subtle, rude, not very happy reaction, and I guess you could say a comment towards the end of the comic, which he obviously was directing at MJ. He's not thrilled with this still. He's not thrilled with it whatsoever. But, Robbie did point something out. He pointed out the fact that, Paul, because Paul admitted it, he created the slot wrist thing for MJ. And Paul, in a way, in Robbie's mind, is kind of at fault for this. He's kind of at fault for this because that device made it easier for Venom and Mary Jane to bond, on a molecular DNA structure or scale. So, he's kind of in on, he's kind of, he's kind of in this as well. So he can't just, throw blame, subtly or straightforward towards her or anything like that because of the situation. He kind of contributed to it because of the thoughtless thing. And so, long story short, it's going to be interesting for anybody that follows the comic, subscribe to it and all that, as to what they do next. It's going to be really interesting. But again, if they're going to keep them together, option 2 is going to be that direction to where basically he's going to try to find a way, stay up night and day, find a solution to, separate them but keep them together so that both survive. But if they are planning to break them up, then I could see option 1 and 2 being that, the way that, not 1 and 2, but option 1 and 3, I should say, being the way they could potentially go. But, that's just me. That's just me, though. But like I said, if they ever do want to do a lighthearted issue down the line with Mary Jane and Venom in this predicament, kind of lighthearted, kind of slice of life, take a break kind of deal, I could see Mary Jane having some mischiefy fun with the power she now has with Venom, to where she could, make him turn into a dress for her. She can melt down into a puddle of goo just to relax and everything, or whatever the case will be. I could see her having fun. I can. So, if they want to do something like that in the future, and I'm sure they're planning to do something like that in the future. But again, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion and all that. But guys, let me know what your thoughts are. Let me know how you feel about, the revelation of, not just from the previous issue, but from this recent one, of Mary Jane and Venom, Mary Jane being the new Venom, but also the revelation in this recent one to where her and Venom pretty much have to stay together to survive. Let me know what your thoughts are there. Let me know what your thoughts are on some of the fun, mischievous, imaginative, creative things Mary Jane can get into with the Venom powers at her side. Do you think maybe she'll do some of the things I suggested outside of what we saw in the flashbacks? Let me know what your thoughts are. And do you think also this could potentially lead, to Paul and her breaking up, if that is the intention, or do you think he could keep them together but be on a rocky road because maybe, as I said, option 2 could be the direction they go, where he tries to night and day figure out a way to separate them on a molecular, DNA structure, but keep them together as well, so both survive. Let me know what your thoughts are. Or do you think option 1 and 3 could be where they go, where he betrays, them to this organization, betrays them and Dylan to this organization because he's desperate to find a solution to get her separated from Venom, and that causes them to break up and go their separate ways? Or do you think option 3 could be where he gives himself up to a symbiote, allows himself to be fully corrupted because he's not as strong-willed as MJ is, and pretty much, not only do they break up, but he becomes an adversary, an enemy, if you will. Let me know what your thoughts are. Comment down below, like the video, ring the bell for notifications. Subscribe to the channel, share the video, guys. Also, click on the links in the description. Helps me out tremendously. And if you're into podcasts, you can find me at all your favorite podcast affiliates like iTunes, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Pandora, Radio Public, Overcast. Wherever there is a podcast, you will find me. And I'm very sure maybe there is a slight chance you will find me on Sirius XM. I'm pretty sure you can probably find me there if you look hard enough as well. You can also find me, guys, at rumble.com at BWRoses, odyssey.com at BWRoses-5. You can also find me, ladies and gentlemen, at Vimeo at BWRoses. You can find me at Divanart.com at BVW1979. You can also find me at inkbunny.net at BWRoses. You can also support me and find me over at patreon.com at BWRoses, where I have a new video out. It's been out for a while. It's under the $3 and $5 tier. I talk about adult film actress Kara Reed. Check that out. I would greatly be appreciative if you can support me there, as well as with the $1 tip. Also, guys, you can support me through Venmo and Cash App. It'd be greatly appreciated. And also, guys, you can follow me at TikTok at BWRoses. You can follow me at Blue Sky at BWRoses, and on Twitter, aka X, at BWRoses. But guys, let me know what your thoughts are overall on the situation. And until then, I will talk to you later. And have a good day. For right now, there is more content coming, so be ready. So, as I've talked about a couple of times already, you know, this whole decision by Marvel and the writer, one of the head writers, Ian Wing or something like that, A. Wing, um, basically the decision to make Mary Jane Venom has, been met with a lot of mixed reactions. Some are okay with it, some are not so okay with it. And a lot of people feel like it's the worst decision that Marvel could have done because they feel Marvel is running out of ideas and all they're doing is trying to refreshen a lot of prior character IPs so that way they don't have to ultimately off them, if you know what I mean. And Mary Jane being Venom is potentially one of the ways they are doing that. They want to try to keep her fresh and everything. Kind of give her a new coat of paint, a makeover, and going the Venom route is one way to do that. But again, a lot it has been met with a mixed reaction. Like I said, some like it, some don't. But another another decision they made, of course, I can agree it's kind of controversial. Maybe it's not necessary because I'm thinking to myself, all right, you have Mary Jane as Venom. Why do you have to go this route? Because to me it just didn't make any sense, if you know what I mean. And what I'm talking about basically is the revelation that they made Jean Grey into a literal goddess. Yeah, a literal goddess. Basically, she's part of this. I can't think of the name, but she's part of this, like, a quartet, this group of ancestral beings now that watch over everything, and it's even hinted that she's probably, as powerful, if not more powerful, than what is known as the one that is above all, if you will. And a lot of fans, like I said, like with Mary Jane, are not particularly fond of this. I mean, some might say, well, from a character perspective, because she has the phoenix within her, that it makes sense. It makes sense for Jean Grey to go down this path and everything, inevitably. And I do agree, a character, having the powers that she does, psychic, powers as well as the phoenix powers, being an Omega level mutant, if you will, I can agree that going down a path like this makes a lot of sense. But here's the thing: we have seen many interpretations of the Phoenix take place. Depending on how you enjoy them. We saw how the X-Men Dark Phoenix movie took its stab at it. We saw how Last Stand took a stab at it, and that got rebooted in thanks to Days of Future Past. We've seen how the classic animated series has taken a stab at it, as well as the continuation, kind of bringing it to its conclusion. We've seen all of this. And, depending on how you feel, never once was it ever hinted at, that, she was going to be, elevated to that cosmic level. Never once was it ever, indicated that she's going to be, omnipotent, if you will, be an omnipotent, celestial immortal. Never once was it ever hinted at that in any shape or form. So, for them to do this with Jean Grey, it is a very controversial decision. Um, but what's crazy? Even though I feel like it's probably an idea that, unlike with Mary Jane, is unnecessary, when I look at this idea and I look at the Mary Jane as Venom reveal, I look at that idea as well. I'm no stranger, as you probably know, following this channel, to decisions being made about characters undergoing through changes that a lot of fans in the fan base feel are not needed. But in this case, even though I felt it wasn't needed, I will give credit where it's due. They did have a plan for it to come to an end and how it was going to come to an end. And of course, what I'm talking about, as probably as predictable as it gets, is the Mecha Sally arc by Archie Sonic. So, in case you guys don't know, back in around, I think, 2000, 2013, not 2013, but around 2000. Well, when did it happen? I'm trying to think. I know it happened. Looking at the dates here, 2014. I have posted the reboots up there, the reboot covers. So basically around 2012 throughout 2013, for almost 2 years, basically for 17 issues of the main book, and for 4 to 6 issues of Universe, the spin-off book, we had the Mecha Sally arc. And in total, when you look at the number of books in between, all together, I should say, it basically amounts to almost 2 years of story. And a lot of fans like myself didn't like the idea that Sally basically was, a roboticized slave weapon of Robotnik. Of Eggman, I should say. I mean, we understood the reasoning, we all saw the reasoning, and that's great. But the way Ian Flynn went about it, and how she became Mecha Sally and all that, it just felt like, it was unnecessary. I mean, as I've mentioned before, the blueprints obviously were drawn out perfectly, or drawn out as best as they could to get you from point A to point B, but it just felt like over time it was just getting repetitive. It was just getting repetitive, and it went, on too unnecessarily long than it should have. A lot of fans like myself, being, fans of the comic for as long as we have been, would expect something like the Mecha Sally situation to last maybe 4, 6, 8 issues at most. And then after that 8th issue, hey, she's back to normal. And if not 8 issues, we would say about a year's worth of issues, and that's it. Come around the whole first year, take that 1 year, that issue that celebrates 1 year of it happening. I wouldn't say celebrates, but acknowledges 1 year of it happening. You use that 1 year anniversary issue, boom, back to normal, no big deal. And that's one thing I will give him credit, because he did, Ian Flynn, even though obviously he knows by listening and hearing what other people have had to say, he knows maybe it wasn't the best idea to go with. I will give him credit. He had a reasoning for it. That reasoning was that Sally was going to be de-roboticized, assumedly by issue 250, and she was going to get basically the redesign that she got. And if you see an image up here that has the roboticized version of her and the redesign on the one side is what she would have gotten. That was the plan. His plan was to basically get to that point by at least the 250th issue, and then basically plan to go forward after that, with the story, and maybe focus on Sally wanting to get, payback or something for what Eggman did and all that. But we don't know. We may never know, because of the fact that behind the scenes, as we all know, the lawsuit occurred, and basically Archie said, you know what, screw it. Let's just reboot everything, and do it in a way that avoids any future lawsuits in the future. Get rid of certain characters, this and that, and the rest is history. And just take the redesigns that were meant for the freedom fighters, and instead of introducing them in the pre-reboot continuity, place them in the post-rebooted continuity, and the rest is history. But again, I give him credit. He had an idea. He had a plan for Sally. After the story arc was all said and done, and that was to restore her. And the reason I say that, the reason I bring this up, is because when you look back at the other stories that I mentioned, I don't think once was there ever a plan discussed, archivally. If you look it up archivally, within Marvel whatsoever, or even DC or Image or IDW, Dark Horse, I don't think there was ever a plan talked up to take the most, powerful opponent, beings, if you will, the OCs, the overpowered OCs, if you will. I don't think there was probably ever a discussion, a meeting to say, hey, let's make this character, an immortal, omnipotent goddess that is now on the same level as the one above all. Or, hey, let's take, the love interest that was married in the Primeverse at one point to Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and then that was taken away. Let's make her the new Venom. I don't think there was really, a plan or a discussion, for that to, really happen, despite what people think. I think they would just said, hey, get an idea that works, or come up with an idea that you feel will work, and keep certain characters relevant. And that's why, like I mentioned, some people are mixed about Mary Jane being Venom. They don't like the idea that all of a sudden here she is going from being the jackpot superheroine to now being Venom. It doesn't make sense to them. It's like, even though they got an explanation, which we'll talk about in a moment, in issue 6, it just felt like it didn't make any sense to them that, they should do this. So what I'm talking about when it comes to, an explanation in issue 6 of the all new Venom, what I'm talking about is they do explain in the story how Mary Jane became Venom. How she basically, took on the symbiont outfit, if you will, throughout. And basically it is an interesting explanation, but even with the explanation, a lot of fans felt like it just still doesn't make sense. Like, okay, this is all part of the aftermath of that symbiote war story that you guys did, and everything. So, okay, we get that, but what sense does it make that, hey, she wanted Peter Parker and Venom, or at least Peter Parker, to fix her jackpot device to make it better so she can have more than just, the same options pop up for her powers and everything. And, it's understandable, like, okay, the Venom's influence on that would, make that possible now, but it's like, to them, how can it make sense for her to roll the dice or roll it to 3 skulls? Like, to them, why would Paul, the most despised character so far in the comics, in Marvel Comics that is, why would he invent something like that could potentially kill her? What's the deal? It's like, to them, the explanation they got was decent, but it still didn't make any lick of sense. It didn't. And it's understandable, why people would, feel the way that they did, when it comes to that. I mean, yeah, as I've said before, it opens up a lot of possibilities for Mary Jane. And as I said in a audio video, basically for Mary Jane, the writer behind the story, obviously he understands, like I've mentioned before, and I say this with all due respect, no offense, he understands that a female being the host of some kind of slimy, gooey, melty entity like the symbiote, like Venom, could have a lot of creative fun with it, can be creative and mischievous with the powers. And if one of those powers is turning into goo to slip through cracks and everything, melt down into goo, slip through cracks, then that's great. And hey, the character could have some fun, even though they might have to do it for a mission or something. But again, they did give an explanation. It's just that the explanation just did not make any sense or sit well with with the audience. It didn't sit well with the viewers and all that. So it's understandable why they would be upset about this. And I'm totally in agreement with, hey, I get how you feel. I understand how you feel. But I'm also in the understanding of sometimes they have to do these things to kind of keep the character fresh, keep them relevant, or else they're going to have to go down the path, like I mentioned earlier, to where they have to get rid of the character in a very unfortunate way. And that's the truth. But like I said, not all the ideas they come up with is good. Like I said, with Jean Grey, her being the Phoenix, that's another story. With Jean Grey being, a goddess, being, basically part of the elite, if you will, up in space, up in the cosmic universes and all that, looking down upon everything, but still being an X-Man and trying to now balance her life there with what she's become now. Yeah, some people, like I said earlier, might feel like it was the that the trajectory of the character of the Jean Grey with the Phoenix powers and her psychic powers, being an Omega level mutant, that eventually it was going to lead to something like this in the future. People will give the explanation that this was a possibility, and that's true. Maybe it was, maybe there is truth to that, but to me, I think honestly, you could have done something, a little bit more different to get to that point. We've seen her as the Phoenix, no matter what interpretation of the X-Men you read, we've seen her die over and over and over again, you know? And you would think that maybe one of those deaths that she went through, let's say even as the White Phoenix, at the end of X-Men End Song, that basically that would be her ascension to the goddesshood, to basically, now be among, the celestial beings, that look over the universe, like, the one that the one that's above all and everything. You would think that would make more sense, and it probably would. I mean, even when Jane as Valkyrie died in Thor: Love and Thunder, no matter how you feel about the movie, she died and disintegrated into little sparkles and little stars, but she ascended. She is now part of. She's basically now part of Olympus. She's now part of the gods and everything, as the goddess Valkyrie, if you will. She's like a guardian angel. She can look down upon Thor and all that, be back there when they need her to be and everything, and so on. So to me, despite how you feel about that movie, at least it gave her, it gave her becoming Valkyrie, wielding Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, if you will, Mjolnir, and everything. It gave her a purpose as to why she was holding it, why she became Valkyrie, and why she was able to ascend. It gave sense. It gave purpose. And to me, Jean Grey just doing what she's doing what she did. Some would say, well, she died, and that did, well, some would say that she did die or something like that, and maybe that's true. But the way people have described it, she didn't necessarily die. She just did something that allowed her to elevate to that next level. And to me, again, I understand that maybe the trajectory for her character as the Phoenix, was heading in that direction, but, to me, it would have made more sense if you would have had her sacrifice herself and all that, as the White Phoenix, so that way, she would have a true purpose to be ascending to the goddesshood that she ended up getting. So I'll admit, Marvel, they're not always going to win, in the creative department, but sometimes, depending on how you look at it, there is some good and there isn't some good. There are some decisions that make sense and there are some decisions that don't make sense. And, honestly, the Mary Jane one, I think, could make sense, could have potential, especially if you want to go a little fun and mischievous, if you will, with her and Venom. But the Jean Grey one, I could see, what people are talking about, but still, it's like, what sense does it really make? In the end, in closing, I will acknowledge that, not all comic shops, well, not comic shops, but comic book publishers are going to, or comic book companies basically, are going to have good ideas. They're not. Not everybody's going to be on board with Mary Jane being Venom. Nobody's going to be on board with Jean Grey being, an immortal goddess now. No one, honestly, no one was on board with Mecha Sally, with Sally becoming Mecha Sally. That nobody was on board with any of that. Or not anybody. Excuse me, getting tongue-tied here. But like I said, not everybody's going to be on board. That's what I'm trying to say. Not everybody's going to be on board with Sally being Mecha Sally, Jean Grey being an immortal goddess now, Mary Jane being Venom. Nobody's going to be on board with those ideas. Not everybody's going to be on the same page. Despite the explanations or reasonings and all that. Because basically, why mess with something that doesn't need to be messed with? Like with Mary Jane, you want to make her the superhero jackpot? No problem, go ahead, do it. People are fine with that. You want to make Jean Grey a goddess? Guess what? Build to it in a major story arc to where she earns it, in a way that's more understandable and, acceptable. With Sally becoming Mecha Sally, yeah, not everybody, not everybody liked it, period. But, there was a reasoning for her sacrifice, and there was a plan for her to be restored. There was a path. It just ended up, running into a bunch of roadblocks and getting repetitive time after time after time. So, there was a reasoning, but still, not everybody was on board with it. Period. So, in closing, like I said, I understand how all sides feel about this, and you never know. Maybe the Mary Jane as Venom deal is just a temporary situation, and maybe by the end of the year it'll be come to an end, and they'll just be like, okay, we're not going to do that anymore, and maybe they'll reveal that it was nothing but a dream, that Mary Jane was just dreaming it, and everything. Maybe that might happen. I mean, yeah, it's a stupid, out, if you will, a pathetic way to, get out of the situation. But what, where else are you going to do? What else are you going to, come up with? You know, we'll just have to see. Jean Grey being where she is now, maybe that's not going to last long either. Maybe she's going to be forced to make a decision. You're either part of the celestial beings now, or you give up, being the host of the Phoenix, and you just be a regular semi-omega level mutant on Earth that basically has to always constantly fight, for their kind. So she can make that decision. That decision could end up happening. Who knows? Who knows and everything. I mean, I gave my thoughts on what I think could happen with the Mary Jane Venom deal. In the audio video, I said basically I think three things are going to happen. Either, Paul's going to betray Mary Jane and Dylan and Venom to this Scarab or, Scarab group or whatever that group's name is that, Flash Thompson was working for. And I want their hands on Dylan. Paul may betray them. He may try to, find a way, stay up night and day to figure out a method to separate Venom and Mary Jane to a point that they'll still need each other to survive, but they can be their own people now. They don't have to be fused together on a molecular level. Or three, he ends up basically, becoming so desperate that he ends up bonding with another symbiont, maybe one that's more evil and corruptive than Carnage or Carnage and Venom ever was, and then that causes him to not only break up with MJ, which the first option could make happen as well, but also makes him into an enemy. Gives fans now a legit reason to not literally like this guy if that was to happen. But those are just my thoughts on the direction I think it could go in the future. But anyway, I just wanted to come on here and give my thoughts on the whole situation, because I know people are wondering like what's going on with Marvel and everything. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? And hopefully maybe Marvel will wake up one day and realize, hey, these decisions we're making, they're not best for business. Let's get back to basics. Let's get back to what brought people to the dance, made them fans, and hopefully things will get better from there if that moment happens. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But let me know what your thoughts are, guys. Comment down below, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube. And until next time, guys, I will talk to you later, but give me your thoughts on everything I've had to say here in this video. And until then, take care. So, we all know, and before I do this, before I forget, do me a solid favor, guys, and like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, share the video, and click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube. You can find me on all your favorite audio video podcast affiliates like iTunes, iHeartRadio, Audible, Spotify, Pandora, to an extent SiriusXM, Radio Public, Amazon Music, you name it. Wherever there is a podcast, you will find mine there. Also support me at rumble.com, odyssey.com, vimo.com. You'll find content there you can't find on YouTube due to certain reasons. As well, support me over at patreon.com at bwroses. I have some plans for that in the future. I hope you will like them. And also, guys, support me by checking out my Teespring store, I should say. The link's at the bottom, and the new Fourth Wall store link is at the top. Also, basically, guys, the live chat is open, and if you want to donate, super chats are going to be open as well. And if you want to donate afterwards, super thanks are open as well, and support me over at Cash App and Venmo if you can. Now, with that said, as I was getting ready to start this audio video with, as we know, earlier this year, pretty much the whole Venom, like who is the all new Venom situation, got revealed. It got answered, and much to a lot of people's shock and dismay, and surprisingly there were some people that liked it. The reveal was Mary Jane. Now, what made this interesting, though, is that Mary Jane had already adopted a superhero alter ego called Jackpot, where basically, thanks to her new, or now former, love interest, Paul, she had had this device that was, I guess you could say, empowered by some magical capabilities or something. I'm not really sure. Not really sure. And mainly, whatever this wrist slot thing, on her, well, on her wrist, I should say, on her arm, whatever it would land on, that would be the power she would get. And sometimes the powers could range from being almost Phoenix godlike to pretty much, the silliest, if not most disgusting of them all. For example, one of the first usages, easy for me to say, one of the earlier usages of it, I should say, was doing her team up with Black Cat, where basically when she turned the dial on it and the slots came up a certain power, it wasn't the almighty Phoenix-like power she would get, God level stuff and all that. No, the first power she ended up getting was that of pretty much turning her into a slime girl. Yeah, she basically had the ability to melt, shapeshift if she wanted to, absorb individual, basically, be elastic, but in a slime, gooey, melty kind of way. She had that ability, along with many other abilities, if you will. And over time, they would, basically, or at least Paul would at times try to improve it, to where she would basically get more, I guess you could say, suitable powers that would help out during the situation. Not saying the slime power wouldn't have helped out when needed. But later on, she ended up getting involved with Venom. Basically, long story short, after the whole Symbiote War storyline that they did, Venom pretty much was very much a shell of his former self. Basically, Venom was nothing more than just ooze. He was nothing more than ooze. And essentially, long story short, Venom needed a host. He needed a host right away. But here's what's interesting. Mary Jane as Jackpot ended up battling in the Symbiote War, and her device ended up getting coated with the Venom symbiote. In other words, part of Venom at least, went into the symbiote. Or went into not the symbiote, but into the Jackpot device. It went into the Jackpot device, and it caused a lot of different, I guess you could say, changes to, what powers she would get. To what she could, be capable of more so than ever. And, she ended up getting powers like she could be the next, Captain Marvel, very similar to that. Or she could basically become like a pink glob. That literally, when that happened, she ended up doing it in midair and splattering to the ground like a big old puddle into basically, a puddle. She basically became a pink glob, very similar to another superhero that has that power, or mutant that has that power. And she ended up falling from the sky in that, after transforming into that, and basically flattening onto the ground in a big puddle of goo until she reformed. So anyway, long story short, she ends up encountering Venom in the sewer, because one of the things that would come up, especially once the Venom symbiote got infused with her Jackpot device, one of the things that would come up, and we're not sure if maybe Paul put that in there anyway, without telling her. But one of the symbols that came up that could potentially be, a power she doesn't want, is the three skulls. And the three skulls basically means, you're done, you're history, you're kaput. In other words, it would disintegrate her piece by piece. It would kill her, basically. It would kill her, disintegrate her molecule by molecule. So she ends up, like I said, meeting up with Venom. She ends up meeting up with Venom, in a sewer, seeing what's going on, seeing that they're both in a predicament, and reluctantly agreeing to do the one thing that, I'm sure a lot of fans didn't expect her to do based on her history with, her history with the character and all that. And she ends up bonding with Venom. Now, of course, she has bonded with the symbionts before, and pretty much with Venom, in a sense, in alternate stories. Whether they were dream sequences in the main timeline or not, she would end up bonding with Venom. Again, as I've alluded to before, talking about this, one of the more noteworthy bondings that she had with a symbiote was in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, where basically she became the Carnage Queen, and then after she was freed from that, and pretty much survived it, she basically discovered, along with Dr. Kirk Connors and even Peter and all them, that the venom, that the symbiote that that she had become the Carnage Queen, from that symbiote was now infused into her DNA. So now she could basically, be normal, but she could also shapeshift parts of her body into whatever she needs, and basically she could, create her suit, her Spider Woman suit or Spider Girl suit, just by having it come out of her body, if you know what I mean. Basically envelop her, if you will. But anyway, like I said, in this story, in this comic, she reluctantly, basically, I wouldn't say reluctantly, but out of necessity, bonds, basically molecularly fuses with Venom, so now they are one in the same. It's not like when Venom would, basically, merge with a host like Eddie Brock or Peter or anybody else, any of the other symbionts doing something similar. Instead, basically, this is a bonding that basically is needed. It's a necessity to keep them both alive, because without, both would end up dying, or at least they wouldn't have much longer to live if they get separated. So anyway, what happens? What happens though is that what happens though is that when this occurs, of course Paul doesn't know how to handle it. We knew eventually Dylan, who is, believe it or not, Venom and Eddie Brock's son, wouldn't know how to handle it when he found out, because we knew that was going to happen. Nor would anybody else, like Robbie, who is part of the Daily Bugle. Nobody knew how people were going to handle it. Nobody knew what certain characters, or how certain characters were going to handle it. And then we kind of get an answer of how Peter would handle it and everything. And, it's just a situation to where fans are probably happy that this is coming to an end. Now, honestly, we do know, let's not kid ourselves, Peter is going to help her. We know that. He's just angry right now. He's just mad at her and everything for choosing Paul over him, basically someone that was, I guess, possessed by an enemy of theirs or something. Basically he's not happy with her, and then seeing, what's going on with her and Venom, basically he's not thrilled, and he's like, hey, you two deserve each other and all that. And as a longtime Spider-Man fan, whether you like this direction they took Mary Jane or not, that this is not what you want to see between the two. But you also know that that's not going to last. Peter's going to have a change of heart. Somebody like Mary Jane's going to show him, hey, I could, the Venom symbiote, or Venom can do a lot more with a certain host than you expect. And even, heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she does a melting deal, slips under the door and basically comes into his apartment that way to try to talk to him. I would not be surprised. Or I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Black Cat, Felicia, comes in and says, hey, you need to help her. This is not you. And then maybe that's when we find out that Peter, I'm assuming this is when we'd probably find out Peter, if they write it this way, comes out and just admits to her, look, I do want to help you, but I'm still angry at the fact that you chose that guy over me. Why would you choose Paul after what he put us through over me? Why would you do that? And maybe this is where, not saying it's going to actually happen, maybe this is where we kind of get like little hints that memories of their past life are starting to resurface. Like maybe there's, Mary Jane and to an extent Peter are realizing, hey, wait a minute. It's like we're always destined to be with each other, but there's something keeping us apart. It's like, there's something there, but we just can't figure it out. And I think, that's going to get revealed later on. But yeah, I don't think we have to worry about Peter not helping her. We know it's going to happen. We know it is. But what's interesting, but the reason I bring this up is because when I first started talking about it, I said there was potential you could do here. There was some potential you could work with. Now, I don't know if anybody at Marvel, heard me talking about it or anything, but I said there was potential you could work with when it comes to Mary Jane and Venom being, in this situation. Because I said this, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, I said that the reason a lot of people, in comics, in movies, and whatever, fan fiction, whatever, the reason they go with the female protagonist to have these kind of powers, or abilities, is because they're more mischievous to an extent. They're more imaginative, more creative, more innovative. Basically, they can come up with ideas that other people probably wouldn't think of if they had similar powers. you know. And I said basically with Mary Jane and Venom, you have a lot of potential on the forefront because you could do a lot more with Mary Jane now at the helm than anybody else. And for a while, I wasn't sure if they were going to do that until recently. You see, a couple of months ago, I think it was like I think it was like the third to last primary issue of this story, the third to last primary issue of this series. Basically, Mary Jane and Venom basically work with Flash Thompson, who's also anti-Venom, to stage pretty much a fight between themselves. I mean, Flash already found out that Mary Jane and Venom are one and the same. Are basically bonded. Pretty much in a situation that's, basically, if you try to separate them, it could put them both at risk. But anyway, Flash anti-Venom, they pretty much, know what's going on now, and they're willing to work with Mary Jane because they too want to protect Dylan, Eddie and Venom's son. They want to protect Dylan because Dylan is kind of like, I guess you could say, part symbiote in everything. Even though he's mostly human, he's part symbiote because he can actually hear. He can actually hear, like, calls and everything, or he gets signals in his mind from other symbiotes, if you will. But anyway, to get to the point, once everything is figured out between the four, if you will, between the three, they stage this fight between them to throw everybody off, and they even have and Mary Jane Venom, if you will, even stabs Flash in the chest, making it look like making it look like they killed him, when in fact it was all staged. And Venom, Mary Jane takes off and has these shield agents, or I guess they're kind of like shield agents. I can't really think of their name right now. Go after them, and what happens basically is after Flash, Venom lets Paul and Dylan and pretty much Robbie know, hey, everything's cool. We're all cool in it. Everything's cool. I'm fine. This is all kayfabe. This is all a pour far, if you will, or for par, if you will. We kind of transition over. We kind of transition over to the Brooklyn Bridge. I think that's what it is, with Mary Jane Venom, and they basically disappear from sight. And the agents are like, "Where'd they go? We thought we thought they were right here. We were tracking them down. They were right here. Where'd they go?" So without finding them, they go back to their headquarters, and then we see the end result. We see the end result of what happened, with Mary Jane Venom, and basically they dove into the Hudson River, from what I can tell, but they didn't dive in and just swim like a regular swimmer and all that. No, this here is the moment that I felt was needed, or moments like this that I felt was needed. Mary Jane basically goes on to basically use her creativity, her imagination, her innovation. She goes on to basically turn her and Venom into a submarine. No joke. And we see the inside, basically, of Venom, and what the host is like on the inside. Because we're always wondering, like, okay, what does the host look like? When in Venom and he's standing on 2 feet, like a regular human, if you will. What is it like for them inside? And in Hulk and the Agents of Smash cartoon, we kind of get that idea a little bit with that encounter with Venom. But here, basically, I think it's the first time in the comics that we've ever seen this. And this is this is unique because, again, it's Mary Jane pretty much fused with Venom. And basically, because they're fused together, she's like she's like, hey, I have an idea. Let's see if it works. And basically, the idea is to become a submarine underwater and basically go to where they got to go, which is the same place Dylan told Flash, anti-Venom, to go to help. What is his name? Sleeper, another symbiont, and Toxin, another symbiont. So basically, they're heading in that same direction. And what's unique here is the dialogue. What's unique here is the dialogue, because even Venom is impressed. Like, man, I didn't, I had no idea you could come up with this. This is pretty cool. And Mary Jane's like, well, I do have my moments, but then she questions. It's like she does question Venom. She's like, you, however, are a shape-shifting alien. Why didn't you ever come up with this yourself in the past? In other words, she's asking him, look, out of all the times you've been around, or for the longest time, I should say, that you've been around, she's asking him basically, for the longest time you've been around, why didn't you ever think about becoming different inanimate objects or vehicles or stuff like that? And Venom's answer is essentially, it's because he never thought of it. He needed a host to think about it, and he would still be learning it himself anyway. So in other words, what he's saying is, hey, when Eddie was my host, I would need him to think of the idea to, change into somebody different, to disguise himself as somebody different. Same with Peter, same with anybody else. And we can assume the same goes for all the other symbionts and their hosts. Like, the only way they can disguise themselves as different individuals, maybe different, in this case, vehicles, or inanimate objects, or plants, or whatever, is that the host themselves have to be the one that, comes up with the idea and gives it to them. Basically, on a working together level. Like, they got to be the ones that say, hey, this is what I want to do. Let's try it, and if it works, it works. But they got to be in sync. But what Venom's explanation here is, yeah, it's, but Venom's explanation, I should say, the fact that he needs a host to do that, but he's still learning. It basically tells you right there that Venom, with the host, even though he's impressed by what the host could do, like what Mary Jane did here, the situation, honestly, though, is that Venom is also saying, yeah, I'm still learning. So in other words, he's saying basically that even if he didn't have a host, he'd be taking what he learned from them and using that maybe to help him out. So that's kind of what I'm getting from here. Like, he's saying, MJ, you came up with this idea to make us a submarine. That's great, but here's the deal. You're the one. Here's the deal. I'm still learning about how to do this, and it takes you guys to help me out. It takes you or whoever else is my host to do that. So so it is interesting. It is interesting to see. But it's like I said, this is what they need to do, and this is the potential. Unfortunately, that it seems like they want to give up. Excuse me. Like, I just ate lunch. Anyway, but it's like I said, this is the potential that basically, in my opinion, they want to give up. I mean, look, I get nobody really liked the idea that MJ became Venom. I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm totally, understanding of not liking an idea. Trust me, I know. Reading a lot of Sonic comics, especially the Mecha Sally deal. Yeah, believe me, I know when fans don't like an idea. I get it. I truly, truly get it. But to me, this has the potential to go from being a bad idea, if not a controversial idea, to a very good idea. If they decide to keep her as Venom, and maybe, let's say, as we see in the Mindscape thing, and I think what was the final issue of this series, before it goes into the regular book and all that, and the regular Spider-Man books, basically, she could adopt, not only, she could adopt being the reluctant partner of Venom and everything, but I think, like I said, we see in a little like astral plane meeting telepathic deal that they're in, she's probably going to prefer more of a feminine like look to their appearance instead of a bulky male look. Since pretty much, for someone like Dylan, the secret's out that he knows who they are, so it doesn't make any sense to be all bulky and all that. You just be feminine, But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, because again, you have Venom in a way admitting that he misses having Brock around. He misses having Brock around. Hold on for a sec. Like I said, he admits in this little in the mind astral plane like discussion with Mary Jane, he admits he misses having Eddie around because it's like it's a piece of himself. And Mary Jane's like, look, I get it, and and she's like, and honestly, I don't like being part of this either. But, we're at a situation right now where we have no choice, but maybe we can find a choice. Or maybe we can find an answer. And that's why they went to Peter. That's why they went to Peter. And again, I still think he's going to help them out. And I think the explanation he's going to have for being angry is because she pretty much did the same thing to him, and everything. But then he's going to probably, ask her, because again, I think it's either going to be her melting into a puddle of goo, with Venom to go into his house and finally confront him and talk to him, or it's going to take someone like Black Cat, maybe Robbie, to talk to them. And I could see Peter being like, okay, fine, I'll help you because I am your friend. But the reason I'm angry is why did you choose Paul over me? Why did you choose somebody that was once possessed by, a great enemy, and all that? Why? And hopefully we'll get an answer. Hopefully we'll get an answer. And again, I think honestly what's going on here, whether the writers over at Marvel will admit it or not, and whether any fans that still have a disdain for what happened will admit it or not, I think we're slowly getting hints here and there that maybe what's going to happen is memories of their past life are going to start resurfacing, are going to start making themselves known, and that hold, that hold that Mephisto had over them is slowly weakening and slowly breaking. And, again, they're going to start remembering, wait a minute, we were together before, and we were actually married. All these memories will start coming in, all these images, they'll feel like dreams and visions will start surfacing. And then that's when it's going to dawn on them that, oh, we were always meant to be together. We were always, meant to be married and all that, but something happened, and that's when we're going to probably get, the answer. We'll probably get the revelation, from, down the line, whether it's from Mephisto himself, or it's from someone like a Madam Web, if she's still alive in the comics or not. We'll get the answer that, yeah, you were always meant to be together. You were meant to be married. You were meant to have a family. But basically this happened. And it could be Mephisto that tells them, like, yeah, I'm the one that did it to you because you, Spider-Man, you, Peter Parker, stood in my way. You are the one threat I cannot defeat, I cannot figure out. Or on the other hand, like I said, it could be someone like a Madam Web or someone like one of the gods, like the Watcher maybe, coming down and saying, yeah, you guys were meant to be together. You guys did have a life together. You guys were married. But this guy, this entity down below, took it away from you because you wanted to save your Aunt May. But then they'll probably reveal that, well, maybe your Aunt May didn't want to be saved. Maybe she wanted to, go. Maybe she wanted to go be with Ben. I could see that happen. I could see that honestly happening maybe down the line. Not right away, but I could see that happening down the line. Because again, why are you suddenly building up, potentially, very slowly, the reuniting of these two on a romantic level if there was no plans to do it? Because I think, honestly, they're going to have it revealed little by little that the memories of the past life are going to be resurfacing. The images, the visions, these dreams of their past life are going to make themselves known, and that when it finally comes to the forefront, that they've both been having similar, if not the same kind of visions, dreams, memories popping up. That's when it's going to hit them that something happened, and either it's going to be, it's either going to be Mephisto himself, less than likely, I think, or it could be one of the upper gods, or maybe Madam Web that comes out and says, yeah, those visions, dreams, images you've been having, what seems like a past life together, that's all real. That's all true. And it's because of this dude below that you don't have it anymore because you wanted to save your Aunt May, from death and everything. So he made a bargain. He'll keep her alive, but he's taking everything away from you. He's taking away your marriage. He's taking away the life you knew. Everything was gone. And to me, that's what's going to lead us into that's what's going to lead into probably a big Spider-Man arc, if not overall Marvel arc, very, very soon. Because it feels like, you're getting all these X-Men-like story arcs coming in. Like you have Age of Revelation, which is an alternate, it's an alternate future Elseworld story. Basically non-canon, if you will, to the Prime 616. But you're getting stories like that. You're going to get I think a story arc that takes place in the Prime 616 of Shadows of Tomorrow or something like that. So you got all these things coming up, all these things coming up, and I think honestly it's going to lead to something that not only is going to retcon, because I think the one thing the Marvel Comics will want to do is if Kevin Feige is planning to reset the MCU kind of in a way like a soft reboot, a soft retcon, if you will, then I think honestly the Marvel Comics themselves are probably going to want to do something similar. Now I could be wrong, but I feel that might be the case. So what that would mean is by the time we get to 2020, by the time we go through 2026, the winter, the spring, the summer, and the fall, and then back to winter, I think that's when we're going to start getting some clues that something big is coming, and it's going to take what we're seeing, being rumbled at right now, hinted at, and surfacing right now, with MJ as MJ Venom and Peter Parker Spider-Man and all that. Sorry about that. That was a neighbor's car alarm going off. But anyway, like I said, it's all going to result with, it's all going to result in this big thing coming, and it's all starting, like I said, with everything we're seeing here, with the Peter Parker, Spider-Man, MJ, Venom, Paul, Dillon thing, Eddie Brock Carnage thing, and all that. We're starting to see it all, start to, surface, start to kind of become that foundation that's going to help build, across the next year, across the rest of this year, into next year, and come 2027, as we get ready for Secret Wars, the Secret Wars movie, that's when, and that's where apparently things are going to reset. Things are going to reset. That's when I think we're probably going to get an announcement that things are going to reset in the Marvel Comics universe, if you will, and not, just like it's going to softly reset in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's what I think is going to happen. Now, like I said, I could be wrong, but being someone that's read comics for a long time and read similar stories or situations for a long time in comics, and watched similar stories or situations play out in animated adaptations of these comics, I think honestly it's a good chance that that's what's going to happen. And right now with the Peter Parker, Spider-Man, MJ, Venom situation, along with the Dillon and Brock and Carnage, Eddie Brock stuff like that, all that, I think this is just the beginning. This is just like, when you're putting like together, a cake, or you're making bread or something like that, legitimately making bread from scratch. This is like just putting all the ingredients together and start to slowly mix it up, but then adding a little bit more over time to make it good, to make it worth, make it worth your while, if you will. But yeah, going back to what I was saying though, seeing this, and a lot of people thought it was funny. A lot of people across the board, you Google Mary Jane Venom submarine, a lot of people say, even on Reddit, they say you can't help but laugh at this because, again, Mary Jane's basically the one that comes up with the idea of, yeah, the only way nobody's going to detect this is if we basically turn into a submarine, and then there you go. And I like the idea that, again, Venom is basically telling her that because she's questioning, hey, you can shapeshift into anything you want. Why didn't you think about this? And him basically saying, look, I need my host to basically be the one to do that. I need my host to be like, yeah, we gotta hide, we're in a park somewhere, we gotta hide. Oh, I know, we'll turn into a tree. Phew, we're a tree now. And that's it. Or, hey, we need to get around town real quickly. I know, shapeshift into a motorcycle. There you go. It's great to kind of, get an explanation finally as to why we never saw that before. Not just with Venom, like I said, but with all the other symbionts. So yeah, it's kind of cool, and it is kind of funny. I will admit that it is kind of funny to see this. And again, it feels like they want to, and it feels and sounds like they want to give this up. No, you got to keep going with this. You got to keep running with this. For as long as you can, at least until you get to that one event, that one moment that I feel is coming, come 2027. And yes, that does mean having to go another year with this of Mary Jane as Venom. But again, you have so much potential, storyline wise, dramatic wise, and even comedic wise. If you want to throw a little humor in there, you have a lot of potential to work with here. But anyway, though, guys, I just wanted to come on here and give you my thoughts on the fact that yes, they finally did do something I felt that they needed to do. If you're going to have Mary Jane at the helm, because like I said before, and I say it again with all due respect, no offense, women are more imaginative, more mischievous to an extent, more seductive to an extent, and more, like I said, imaginative, innovative, and creative, than a male is. And I say it with all due respect, no offense, when it comes to having these kind of powers, and that's why you see a lot of mainstream stories, a lot of indie stories, a lot of web stories, if you will, having the female character, the main female character protagonist mostly, with these kind of powers. But that's all I'm going to say on this, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section down below if you didn't do it already in the live chat. And until next time, guys, like I said at the beginning, do me a solid favor, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, also share the video, and click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube, and support me over at my Fourth Wall store, my Teespring store, Patreon, Venmo, and Cash App. But guys, until next time, give me your thoughts on what I had to say here, and until then, I am out.
Well, the limited series, I guess that's what it was, of the all-new Venom, which had Mary Jane and Venom fused into one, basically, sharing one body, if you will. Basically, that series is coming to an end, and it's interesting the way it ended, because apparently, as we all predicted, Eddie and Venom's son Dylan found out the truth about Mary Jane and Venom. And it does look like a lot of people are going to get what they want, and that is Mary Jane and this Paul guy breaking up. But it also seems that something interesting is going to happen, because basically in the final issue of this, I guess, limited all-new Venom series, you had Mary Jane and Venom in a mindscape kind of situation. Basically an astral plane-like situation through meditation, if you will. Indian style, cross-legged Indian style meditation, if you will, kind of zen, if you will. And it's in that meditation that basically Mary Jane and Venom just, finally talk things out and finally let, each other know, how the other feels, what the other wants and everything, whether or not they're friends. And I think basically it's going to turn out to be, when we get to the regular Venom issue, which is next month, I think it was 250, where you have the former king of the symbionts, Null, I think that's his name, coming in to attack, Venom and maybe Carnage. We'll have to see. But I think in the end they are going to become friends, or at least they're going to start trying to be friends in a way to where it's like they have to understand their boundaries, if you will. They have to understand their boundaries. But the obvious question is, why did they go with Mary Jane? Now, I gave my thoughts and everything several months ago when this reveal was made. I basically said there was a lot of potential, there on the table, and it's been left on the table that they could go with. A lot of fun comedic potential if they wanted to. But they never did. They never really did, but it was there. It was there. But the question is, why go with Mary Jane out of all the suspects they gave, to people building up to that moment? Well, like I said before, I believe I said this, it's because it's a different, intriguing change. It's a change that basically coincides with the old days of comics. And that old days of comics, that motto is, expect the unexpected. Like you think you know, but then you don't know. And Mary Jane being Venom is one way that people didn't know, I should say, was going to occur. Now, you might ask yourself, well, wait a minute. If they are building to them separating, isn't that going to kill, both of them? Isn't that going to basically put them on a level of, uncertainty? Yeah, you might think that could happen, which again, makes me believe that what's going to happen is Mary Jane and Venom are going to become friends, kind of slowly build that friendship in the regular Venom series, but it's going to be at that understanding. Like if Mary Jane ends up in another relationship, maybe let's say with Peter, and she lets him in on what's going on, because basically if she, she'll find out, hey, or she already knows, I should say, that he's Spider-Man. Let's say she gets back together with him and, so on and so forth. She, the understanding could be, hey, me and Peter want to have some privacy, Venom. You mind kind of, going into a dark place, a very secluded place of the mind, where you don't see or hear anything. And, that might be what happens. We don't know. We don't know. But again, it is, an interesting question people would have to ask, even looking back on the limited series and whether or not it's going to be an ongoing thing in the regular series. And that is why? Why go with Mary Jane, out of all the characters? And again, I think it's just because it's about expect the unexpected. It's like basically giving you all these issues with all these different variant covers, these bait and click, all these bait and switch covers, I should say, It basically made you think, okay, it could be this. It could be this character. It could be that character. And, and they definitely gave you a lot of possibilities as to why it could be such character and so on and so forth. They gave you all kinds of possibilities, but, they didn't give you that one possibility you never saw coming, and that was Mary Jane. And you might ask, well, okay, Mary Jane they chose, but why? Why did they go with Mary Jane? Well, I think it's basically because of the fact that, one, obviously some people feel that, and this is the first thing, a lot of people feel that Marvel just wants to try to keep her relevant. That's true. There is a truth to that they do want to keep Mary Jane relevant due to the fact that, well, she's not with Peter right now. Even though she knows Peter and Spider-Man are one and the same, she's not with him right now. And, basically that's what fans want. They want her back with Peter. They want her back with Peter. But this is a Mary Jane. This is a Mary Jane that basically, unknowingly gave up her marriage to Mephisto, to save Aunt May. And now there's a possibility that she's going to get back together with Peter, but it's going to be under some unique circumstances. If that happens, great. If it doesn't, a lot of people are still going to wonder, hey, why do you avoid this? What's going on? And, that's just a wait and see situation. But again, I think they're trying to keep her relevant until that moment shows up. And the reason I think that moment is going to show up, and this is the second reason why they put her in this position, is because Peter is intelligent. His IQ is way higher than Paul's. Paul could put together the jackpot device and match it up to her DNA and whatever the case may be. And now with the addition of the Venom symbiote, she can not only change maybe her powers, the powers she utilizes thanks to the whisk slot machine or whatever it's called. But she can also use, the additional power of the Venom symbiote to not only give her, the extra, boost she needs, but give her the powers, that she selects, but beyond, what she expects. And we've seen that. We've seen that when, she talked about it in the flashback issue, the flashback issue of how she discovered her and Venom were now bonding. How they were becoming one and the same, if you will. So, again, to me, and again, this is the second reason why, like I said, I think they have her. The first reason, of course, is they want to keep her relevant. They want to give her something to do, as well as build to a certain point to where there's going to be a reason behind all of this, and that leads into the second reason that I was talking about, and that is potentially, and I alluded to this in the first reason as well, but the second main reason is her potentially getting back together with Peter, but in a unique way that nobody would expect. And, and that is, her being bonded with Venom and knowing Peter is the only one that has an IQ, as I was trying to say, that's a lot higher than even Paul's, and that Peter could be the only one with the technology and the know-how that could separate her and Venom successfully, and thus get her out of, this bond that she has with Venom, but still allow her to pursue her crime-fighting career if she wants to as Jackpot, and maybe take a sample take a sample or basically build upon what happened initially when she was Jackpot, when she had the Venom symbiote, build upon that so she could do it without the Venom symbiote. In other words, she could become, all these different versions of herself as Jackpot, as she was with the Venom symbiote. If that makes any sense. But I think that's the second reason why she's been put into the situation. The first reason, again, unexpected, nobody saw it coming, and also keeps her relevant and builds to number 2, which is her getting back with Peter, because again, this is a Mary Jane that, as I said, doesn't realize she gave up her marriage to Peter to Mephisto. She doesn't realize that. And yet, here's this opportunity of her getting back with Peter, both of them kind of probably having slight memories of that past life, but, those slight memories are not always intercoursing to where they need to be, and they're slowly fading, or quickly fading. So it makes sense that if you want to bring them back together, you do it in a way that's unique and different, but it will, at the end, when it's all said and done, satisfy everybody. It will satisfy everybody. But we'll have to see. But to me, that's the second reason. That's the second reason, getting her back with Peter so that he could come up with a solution that not only successfully separates her and Venom, but also allows her to continue on being Jackpot, but with power, but with her abilities enhanced thanks to research and study and maybe a bit of a sample from the Venom symbiote that allows her to go beyond the selective powers that she would have here and there. So that's the second reason. The third and final reason, obviously, as to why they went with Mary Jane, outside of, like I said, the number 1 reason, to expect the unexpected and keeping her relevant, and building to the number 2 reason, which is to get her back with Peter. But the third and final reason they went with Mary Jane is, like I've said before, Mary Jane. And I say this with all due respect, no offense, all due respect, no offense, Mary Jane is a female. And I will admit, females are more innovative, creative, imaginative, mischievous, and all that when they want to be, especially if they have powers that allows them to be a lot more than what they seem. And her having the Venom powers allowed her to be a lot more than what she seemed. Now, again, did they leave a lot of potential on the table? Absolutely. Absolutely, they lost not lost, but left a lot of potential on the table. Absolutely they did. But at the end of the day, again, that third reason is because, if they wanted to go any further, and they could still go further in the regular Venom series, but if they, and like I said, there's that possibility still there, but if they decide to go any further or not, again, Mary Jane seems like the kind of character, based on what she's done, outside of being a superheroine or superheroine, where, outside of that, she's a model and an actress. She can use that acting chops of hers to use the symbiont powers, to become anyone she wants to be, or anything, so that way she can find out certain situations. If that makes any sense. If that makes any sense. But again, to me, that's the third reason, because of the potential they left on the table, but they could still carry and pick up on that table into the regular Venom series. And that basically is allowing her to be more creative, more mischievous, more, imaginative, innovative, and all that kind of stuff. Sexual, seductive if they want, flirtatious. You have all those abilities. all those available abilities available to her, unlike before. I mean, look, obviously they took inspiration from Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, where the Mary Jane there, basically had what was left over of the Carnage symbiont bonded to her DNA, and now her whole body's basically able to shapeshift into whatever she wants it to be. Whether it's into her Spider-Woman outfit or Spider-Girl outfit, or if it's into different sets of clothes, maybe into different people, she can do it. Or, have her arms become different weapons and all that, she can do it, all because the DNA is bonded to her, and that might be what we see her. So again, 3 reasons in my opinion as to why they went with Mary Jane. 1, it was unexpected, no one saw it coming, keeps her relevant, and it builds to the number 2 reason, and that second reason being getting her back with Peter, because Peter, has a little bit more, IQ, a little bit more of a knowledgeable IQ of how to maybe, find a solution to this predicament and successfully, unbond Mary Jane from Venom, and, do it in a safe way that keeps them both alive. And third, basically, because of the fact that, and again, I say this with all due respect, no offense, as a female character, she could prove, if they want to continue it on in the regular series, she could prove, to be more imaginative, more inventive, more, innovative, more mischievous, maybe even more flirtatious and seductive with the power she has, courtesy of Venom. And also the fact that, again, she could also go back to being Jackpot, going back to the number 2 reason, go back to being Jackpot after Peter successfully, defuses them, safely. But she could do it in a way to where she could use a sample of the Venom symbiont, the Venom symbiont, sample, if you will, a sample of the Venom symbiont, that's what I'm trying to say. She could use that to add to her powers, that she can basically increase her powers as, her changing powers as Jackpot to be more than what they were, to be exactly what we saw in the flashback, as I said, in that one issue. And again, I think what's going on here is they're taking inspiration, whether they want to admit it or not, they're taking inspiration from that Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. Because again, in that one, Mary Jane got infected by the Carnage symbiote, became the Carnage Queen, got freed, and guess what? As a result of her time as the Carnage Queen, the symbiont fused with her DNA, but to a point that that little bit of symbiont that was left in her, it fused with her DNA to now, all she has to do is just think about going in, being in her Spider-Girl outfit. There you go. Think about what weapon or something she wants to use, change her arm or feet into that. Or even melt down into a puddle, change into somebody different, change outfits, if you will. All she has to do is think about it and it happens, because it's part of her DNA. And that's kind of where I think we're heading. I mean, potentially, but not in a similar manner. Because like I said, I think what they're going to build towards, this being the number 2 reason, is her and Peter being back together, and her and Peter being the only one outside of anybody else that could find a way to successfully separate them back into 2 people, or back into 2 entities. And, in that way, what happens is that they can then use a sample of the Venom symbiont, if you will, to increase her powers as Jackpot, to, allow her to go back to being Jackpot, but now she can change into any, I guess you could say, form or power or whatever it is that she rolls the counter on, and it increases, maybe tenfold due to the fact that she has the additional symbiont sample as a part of it. If it makes any sense. But those are the reasons I believe they went with Mary Jane. Those 3 reasons. And what they're building towards, and maybe what they're using as an example as to why they did it. It's different than what you see or what you saw in that Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, but it's not. It's not that, it is different, I should say, but in a way, and what the result has become, it's very similar. Because basically, Venom and Mary Jane are fused, bonded on molecular DNA level. Same with the Mary Jane in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. So the only question is, what will be the end result? Will Mary Jane and Venom be successfully separated, to the point that maybe as a token of appreciation for helping out, Venom lets Peter and Mary Jane use a sample of the symbiont form, to put into, Mary Jane's jackpot outfit, and she can go on doing her superheroine stuff, but now she has the addition of that symbiont, in the jackpot counter, to where when she rolls on like a certain super form or whatever, she could become that and more, if you will. Could that be what we're leading towards in the future? And again, it would be similar but not identical to what you see what you saw in Ultimate Spider-Man. Similar but not identical, which is kind of interesting choice of words to use. But to me, again, I know it sounds like I'm rambling. I did work today, guys, so I am a bit tired. I do apologize. But to me, when you really get down to it, everything I've said here, as ramblish as it sounded, to me, basically explains in a unique package as to why they went with Mary Jane. Again, I gave 3 reasons, in my opinion. It was unexpected. It keeps her relevant, and it builds to your second reason, which is her and Peter getting back together, and Peter being the one to separate them, successfully, so that way she can go on to be jackpot again, maybe with a bit of the symbiont as a part of her powers, stuff like that. And number three, like I said, basically it allows her character to grow even more, with however much longer they're going to go with this. Because again, there's a lot left on the table, and what they could do in the ongoing regular Venom series is they could pick some of that stuff up and utilize it, but we'll have to see. And again, I do believe they are using inspiration from stories like Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon story, the Carnage Queen situation, where the end result was basically on a molecular DNA level, Mary Jane is bonded with that symbiont, to where now she could use the symbiont powers to shape her body any which way she wants, if you know what I mean. But that's all I'm going to really say on it, guys. Again, I know I sound like I rambled all over the place, so I do apologize. I am tired. Like I said, I did work. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on everything here. I just wanted to give you my thoughts as well on the situation. What do you think is going to be the next step? Because obviously it does sound like, both want to be separated, but both are kind of, borderlining on the fact that, they're not friends, but it's being done in a way to where, they just don't want to outright say, yeah, we've become friends and all that, so they're trying to avoid it and everything, because Venom wants Eddie back, Mary Jane wants to be separated, but done safely. What's going to be the situation? What's going to be the result? What do you think is going to happen? And obviously this is going to tie into the Eddie Brock Carnage situation, because Eddie Brock is bonded with Carnage. So how is that going to play a role in everything going forward? It's going to be interesting to see. But let me know what your guys, let me know what your thoughts are, I should say, on what I've had to talk about here. What do you think is going to be the next step? Do you agree with some of the things I said, even though I sound very ramblish on it? Let me know. And do me a favor, guys, before I close down here, do me a favor, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and everything, and also click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube, as well as also click on the last link in the description to go to my Teespring store for merchandise you can't get anywhere else. But guys, give me your thoughts. Love to hear from each and every one of you on this, and until next time, I'm out.
In a recent video, I talked about how, basically, a couple of issues ago, that, when Mary Jane Venom had to escape from, the pursuers, that Mary Jane came up with the idea to dive into the water and shapeshift them into a submarine. And basically we find out that, the reason Venom never really did this before is because he needs, on his own at least, is because he needs his host to come up with the idea. That way he can adapt to it, but he's also learning about learning himself, or something to that extent. basically overall, it's like he needs somebody to come up with the idea to make it happen, to make it a reality, and he's also still learning about learning itself, basically learning on how to take what he's learning and adapt it maybe in the future on his own or something like that. But one thing, and I do want to say this before I start, do me a solid favor, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and click on the links to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube, as well as click on the Fourth Wall Store link at the top, Teespring Store link at the bottom, Patreon link for support, Venmo and Cash App as well, and also Super Chats will be open in the live chat if you want to just say hi or hopefully donate something there. It'd be greatly appreciated. Whatever you can do can help. But anyway, to get on to topic here, basically, long story short, whatever the host comes up with idea-wise, creatively, Venom, it'll allow, basically to allow Venom to learn it and be able to adapt to the situation they're in. But I bring all this up because mainly ever since the all-new Venom situation with Mary Jane began, a lot of people have been really just not on board with it. I mean, some are. I mean, I'm totally fine with it because, like I've said before, I see the potential. The mischievous, fun, comedic, and storytelling potential. Um, but a lot of other people, like I said, are not on board. But the question would be why? Why aren't they on board? Well, the one answer they basically say is that it flies in the face of everything historically between Mary Jane and Venom. Mostly the fact that Venom, when he was, hosted by Eddie Brock, disguised himself as Peter and basically, scared the living bejesus out of Mary Jane, several decades ago in an issue, and pretty much traumatized her. And then ever since then, she's had an issue with Venom or with Peter donning anything similar in costume to the Venom outfit, or to the Venom suit, if you will, to the Venom suit. And look, they're totally correct. They're totally correct that normally, and I keyword there is normally, it would fly in the face of all that if they didn't overlook one crucial detail, and that one crucial detail is the one thing they don't like to be reminded of, and that's one more day. You see, they seem to forget that when one more day happened, when Mephisto took away, Peter and MJ's marriage, the love, so that Aunt May can survive. Pretty much what happened is by doing so, Mephisto reset history, and basically allowed Peter and MJ to start from scratch. So basically what happened, in a sense, is that anything that occurred before then got wiped out. In other words, Mary Jane's traumatic encounter with Venom, in that original 616 timeline, never happened. Now, I haven't followed the comics for a while, so I don't know if it happened again, but the way they're playing it off, from what I can tell, from what I can see, basically she has no true recollection, if you will. I mean, yeah, she'll, I think, talk about it or something, or she'll touch upon it or something, but it's not in the same vein, if you will, as, as it would have been had this all taken place within that same timeline, that same continuity, if it hadn't been rebooted, hadn't been changed to that deal. So yeah, it still could have happened, but entirely differently. But I think, the reason for it not being, reflected on as much by MJ at all is because it didn't have that kind of a traumatic effect on her like it did in the original timeline. And also, I think because she's been sued so much and is now post One More Day continuity, she's been through so much and everything. As far as being with Peter and being a superhero in herself and stuff, that she pretty much is looking at the fact that Venom, and especially seeing that Venom would be more, I guess you could say, more of a hero, wanting to do right, depending on his host, mostly Eddie Brock, or Flash Thompson or whatever. you know, she's starting to see that, yeah, Venom and her still have an uneasy history based on how certain events turned out in this post One More Day timeline and everything. They still have a history, but she's starting to see that, he, he's not as vicious as he once was, and it all basically takes a certain individual being the host and being an influence. But outside of that, I think the other reason, like I said, is because the way it took place in the original pre One More Day situation, the way it took place there, yeah, that was very traumatizing for her. There's no doubt, and that basically, had this storyline that we're getting now been, concocted, if you will, during that timeline, that pre One More Day timeline, then yeah, Mary Jane would reluctantly want to. Then Mary Jane would reluctantly be his partner, fused to him and all that. But she'd be more, I guess you could say, um, more determined to try to separate them safely, so that she doesn't have to deal with him anymore. Because again, yes, in this post One More Day timeline, there is a history. There is a history. You know, but again, the way that history takes place between the two is not the same as the pre One More Day history. You kind of get what I'm saying. In other words, like I said, the way she got traumatized, the way he did what he did to her originally in the pre One More Day 616 timeline probably differs from the way it took place in the post One More Day timeline. I know that sounds strange and everything, or confusing, or conflicting coming from me in the way I'm putting it together. But if you really want to think about it, you just got to go back to One More Day. The moment that deal happened, the moment things got reset, the moment the marriage ended, everything that took place during that pre that pre that pre dissolution of the marriage, of Mary Jane and Peter's love life, everything that took place before that became ended up being erased or altered in a way to where it did take place, but it took place in a way that was much more different, much more, I guess you could say, fitting for the new continuity and timeline of their existence. And I think that's what some people seem to forget. I think that's what a lot of people here on YouTube, from various comic book YouTubers and social media outlets, they seem to forget. One More Day, the change that happened there, not only altered MJ and Peter's lives, basically ended their marriage and all that, but it pretty much in a way reset everything. It reset everything to, and that was my phone going off in the background. It reset everything to the point that certain events still took place, but they took place in a very different, perspective. And hold on for a second. That was my phone going off. Basically, cable is calling, and I don't know why. The bill ain't due till the 26th, so I don't know. I guess they want to do reminders. But anyway, like I said, everything pretty much, pretty much, was changed. Like certain events still took place, but they were altered to take place in a different way, in a different perspective. I know I go back to this a lot, but being a longtime Sonic fan, when they had to do the post soft reboot, or reboot if you will, and everything after the first Mega Man Sonic crossover, basically Sonic himself in a panel said that there are certain events, historical events that he remembers differently that were changing to match the way to match the way they were the way they are in this world, in this continuity. Because basically he remembers certain things like Robotnik Eggman's betrayal of the king, but being done differently. Basically, now it's not just the original Robotnik in like the pre-reboot stage of the comic, but now it's Eggman and all that that's doing the betray and all that and so on. So So he's, noticing that his history is being altered and changed to match the timeline. You know, his memories and all that. And I bring that up because here with Mary Jane, in her history with Venom, a lot of that too got altered, got changed. That encounter in the apartment may have been changed to be an encounter that takes place someplace else, or never at all. But yet, she's encountered him enough to be like, yeah, I don't like you, I don't trust you, and everything. But she's but basically she has enough, I guess you could say, acknowledgement to see that he's trying to turn things around. Depending on his host, Eddie Brock or whoever, Venom wants to turn things around and be a hero. But again, I think people just seem to overlook that fact that One More Day was like a soft reboot, a soft retcon. Whether we like One More Day or not, this is a soft reboot retcon of the comic, of the Spider-Man main 616 continuity in various aspects, mostly for certain characters, like Mary Jane, like Peter, like Aunt May, and many others associated with their life. You know, so basically, long story short, I think people seem to gloss over that, and they need to remember this. They need to take that into account and realize, oh, that's why that's why Mary Jane is more willing to be with Venom or work with Venom, not just for their own survival, not just for each of their own survival, as has been documented over the past year, but mainly because their encounters, went differently than they did pre One More Day. So I think people need to look into that. Yeah, you can criticize and hate One More Day all you want. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's kind of like with Sonic fans on how they felt that when the post soft reboot of the comic happened, pretty much Ian Flynn came out and said, yeah, we're not going to do any more Sonic and Sally. They're just friends. But oh, we'll lean more towards Sally and Nicole. you know. But anyway, yeah, a lot of fans on that side of the spectrum understand because they're like, we want Sonic and Sally together. We want them as an item. But but Ian basically doing the pre-reboot, or not pre-reboot, but the post-reboot and everything, basically said, yeah, that's not going to happen anymore. You know, and that any histories they've had with each other, you know, it's going to be presented as similar, but it's going to be different. And that's why in some of the origin stories we've seen with the characters, some of the histories are similar, but you can tell there's a difference. There's a huge difference, if you will. And again, that's what some fans need to understand about this. When the One More Day thing happened, it altered reality, for Peter, like I said, for Peter, for MJ, for Aunt May, for Felicia, for anybody around them and associated with them, it altered that reality. Like the rest of the world is still going on as normal, but their reality associated with it now has changed. Their histories with this world, that seemingly is going on, as normal, without change, their new histories are, you amalgamating, basically merged, or have merged with this, with the world, the new histories that is. So again, any events, any encounters, and all that, they may have happened, and if not, indeed did, but they happened differently, if at all, if they happened at all. So again, that's why when you look at the Mary Jane Venom situation, you need to go back to that One More Day. And I think that's the other reason fans are angry, because they probably do realize that the reason Mary Jane is cool with, is, well, not totally cool with Venom, but it's a necessity of survival for them. I think that's the other reason fans are upset about this, because it does remind them of One More Day. It does remind them of the fact that things got reset, for the characters in the Prime Spider-Man book. And they don't like that. They don't like that reminder, but unfortunately it's there, and they just have to they just have to deal with it. Like I said yesterday, I feel that this is all leading to a big event in a year and a half, that's going to basically kind of reset things back somewhat to what they were before, to where you'll get Peter and Mary Jane back together, to where maybe they will be remarried or back to their marriage and everything. And things will get revealed. Maybe we'll find out why Mephisto did it. Maybe he'll be like it. hey, I see Spider-Man as the only true threat to my, my potential domination and all that. So, that could be a reason. We don't know. We don't know, but we'll have to, just wait and see what happens over the next year and a half. But I feel this, along with all the other events that are happening in the Marvel Comics, good or bad or mixed, are all leading to one big event in 2027. I just feel it. I just feel it. But anyway, though, guys, that's just what I just wanted to come on here and mention that and all that and everything. Let you know that at the end of the day, you have to remember that the reason things are happening the way they are here, why Mary Jane is um, more willing, but it's out of necessity to be part of Venom, be bonded with him, fused with him, is mainly because of the fact that things got reset due to the one more day deal. But that's all I can say, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are down below in the comments, as well as in the live chat during the premiere, if you didn't do that already. And like I said at the beginning, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel. Also, click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere, and support me elsewhere as well. It'd be greatly appreciated if you can. And until next time, guys, give me your thoughts, and I am out. Hey everyone, so it is about 5:10 or 5:11 p.m. on this Thursday, February 12th, 2026. It is about 61 degrees outside, sunny, and the sun is getting ready to go down because we're still in standard time, about a little less than a month away from daylight savings. Now, before I get started here, I'd like to ask you guys to do me a solid favor, and that's like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube. You can find me at all your favorite audio and video podcast platforms like iTunes, iHeartRadio, Pandora, Spotify, Audible, Amazon Music, Radio Public, and to an extent Sirius XM, and maybe in the very near future on Netflix, courtesy of the partnership with Spotify, because they are now implementing podcasts onto the platform. Also, you can find me at alternate YouTube outlets like Rumble, Dailymotion, Vimeo, and Odyssey. I also have a Patreon, which I'll get up and running very soon again. And basically, this Patreon will be just like it was late last year when I restarted it, to where essentially you will be seeing the content on there 24 to 48 hours before it shows up on YouTube or on any of the alternate YouTube platforms I mentioned, just in case maybe it doesn't meet up to YouTube standards. If you get my grift. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Venmo and a Cash App. If you want to help directly there, I'd be greatly appreciative. It helps me out tremendously, especially right now with bills and everything. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me on other creative outlets like DeviantArt at BVW1979, for Affinity at BW1979, and InkMoney.net at BWRosas. I also have a couple of online stores. I have a Fourth Wall store and a Teespring store. The links for those are in the description. Fourth Wall store is in the middle of the description, and Teespring store is, its link is near the bottom. Also, I will have affiliated stores listed as well, so click on those, especially if you want to find something in time for Valentine's Day, which is only a few days away. So please click on those. It helps me out, and it helps you out. It helps me out by a commission, anyway. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me on social media outlets as well, like TikTok, Twitter, and Blue Sky, all under BW Rosas. I do have a twitch.tv and a kick.com. The kick.com is a backup to the twitch.tv, but basically what I'm saying is I have more content on twitch.tv if you want to check that out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, during this live video premiere, the live chat will be open along with super chat. So if you want to just come on in, give your thoughts, in the live chat, go ahead and do so. But if you want to help me out and help out the brand and all that for the future, super chats are open as well. So get those super chats on in with whatever you can do. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the comments section will be open on both occasions, so go ahead and check that out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the super thanks. The super thanks, which is the little heart and dollar sign icon, or the dollar sign in the middle of it, I should say, of the heart. That icon basically will be up and running after the video is done premiering. So with that said, let's get on to the topic at hand. So, about last year, literally about a year ago, just about, I came out here and I talked about probably one of the biggest storylines in comic book recent comic book history, I should say, mostly pertaining to Marvel. And that was the fact that in the previous year, in the later part of 2024, they were doing this little mystery story. They were doing this little mystery story for the all-new Venom. For the Venom series, the all-new Venom comic and all that. And the mystery that was being asked, and they wanted people to try to solve, was who was now wearing the Venom symbiote, or wearing the Venom symbiote suit, or symbiote suit, whatever you want to call it, symbiote. Basically, it's like who was behind the symbiote suit now of Venom, and they gave off some very interesting names. They did. They gave off Robbie Thompson, Robbie, I believe. I think his name's Thompson or something like that. But Robbie from Spider-Man from the Daily Bugle. They gave off Flash. I think Flash Thompson, maybe. They gave off an ally of the Hulk, basically of Bruce Banner's. They gave that guy off, as a potential new host. They gave a villainess. She has the name with mask in it or something like that. It's Golden Mask or something. They gave her off as a potential suspect. But at the end of the day, the person that was revealed to be behind the Venom symbiote suit, the person that ended up being the new host, was Mary Jane Watson. And to recap, basically a lot of fans were not thrilled with this. Because basically they're like, well, wait a minute, you just sent us on a wild goose chase over the past several issues, or the first, 4 issues, trying to guess who this person is, that's wearing the symbiote suit. And the entire time, out of the ones you pretty much put on the suspect board as the potential new host, it turns out to be neither of them, and it turned out instead to be Mary Jane Watson, Peter Parker's old flame. If not the true flame, basically Peter Parker's Sally to his Sonic. And like I said, a lot of folks were not too thrilled with this. They're like, well, what's going on here? Doesn't she have a traumatic history with Venom? Did he not scar her to the point that when Peter put the symbiote suit back on, or something akin to it, that it freaked her out, that she asked him not to wear it in front of her or ever wear it again? Well, yeah, that all happened. But I think what people fail to kind of realize, and I mentioned this in a video myself, basically, when One More Day happened, One More Day, OMD, when One More Day happened, basically the results of what the deal with Mephisto caused was the entire universe, that the entire reality and universe centered around Spider-Man, it changed. And it didn't just change with him. It didn't just change with him specifically. It changed for everyone associated with him. So it didn't just change for him. It didn't just change for Mary Jane. It changed for everyone. And the reason for this basically was, apparently, according to different reports and interviews and stuff, it was to get Peter back to it was basically to get Spider-Man Peter Parker back to status quo. Basically back to being Spider-Man who can't be tied down in a relationship because of, him being who he is. And that's essentially what happened. Although they've now allowed Peter to have different relationships, from the rebooted Felicia Hardy, Black Cat, to someone different, an original character, and so on. And the same is pretty much said for Mary Jane. Mary Jane went on to end up having different relationships with other guys, and including, most infamously, Paul, who was once a villain, or at least possessed by a villain, but, because of his knowledge of magic or something like that, to that, extent. Well, basically, to get to the point, fans, like I said, were not too fond of this revelation. nor were they fond of the fact that the reason she was put in this predicament, due to the backstory she explained, was because of what Paul did. You see, Mary Jane, before bonding, fusing molecularly, and you heard that correctly, molecularly, with Venom, Mary Jane was given this little wrist thing, little wrist bracelet, whatever you want to call it, kind of a slot machine, a little mini wrist slot machine. And basically, whatever she would land on, you know, from a slot machine perspective, like whatever she would land on, she would get something power wise akin to what she landed on. So if she landed on a certain you know I guess you could say color, or certain symbolism, or certain fruit, or certain cards, or symbolism, like I said, symbolism, like letters or whatever the case may be. Just like just like you and I would, land on one of those with a regular slot machine. Whatever she would land on, she would gain a power akin to that. Sometimes she would gain a power that was equal to almost a goddess, almost to Phoenix, if you know what I mean. Or she would gain a power that was very ridiculous, like during one of her team ups with, Black Cat, who I'm going to talk about here as well. She ended up turning into slime, basically into a slime girl, goo girl, and she was able to fight in that way and even engulf some people in her goo. Or, like I said, she could become as powerful as a phoenix, or she could get something that is a lot kind of in the middle. Sometimes she could get a power that lets her become solid steel and everything, and she becomes invulnerable for a bit, stuff like that. Well, what Paul also put in there was something that pretty much was something she didn't want to always land on. Well, not always land on, but she wanted to prevent landing on, especially if all three came up. And what he put in there on the slot machine, outside of all the different powers she can gain, because the slot machine wrist was a amalgamation. It was an amalgamation, if you will, amalgamation of magic and science. Basically it was a merger, it was a fusion of magic and science, amalgamation, like Alchemy Comics or whatever it was called, that little hybrid sub brand division that Marvel and DC had when they did the little thing there. The amalgamation. Basically that's what it was. It was like an amalgamation, a fusion, a merger of magic and science. So again, whatever she would land on, she'd get that power. But in addition to that, she also was given the dreaded, reality that there was three symbols, or one symbol that she did not want to hit, in a row. Basically, she did not want to get this symbol, three times in a row. Kind of like when you hit a slot machine and it gives you, it gives you like, let's say you hit 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Oh, here's the wild card, or something like that. Or just here's the wild card, here's the wild card, here's the wild card. Whatever the jackpot is that will really give you money beyond your dreams for that time period, right? Or for at least that moment. For that moment. Anyway, what I'm getting at, because I know you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, Brian, get to the point. What I'm getting at is basically she was given, all that opportunity, all those powers within that wrist, right, within that little slot wrist. But there was one thing she did not need to land on, and that was three skulls. If she hit three skulls, she's history. That's right. If she was to hit one skull and she gets something else, she's fine. She might have she might be weakened. Maybe the power won't be as strong, or whatever the case may be. But she wouldn't be, dead. She'd just be weak. She'd have the power, but she'd be weak. But if she hits all three skulls, she's history. She gets broken down, piece by piece, molecule by molecule, until she's wiped out of existence. So how does Venom come into play, you might ask? Well, Venom comes into play because Venom basically is pretty much a gooey, melted shell of his old self. Yeah, he's a gooey, melted shell of his old self because of the Venom Wars that they just went through. It was a story arc that was before this. And long story short, Mary Jane, who partook in the Venom Wars, had a little bit of venom, kind of accidentally, inadvertently, get merged, fused into her slot machine. And what happened is it caused her to, not only get get different powers, unlike the ones she would get previously, but it would also cause her to, more rapidly potentially get to that one, icon in a row that she did not want to hit. And what the addition of Venom would do, basically with the slot machine, because again, part of him got in there, is it would give her different powers. Like it would give her a power similar to Carol Danvers, if you will, of Captain Marvel. It would give her basically a power similar to a member on the X-Men, who is basically known for being just a blob of goop at times. And it does show her becoming that because it hits, two cherries in a Venom face, and all of a sudden she turns into goop in midair, and she splats on the ground into a puddle and all that. So she's got, some new interesting powers because of that, or at least it's a new kind of mixture. And she ends up in a situation to where when Venom encounters her in the sewers, she is essentially a living corpse. She is basically zombified because I think she hits a skull, a Venom face, and then something else, and it causes her to get zombified. So basically, when she encounters Venom, she ends up hitting her slot machine ends up hitting all three skulls, and it's basically it's basically lights out for her. She's done. So Venom, basically because he's a good guy now, thinks to himself, well, I can't let her die. What would Peter do? Because Peter, he knows Peter loves her. So he does the one thing that he believes is going to save both of them. He literally, as I mentioned earlier, from a molecular standpoint, fuses both of them together into one. Thus, they become Venom. Not just, him, being like what he was with Peter and Eddie Brock and all that. No. He literally they literally become one. It's not like, in the past, like with he and Carnage, to where they can go and jump from one person to another and that new person's their host. No. Basically, because he did what he did, and merging his DNA, his symbiote DNA, with molecularly with Mary Jane's, and then the usage of the slot and all that. I know it sounds complicated, more complicated than it should. Basically, he ends up fusing them together, and they end up mutually agreeing that it is for the benefit. That basically it's for their own benefit of survival for them to be this way. Even though Mary Jane's not too thrilled with it, she does kind of warm up to it, and you can kind of tell in more recent issues that she is starting to look at Venom, who is now her other half, as a friend. She used to not look at him in that perspective, but she kind of looks at him now in that way, because understanding that, hey, if it wasn't for him, she'd be dead, and vice versa. So yeah, I know it sounded complicated, and I know it took a while just to get to it. Let me see how far I am. Oh yeah, I do apologize. I'm at 17 minutes and 40 seconds just about. But yeah, basically, that's how long it takes to, explain all this. Actuality, if I minus the, plugs of where you can find me outside of YouTube, it took about 14 minutes, if you will. But still, yeah, it's, kind of like, that complicated. It's very complicated just to catch people up to speed as to what's going on. Because a lot of people, I guarantee you, are looking into this comic now, looking into the Black Cat comics, looking into the Amazing Spider-Man comics, and they're seeing what's going on here, and they're probably asking, what I miss? What's going on here? So basically, they got to be caught up to speed. They got to be caught up to speed. Excuse me. Now, how does Black Cat come into play? Well, before we get there, they were doing this. they were doing like a little mini arc within the all new Venom to kind of get people established with, Mary Jane and Venom being pretty much one in the same, pretty much being fused together for survival. And they had some fun with this later on because one of the things I talked about when I first talked about this last year, I said they need to go all out with this. Like if you're going to have a female character, a lead female character like Mary Jane, be put in this situation, then you need to do what a lot of people that put female characters, lead females or kind of sub-lead females characters in the situation. You need to allow her to be mischievous. You need to allow her to be creative, imaginative, seductive, flirtatious, fun. You need to let her go all out and do all of that and more, along with telling the story. Along with telling the story and everything, connecting it all together. And although it took a while, they finally did get to that point because one of the issues that came out late last year, or at least towards the later part of last year. One of the stories had Mary Jane and Venom on the run from Scarab. I think that's the group's name, Scarab. They had them on the run from them, and what they did is they had them dive into the Washington River, and the next thing we see is not only them in the Washington River, but we see basically Venom in the shape of a submarine. And we see Mary Jane inside of there, basically connected to Venom, with all these little tendrils, tentacles, or whatever you want to call it, tendrils and everything, tentacles, just connecting, both of them, together for her to do this, And, one of the questions, she asked Venom is, you're a shape-shifting alien. Why couldn't you do this kind of stuff before? And Venom's answer basically, plainly is, basically that his host, like let's say Eddie Brock and all that, never came up with ideas like that. And on his own, he would need the host to come up with ideas. And, with, like I say, someone like Eddie Brock or Peter Parker, there was never the means to do that except for maybe disguising them as somebody else. Like if you go back to the animated series, the 1990s animated series when Venom debuted, Venom disguised Eddie Brock as a police officer or something like that to get some information, so that nobody would recognize him. And if you look at the Venom movies, Venom is easy enough to disguise himself as Eddie's clothing, if you will, like his suits and all that, tuxedos and stuff like that. But anyway, he explains to her that on his own, like I said, he can't do this kind of stuff. He needs the host to do it, and that his previous host never would actually, go, this far in this directive, never get this creative. Well, yet here we are. Mary Jane basically saying, well, you know what? We're together now as one. I'm pretty much your host, but not like, normally, we're pretty much molecularly one. Mary Jane's like, you know what? Fine. If we're going to do this, I'm going to come up with ideas that are going to be more interesting and maybe a little fun, but basically acceptable for whatever we have to go through. So becoming a submarine was one thing she came up with. Her doing that kind of inspired, Venom to come up with the idea to disguise themselves as Iron Man, as Tony Stark, if you will, in one issue. And then in the more recent Black Cat issue that just came out yesterday on the 11th, I should say, February 11th, they end up going with Black Cat into this multi-dimensional area because Mary Jane's got to retrieve an old tape of hers, an old videotape of hers that could, I guess, expose a side of her, that would humiliate her, that would make her look bad or something. We don't know. So what's one of the things she shapeshifts into? While they're underwater, because they got to go underwater to reach the portal to go through, right, to this multi-universe area. So what does she shapeshift into when they go underwater? Does she become a submarine again? Well, yeah, kind of. We find that out later on from what I understand. But no, she becomes a big old fish. Yeah, she and Venom become a big old fish. And how do we know this? Because Black Cat apparently, I think, is bisexual. In this, correct me if I'm wrong. This version of Felicia Hardy, is Black Cat is bisexual, and she's flirting with a mermaid. A mermaid who could be a mutant or maybe a creature from the other dimension. Who knows? And basically, Mary Jane and Venom, Mary Jane slash Venom, has to basically reach out with her, slime tentacles to grab her and literally pull her and absorb her into the fish body she created. So so yeah, basically you get to see her, doing more shape shifting and stuff. And again, this is where, like I said, earlier, basically, they need to let this character embrace, the fun that they could have with the different, shape shifting scenarios they can get into or utilize, especially if it helps, move the story along, if you know what I mean. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to see. Now the story, again, like I said, that is involving Black Cat right now is the fact that there's an old tape that of Mary Jane that's in another dimension. It's lost somewhere in a dimension. That if it gets out there and everything, it could, ruin her. It could expose her. It could humiliate her. And whatever that tape is, she doesn't want anybody to see. Now, I know a lot of fans could pretty much project, particularly what kind of, tape it is. They're not going to outright say it just yet. Excuse me, because they got a couple more months of issues to go with the story next month in April. So they're not going to flat out say what it is. But and I'm sure we'll find out. I'm not even sure if we find out in this issue. I haven't read the issue yet. I've seen the previews. But the other is, but if they don't say anything in this issue, I don't think they do. I don't think they do because one of the previews ends with Mary with Black Cat caught by something. Yeah, she's grabbed by something, caught and grabbed by something. And so again, I'm not totally sure if we find out in this issue. I'm pretty sure we'll find out either next month or in April, what this tape is and why is it so important to Mary Jane to, to her to get it back so that, it doesn't get shown. And like I said, I'm sure people could be like, oh, it could be, a certain SEX tape and all that. And maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a tape of her enjoying, something that she's currently a part of right now, if you know what I mean. But she doesn't want it to get out. Who knows? So speculation could be, speculation obviously with fans is going to be, out there about what this tape is and why Mary Jane doesn't want it to get out there and humiliate her if it, should that happen, should that happen and everything. But speaking of Mary Jane, when she and Venom became one on the molecular level, pretty much fused together for survival, everybody was always complaining about the fact, or not, I wouldn't say complaining, but critiquing the fact that even though some of them were okay with it and some of them were not, and, back and forth and in the middle, one of the things they did critique that they, one thing they did critique in common, if you will, one thing they did critique in common was they didn't like the idea that when Mary Jane would become Venom, she'd basically go from being female to male, and vice versa. Like when Venom would go back to Mary Jane, he'd go from male to female, if you know what I mean. So they weren't particularly fond of that, even though they could both pretty much, separate and be individualized. The only thing is they'd have to be next to each other, through a tentacle, a tether, I think, is it called, is it tether? Tether is what I'm looking for. Tentacle tether connection, because they're fused, they're basically one. And, again, a lot of people were critiquing that. It's like it just didn't make any sense. Now, from a story perspective, it did kind of make sense because you didn't want to give out the fact that, okay, this Venom that people are seeing is basically, a girl. You don't want it to be, flat out feminine shape and all that right away because it would be pretty much a good guess of, oh, we know who it is. And storyline wise, it would be a good guess for like, what is it, Scarab? I think, Scrab or Scab, Scarab, whatever they called themselves, that group name. it'd be easy for them to be like, oh, we know who it is then, and to go after them. So from a storyline perspective, it made sense, for her to basically, look like a male Venom, if you will, basically look like a male when she became Venom. So I bring this up because one of the things you're going to see here on the screen is that come the summer, or at least projected for the summer of this year, in one of the issues of Venom, or the all new Venom, or just Venom, the cover you see here basically is showcasing, along with the work print, along with the drawings, if you will, that have also been uploaded. Basically, this summer, people have been wanting Mary Jane to, if she's going to be Venom, to have that more Mary Jane feminine, shape. They're going to get it. They're going to get it because she's going to end up getting a female Venom shape, if you will. I guess going forward after what is it going to be, 259 or something like that? She's going to get, a new Venom female shape, more seductive, I guess, feminine shape than before. Now, you might ask yourself, well, what does this mean for Venom as he is? Does this mean he's going to transgend and become female? Does it mean he's going to finally be separate, but she's still going to be part of him because, she'll still have, she'll still be, Venomized, she'll have the Venom suit and everything? Your guess is as good as mine. My assumption is what's going to happen is they're going to agree that since now, because apparently, according to the Black Cat issue, her identity's out there. They know who she is. They know that she and Venom are one and the same, apparently. So basically, I guess the solution is that's going to be is they're going to come to the agreement like, hey, everybody knows me and you are one now. Might as well just go with the flow and let me be a she Venom. And there you go. And that's pretty much, I think, what's going to happen. It won't be she Venom like, okay, she's just a female version of Venom. She's going to be Venom, but you're going to tell it's Mary Jane because apparently she's going to be able to keep her hair and everything, and it's just going to be like covering her up in a Venom suit, kind of very similar and akin, if you will, to Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. Because in that one, she was able to become Spider-Woman due to the fact that when she was the Carnage Queen, she was injected with the Carnage symbiote, and because the symbiote still resided in her DNA, or blended with her thoroughly in her DNA, now she can basically shapeshift her body, body parts and everything into whatever she needed, as well as even call upon her own spider suit to wear when it came to being in battle and everything. So yeah, basically I think they're taking inspiration from that. And now the question is, where are they going to go from here when they get to this part of the story in 259? Is she still going to be able to do the shape-shifting and all that if now it's just going to be like a Mary Jane version of Venom? I would assume so. Because, because it is fun to see, Venom, her making Venom change shape and everything to fit whatever environment they're in. It's fun to see that now. So you can only imagine how much funner it's going to be with her, basically as a, basically as, herself, but venomized, if you will, doing that and seeing her own body, changing, as a result. Like imagine them doing a comic panel and you see the Mary Jane Venom, if you will, changing into, let's say, a tree to disguise herself, or changing into, let's say, a car to try to, get somewhere, quick or stuff like that. And I think that's probably why they're doing it, because they realize that as fun as this is with her doing it with Venom as they are now, there could be a little bit more fun and imaginative creativity if they allow her to do it, in this manner down the line, when it happens. But it's going to be interesting to see, and yes, what this means, unfortunately, for some people, is this storyline is going to continue. Because again, not again, but hold on, I'm getting tongue-tied here, guys. Hold on. Okay, I got a little tongue-tied there, but basically what I'm saying is, unfortunately, for those that have not been fond of this storyline, what it means is she's going to be sticking around as Venom. All they're doing now is just making her more of a female version, more of an appropriate female, feminine shape of Venom, as fans have been wanting. And I'm sure they've heard the complaints. And I'm thinking, and my guess is, and I'm just thinking this, that they've heard the complaints and they're like, okay, fine. Fans don't like it, but it's part of the story. It's part of a bigger story, and we're still going to keep her as Venom. But you know what? If they don't like the idea that she goes from female to male and vice versa, then fine. We'll change it up to where now she's just herself, but she's covered in the Venom suit, and the best distinguishing feature that's going to show it is her hair. And who knows? Maybe her hair is going to be, part of the Venom, thing as well, to where now she could use that as whatever she needs. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, basically the end result come, summer of this year is she's going to evolve as Venom and be basically a she Venom, but not she Venom. She's going to be Mary Venom or Mary Jane Venom or MJ Venom, whatever you want to call it, or just Venom, but more Mary Jane, more Mary Jane wise, if you will. It's like she's Venom now. Like right now, she's what's the word? Venomized. Well, Venom is going to get Mary Janeized. We'll put it that way. Venom in the summer is going to get Mary Janeized. We'll put it that way. But yeah, and again, to me, it's going to actually open up more doors for creativity and in mischief and imagineering, imaginative, I should say, creative, imaginative, mischievous, flirtatiousness, and all that. Because now that she'll look like this, like I said, can you imagine her changing into different maybe inanimate objects or plant-like objects to disguise herself, or even vehicle-like objects to get around to where she needs to before changing back. I mean, again, it's fun seeing her do it here, but we don't see it actually happen on panel. Can you imagine seeing it happen on panel with this? With this version when it comes out in the summer, it's going to be fun to see. I'll say that it will be fun to see. But as far as like what's going on with her and Black Cat right now, this is what's interesting about that. You got one of the writers behind this story used to write for Poison Ivy. And we know about Poison Ivy's connection with a certain Harley Quinn, if you know what I mean. Or Harleen Quinzel. Yeah. Basically, we know all about her connection, Ivy and Harley's connection. And the person, like I said, that's writing this story used to work on Poison Ivy. And some people are looking at that and they're like, I wonder if they're taking inspiration from those stories in Poison Ivy and Harley and Ivy and applying it here with Mary Jane and Black Cat. Who knows? Who knows? They probably figure if that's the case, they probably figure, hey, if it worked, over there at DC for Ivy and Harley, hey, maybe it might work for Black Cat and Mary Jane. Maybe there's some. I'm trying to find the right word to say. Maybe there's some truth to that. But we'll see. We'll see whether or not that's the direction they go in, because you could definitely tell with this one issue, especially in the previews, when Black Cat decides to help her out, Mary Jane, is like, excited. She's like, road trip, So you can only think that if the Ivy Harley dynamic is an inspiration for this writer who worked on Ivy over at DC, if that's an inspiration for her, then you can only imagine that maybe she's viewing Mary Jane, especially in her Venom form and soon to be female Venom form, probably viewing her as the Harley Quinn of this duet. Of this duet between the two. Like she's the Harley Quinn, Black Cat's the Poison Ivy. And if that's the case, cool. And who knows? Maybe their plan eventually is to say, you know what? Mary Jane deserves happiness. Felicia Hardy, Black Cat deserves happiness. You know what? Let's get them together. Let's put them as an item. Maybe that's going to be the goal. We don't know. But obviously they enjoy working with each other. Obviously they're trying to present them as BFFs and all that are, willing to help each other no matter what their differences might be at times. very similar to Harley and Ivy. And if that's the case, cool, cool. We'll see what they do. Um, but the way it's described when these two get together is not only do you get a good story and a good action, good adventure to go along with it, but you also get some wit. You also get some wit and you basically get comedy is what you get. You get some wit, some snarkiness, and everything. You get cosmic adventure, multi-universe adventure, action, a little drama, but mostly with these two, you get comedy. You get almost very comedic comedy at times, and it's obviously seen, in some of the preview pages of this issue that you're going to get some comedicness with them, and it's also been proven in the past too when they've teamed up, especially like during one of the first times that Mary Jane used her jackpot device, and it turned her into a slime girl during the battle, and that's how she used her powers to help out by engulfing people in her goo. So, basically, the obvious goal with these two is to make them, very pretty much very humorous, comedic pairing. Like I said, akin to DC's Harley and Ivy. But we'll see if they decide to go down the same path. That's going to be interesting. Fans, I don't know how fans will react if that happens. If it results in MJ and Felicia getting together, it might be something to really think about, of what possibilities and hijinks and mischievousness those two could get into with each other if they decide to go that direction, and romantically link them together like what was done with Harley and Ivy. But again, this is all based on the fact that people are looking at the fact that the person writing the story, or writing the story basically, also worked on Ivy, and I think to an extent Harley and Ivy over at DC. But yeah, the Mary Jane thing, it's not going to go away anytime soon, and it does feel like Mary Jane, the female Venom Mary Jane, is coming. And it does seem like maybe they're hinting at Black Cat and Mary Jane Venom, that is, especially when she becomes female Mary Jane Venom. It does feel like they're hinting at maybe them being the Marvel equivalent of DC's Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, and potentially even more, again, if you know the history of Harley Quinn and Ivy over the past decade or so. But let me know what your thoughts are, guys. Comment down below, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. What do you think of this? Let me know. What do you see coming in the near future? Do you kind of think they might be going down those routes, trying to make, MJ and Felicia the Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn of the Marvel universe, Spider-Man universe? Let me know. Do you think they'd be, daring enough to probably put them together as an item like DC did with Ivy and Harley? Let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. And until next time, guys, do me a solid favor. Like I said, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, share the video, and everything. And also, click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere, outside of YouTube, and to support me outside of YouTube as well. And like I said, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for notifications, share the video, and everything. And hold on, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything. Hold on. Like I was saying, just making sure I get it all here. Before I go, like I said, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere, outside of YouTube, and to support me outside of YouTube as well. Sorry for that brain fart there. I'm trying to remember, make sure I got everything in there before I close out here. But until next time, guys, Super Thanks will be open in just a bit. But let me know what your thoughts are, and until then, I am out. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's about 12:30 p.m. Pacific time on this Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. It is 54 degrees outside. One device, the Amazon device, if you will, basically says it's 1 degree less. Well, the other device by the G Corporation, if you will, says it's a degree higher. So what are you going to do? But anyway, before I get started with this topic, I'd like to ask you guys to do me a favor, and that's like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. Also, guys, click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube. You can find me at all your favorite audio video podcast platforms like iTunes, iHeartRadio, Pandora, Spotify, Audible, Amazon Music, Radio Public, and to an extent SiriusXM. You can also find me at other video platforms as well, like Rumble.com, Odyssey.com, Dailymotion.com, and Vimeo. You can find me at Twitch.tv and Kick.com. You can also find me at DeviantArt.com at BVW1979 and at InkBunny.net at BWRoses. Also, guys, I have a Patreon. If you want to check that out, go ahead. It'd be helpful if you could support me there. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me at Cash App and Venmo if you want to help donate in that area. It'd be greatly appreciated if you could do so. And guys, also I have a few stores. That's right, I have a few stores as well. I have a Fourth Wall store, link is at the top, and a Teespring store, link is at the bottom. Also, you can follow me on social media platforms like TikTok, Twitter, aka X.com, now that it's working properly after what happened this morning, and of course, Blue Sky. And during this video premiere, you can chime in the live chat, give your thoughts on what I have to say with this topic, as well as if you feel like doing so, you can donate through the super chats. And also, on both occasions, video premiere and afterwards, comments will be open if you want to chime in there as well. And if you don't get here in time for the video premiere and you're listening, watching after, if you will, then you can donate if you want to donate. Still, do the super thanks option, which is the little heart with the $sign. Excuse me. Just finished eating some breakfast. But anyway, or brunch, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, let's get on, without all that said, all those intros, plugs, and all that, put out there, let's get on to the topic at hand, shall we? And one of the channels that I get recommended for, because, I've watched them a couple of times, especially with this whole all-new Venom Mary Jane situation that's been going on for the past year, is Comics Explained. Another side is keeping it comics, kind of like a version of their take of keeping it cool. Basically, it's called Keeping It Comics. As well as other people have talked about the Mary Jane Venom deal over the past year. Some with some positiveness, some with some mixed reactions, some not so happy it's happening. But now that it's basically been fully integrated into the regular Venom series, because first of all, the all-new Venom was basically an introductory, if you will, into this new take of who Venom and the new host was. And a lot of people for a while, little backtrack, a lot of people for a while since the first issue of All New Venom didn't know who it was. Marvel would throw out, throw out these little teases, They throw out these little teases and stuff to kind of make you guess via covers and via, teases that you see in the story to make you guess if it was one person or another, whether it was this character or that character. It got your brain kind of running, got the wheels in your brain, running, I wouldn't say full scale, but close to it. And it wasn't until about, I think, issue 4 or 5 that it got revealed that the all-new Venom host, if you will, for Venom, was Mary Jane. And of course, a lot of people weren't too thrilled about this because they're like, well, what sense does this make? Because recently she was just turned into, she just became the heroine Jackpot, which was a play on another actual heroine of the same name that no longer was that hero, so she took it up and so on. And I think it also was, done because of the fact that, according to a lot of these comic book related, or centric YouTube channels and podcasts, she also cosplayed as the Jackpot heroine for a costume/Halloween party in one issue. But with that said, though, she did take on that persona. She became the new Jackpot heroine, superheroine, if you will, for the Marvel Comics for New York and everything. But here was what's interesting about her powers. Her powers came from like a little wrist device that was, basically, I guess you could say designed. Her little wrist device was designed to look like an actual slot machine that you would see in a casino. And it was a combination of science, and magic. Because the guy she was dating, or at least, having somewhat of a relationship with, Paul, had this mystical ability about him because he was at one point I think possessed or something. I got to go back and look, but he had some magical abilities. So having that knowledge and know-how, along with his knowledge and know-how of science, he was able to put together this device that would allow Mary Jane to gain any power she wanted or she would need. And sometimes, as some people have explained, when they've talked about it, she would gain the power of almost like a phoenix godlike force. And sometimes she'd get a very silly power, a very, very silly, very like, okay, what the heck was this? But okay, she'll put it to good use. Very silly power, like she'll turn into a slime girl, a goo girl, like she did when she was teaming up with Black Cat, and they had their conjoined series together because they did have, I think, a little mini series together where they worked, as a team. Reluctantly, became good friends or at least respectable allies at the end. But basically, it was in one of those issues where she was trying to. I think it was like I think that team up was like one of the first times she was using the device, and one of the first powers she got, believe it or not, was the ability that was the power that turned her and gave her the ability of a goo girl, of a slime woman, if you will, and she used it. She used it to abilities. So you fast forward after that, and she's getting more used to the powers, what they can, do depending on what they, land on, because like I said, the wrist, the little slot wrist thing that she had was kind of like what you see, at a slot machine in a casino. Basically when you either press the button nowadays, because that's what you do, or if they still let you do it, you grab the handle and you pull it down. What you get is all depending on the luck of the draw. Sometimes you might get a winner. Sometimes you might get, a decent, a decent, I guess you could say, combination, whatever. Or you might just get something that's like, yeah, not what I wanted, but it'll do, or I'll just try again, and so on. And that's kind of what her device was. It basically was a luck of the draw. Like I mentioned earlier, she could get Phoenix-like powers or the silliest of powers. But the one power that was put in there, and a lot of people were like, are you freaking kidding me? Was a power that got amplified a lot more when, the situation with Venom happened. But the power initially, even before that could be costly, was the three skulls. Now, we know that with certain, non-casino slot machines that you would get, like through video games and everything, that if you hit a certain combination, like you get three symbols that mean game over or mean you lose this round, that's not good, right? That's not a good sign because that means you lose the round, you got to start the round over again. Or you get those where you're progressing in the game, it means the game's over. So you got to go back to the beginning or start the game over. Point I'm getting at is Mary Jane was basically given, a power in there that basically, again, you wonder to yourself, why would you put that in there? You even had a character, a longtime Spider-Man character, in Robinson, if you will, in Eddie Robinson, even asked that same question. But basically, the power that Mary Jane wanted to avoid getting, but she did end up getting it. During the flashback tale that she and Venom were telling Paul and Eddie, was the three skulls. And what the three skulls would do was basically wipe her out on a molecular level. Basically, it would kill her. Disintegrate her, she'd be no more. And you have to ask yourself, why did he put that in there? That doesn't make sense. Why did he not just avoid putting that in there and just focus on the powers she would need or she would like? Well, anyway, how this all came to be with Venom is Venom, after the Venom Wars, all that storyline occurred, he's nothing but pretty much a, basically nearly melted shell of his former self in the sewer. He's just like a glob. And what he does is he sees what's going on with Mary Jane, because what happens is that part of his symbiont, part of himself, during the Venom Wars, basically got infused into her slot machine device. And basically, anytime she'd come up with a power, she would get, she'd basically get like the combination for a power, but one of those slots would be filled with a Venom face. And what it would do is it would give her a power that she wouldn't expect. It would give her a power of being like Captain Marvel, a super soldier, basically a cosmic soldier like she is. And her outfit's like a green version of that. Or it would turn her into a glob, a pink glob jelly hero or heroine that basically can go splat on the freaking ground into a puddle of goop, and so on. Or basically reduce her to a freaking Night of the Living Dead, Walking Dead, if you will, as it's seen in one of the issues where she meets up with Venom in the flashback. But anyway, Venom sees what's happening with Mary Jane because when she's talking about how she and Venom became one. She relates to them, and again, this is where Eddie's like asking Paul, like, why would you put this in there? She relates to them that she ends up hitting the skulls with the Venom in there, and not Venom. I think it's just all three skulls, and that's not a good sign. So Venom basically decides to take it upon himself and be like, you know what? I can't let her die. She's here to help me or try to figure out what's going on. I can't let her die. I know, and he basically says, I know that if Spider-Man was in my place, he'd do the one thing that needs to be done. And what Venom does is he takes the opportunity to merge, with MJ, make her the new host, but do it in a way that's completely different because we know that even with the Venom movies, we know that Venom does reside and live within the host. He's one with them. He's basically bonded to their, DNA, but not on a molecular level. Because being on a molecular level, if you will, means that, yeah, you're bonded, but you're also bonded as one. Basically, you are fused. You are merged completely, as one. And when it comes to like Eddie and anybody else that's had a symbiote, yeah, the symbiote will live within the host and come out when needed, but they can also leave the host, or the host will give them that power to leave for somebody else, and there will be no issues whatsoever with that. And basically, long story short, the difference here is that Venom realized that he can't let Mary Jane die. She needs to survive, and he needs to survive. So he figured, if Spider-Man was in his place, Spider-Man would join with Mary Jane on a molecular level, basically bond with her, but do it in a way to where now they are one. They are completely one individual. And basically, a lot of people felt when this reveal happened, and obviously now hearing about, okay, how, they became one, how they became joined together. Like I said, a lot of fans were okay with it. They were fine. They saw the potential. Some were mixed about it. They saw potential, but they also were like, really? It couldn't have been somebody else, but okay, we'll see how this goes. Well, others straight up are like, are you serious? Mary Jane? What's the point? You just had her in a hero role. What's going on here? So you basically had a very, I guess you could say very, how do I put this? Very controversial reaction. Very mixed controversial reaction. Both negative, neutral, and positive. Basically, it's like a combination of all of it. Just a combination of all of it. It's like, it's basically like you had, how do I put this? You had essentially 50-50, positive 50, negative 50, and basically, I wouldn't say 50-50, I'll put it this way. You had 25 positive, 25 negative, and you had 75% neutral. We'll put it that way. At least 50%. Yeah, you had 50% neutral. I'll put it that way. Now I'm trying to figure it out in my head, guys. But yeah, it was like, evenly. You had 25% positive, 25% negative, 50% neutral. Like, okay, we like the idea, but we don't know why it was her, but we'll let it be. That. So very, very basically basically a very mixed reaction of 25% positive, 25% negative, 50% neutral. But, when you look at that 50%, again, they're the kind of like, yeah, we're not too thrilled with it, but let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it works. And so far, some of that neutralness has gone into the more positive directions because now we're seeing exactly, what I felt was needed. I brought this out myself when I first started talking about this. I say you have potential. You have potential here to do what needs to, to do something that you have not really done that much with Venom when Eddie Brock was his host or anybody else was his host. You have the opportunity to do something that's never been done. You can have fun with this. And I said basically back several months ago, I said, and I'll say it again with all due respect, no offense, when you have a female character, in a story of fiction, whether it's an official publication or broadcast of a show, animated, live action, movie, or whatever, or theatrical one, whatever, or whatever, theatrical, live action, or animated, or whatever. Whenever you have something like that that has a female character, even for one episode, gaining these kind of powers where they could basically, shapeshift, melt. They can melt down into a goo. They could shapeshift, and everything. Just, have a little fun with these, powers that they've been given, even on a temporary basis. Anytime you've had that happen, it's done for a reason. It's done because, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, just like I've said multiple times when I've talked about this, this whole situation. It's done because basically even the directors, the writers, the producers, they all know that a woman, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, a woman is more creative. She is more imaginative. She is more innovative and more flirtatious and mischiefy when it comes to having these kind of powers. I mean, why do you think basically when you look at the Nickelodeon live action hit from the 90s, Secret World of Alex Mack, one of the powers they gave Alex Mack was the ability to morph into goo and allow that power to, evolve over time. Yeah, it helped her out when it was part of the story, so it was necessary for the story, but she also had fun with it. She was very mischiefy with it, so she had some fun with it. Even to the point that as her powers were evolving, she was able to morph other people with her. Like, again, at the end of one episode, her and her sister are hugging each other, and they both morph. She morphed both of them into a puddle of goo, and they basically float back, to the house, and they're just giggling and having fun all the way. You know what I'm saying? But point I'm getting at is that is an example there, and we've seen other examples too. I mean, even RoboCop, the Alpha Commando one, had a villainess, with these powers, and she was enjoying herself. She even had, said afterwards, after she was told how long, her temporary powers would be, she would, she would ask, can't, the scientists, make it permanent because she's having fun. She's enjoying herself. She's able to do things she couldn't do before with a normal body. And this is why you also see in some of the stories I've talked about here on YouTube, like Trouble TRO's Science Experiment, Joven 16's, Nano Shift, and somewhat, why they've chosen female characters to have these powers, because they know, and I say it with all due respect, they know that a female character with these kind of powers is more creative, more imaginative, more mischievous, more innovative, and more flirtatious, and can be, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, more seductive and sexual in presentation, because they're able to do a lot of things they normally couldn't do, as a regular human being, So when I look at Mary Jane here, having these having this, fusion bond with, with Venom, I see a character that, Marvel can really just run with and have fun with, basically allow the character to grow in their potential, to be more than what we normally know Venom to, to be when they have a host like Eddie Brock or somebody else. So to me, when I look at one of the last issues of the limited all-new Venom miniseries, the introductory series of Mary Jane and Venom as one of the last images we see in there, in one of the last issues, is we see that Venom and Mary Jane are trying to escape from Scar. which is basically the another, I guess you could say, version of Shield, or at least an offshoot of Shield. And so they're trying to escape with them. They get to the George Washington Bridge. I think that's the bridge they go to, and they just disappear. And Scar and the members of Scar are like, well, where'd they go, right? And then we see where they went. We see Venom. We just see Venom's big smiling face first, and we're thinking, okay, what's going on here? What's with the face? And then we see the result. We see that they basically, through Mary Jane's imaginativity, her creativity, has morphed them into a submarine, and we kind of get like an inside look, an internal look, an internal look of what Mary Jane looks like on the inside. Basically you would think, okay, if her and Venom are bonded, molecularly, you'd probably see just like her eyes and her eyes and lips, or maybe her face, like an imprint, a visage of her face on one of the side of the walls, and Venom's on the other, right? You think you would see that, but no, you see Mary Jane just laying down, kind of like, just in a laying down position, and all the symbiont stuff is sticking out of her, allowing her to create basically the submarine they've become. And I looked at that, and I did a video, and I said in the video, I said in the title of the video, and I said in the video myself that that's what I've been talking about. This is the kind of fun they can have. This is the kind of innovation, creativity they can go with, especially on the mischievous level. And now you have the more recent one, where they're exploring more of that. And Venom's now the one, thanks to Mary Jane and him being bonded on that molecular level and being able to meet up in what's known as the mindscape, coming up with some creative ideas as well and disguising themselves as a black and yellow version of Iron Man. And Venom basically had to finally coax Mary Jane into admitting, come on, you got to admit this is kind of fun, because they're not flying like Tony Stark would with the real Iron Man suit. But instead, they'll rollerblading, which is a good callback to some earlier issues, mostly the Secret War issues from the 80s. So, that was a nice callback. And again, you have, Venom basically coaxing Mary Jane into finally acknowledging, okay, you're right, it is kind of fun, I will admit it. And that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. You want to see them having fun. You want to see Mary Jane having fun with, this bondmanship. That even though she's outright saying in the last issue of the limited series that, hey, we're not friends. This is just a pairing and alliance of convenience, of survival. You can kind of see that. You can kind of see that they're starting to grow a friendship. Like like that alliance of survival convenience is becoming more of a friendship than Mary Jane or Venom wants to admit. And for her to acknowledge, yeah, it's kind of fun, I like it, it's fun, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. And then you end the issue with Mary Jane and Venom basically, agreeing that they can't, that they got to save Rick and Toxin, right? They got to save Rick Jones and Toxin, and but they can't just go there as who they are, because they know Scar, new and improved, will be waiting for them. So what can they do? And it's Mary Jane. You kind of see the look on Mary Jane's face, like she's getting, her creativity, her innovativeness, her mischievousness is coming out, and she basically has this look on her face, like, who is the goodest person we know that we could disguise ourselves with, that would even surprise, Doc Ock, that Doc Ock would be afraid of, because Doc Ock is part of this whole Scar situation, if you will, the new and improved version. And that's when we see at the end of the issue, the most recent one, that they've basically formed into their version of Spider-Man, if you will, to kind of fool Scar, to kind of fool Doc Ock, or at least basically prevent them from knowing, hey, it's us, it's Venom, and everything. But again, it's these three examples that I brought, these three things that I brought up. One I did a video on previously, and these other two, that again basically pushes what I was talking about. Pushes it, in the direction it needs to go, and that basically allow Mary Jane in this bondmanship, molecular bondmanship fusion with Venom, allow Mary Jane along with Venom, but mostly MJ, to be creative, be mischievous, be imaginative, be innovative, be Be what needs to be. Be flirtatious if the story calls for that, or even seductive if the story calls for that. Let her go the whole mile. Let her walk, that marathon walk for as long as you're going to have her be Venom's host on a molecular level. Have her do that, and I guarantee you can have a lot more fun with this partnership that obviously is becoming a friendship and everything as the issues continue on, because now the story is integrated into the regular monthly Venom story. And by doing so, now you have more of an opportunity, to do what needs to be done with Mary Jane, as on this level. And when you really think about it, as I mentioned earlier, no other host has had a bond fusion of this magnitude, of this level, of this, of this game changingness, if you will. Nobody's had it. Peter's never had it. Eddie Brock's never had it. No other person that's been a host of symbiote has ever had it. None of that. None of that has happened until now, and there's a reason. There is a reason, and that reason, I believe, in my opinion, is because they're looking at the fact that, and I say it with all due respect, no offense, because I believe those at Marvel behind this understand this as well. They're looking at the fact that Mary Jane has always been looked at in her, since her introduction as someone that's outgoing, someone that's a partier, someone that likes to have fun, but also has a good heart and knows how to get serious when the time is needed to be serious. But also, like I said, is someone that when there's nothing around, she likes to go out, have a little fun, party, do her thing, as well as be creative and all that, because she is an artist. She is an artist overall, acting and all that, modeling and all that. So having her in this situation on this level of a bondmanship / fusion with Venom, there's a reason for it, and the reason is what I've mentioned, because they're seeing MJ as that host on this kind of a level to where they can do things with Venom that's never been done before. It's never been done before. I mean, for example, one of the things I'm hoping to see, and we've gotten close and close and close to it, is one of the things I'm wanting to see is have MJ decide, what? One of the ways we could get in is to melt. We got to melt down into a puddle of goo, slip through the cracks, and get in there, or get into where we got to go. And while you do that, you can have them, like, let's say they got to slip through the cracks as a puddle of goo, but it ends up having them go through let's say a pipe, like a pipe system and all that, to where they got to be. You can have Mary Jane maybe go wee, or like, this is kind of fun, and all that, kind of let her inner play self, inner child come out a little bit, and even have Venom jokingly say, you like this, you like this transformation you came up with, huh? And I could hear Mary Jane go like, yeah, this is actually probably the best version or best idea I could come up with, because it's fun and it's also allowing us to get to where we need to go. And then maybe you could have them, come through, like, let's say, an air duct, like when air comes in through your house, a filter, an air duct, basically, I think that's what it's called, an air duct, if you will, or a heater, cooler, air duct, whatever you want to call it. Have them basically come through that, but not just, but not just like reform in the pipe area and then pull the grate open and all that, but have them come through it just like, they're pulling right, they're coming, they're basically like dropping right there. They're basically flowing through it. They're basically melting through it and splattering on the ground, and then you can have her reform. To me, or have them reform. To me, I'm looking forward to something like that, and I think eventually we're going to get it, especially if we're now seeing signs, of them going in these kind of directions. Excuse me, because again, I know I'm sounding repetitive. We've never seen it before with anybody else. That hosted a symbiote, or even hosted Venom. We've never seen it until now. We've never seen it, and now we're seeing it, and I think it's great, and that's why I believe they went with Mary Jane. I believe that's why they went with her, because they know she's going to have a positive influence in story on Venom, and in a sense, she and Venom are going to reconcile and go from being allies of survival and convenience to becoming best friends and having a bond, as host as a host and a symbiote and host that's we haven't seen yet. A bond that's kind of like they could do just about anything that they put the minds to get the minds to either individually or together. And what's interesting too is I think the writers behind this idea did take inspiration from the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, where Mary Jane there ended up getting symbiont powers after she was temporarily the Carnage Queen. She ended up having part of the symbiont live within her DNA, merge with her molecularly on a DNA level, and now her body basically can morph into whatever she needs it to morph into when it's necessary, and she can even morph into her or change into her Spider Woman outfit, just like that. It just comes out of her body, and there you go. So I think that's probably where they got the idea for this too. They got inspiration for this too from that. But to me, I think this is a good move. This is a good move, and again, like I said earlier, I think a lot of that 50% that's neutral out of the other 25 and 25% positive, 25% negative. I think that 50% that's been neutral, that's going over to the positive side, they're starting to see that, hey, this may not be that bad of an idea as a lot of people have made it out to be. And this would also explain why now Eddie is hosting Carnage. Because what you're going to get here is something similar. You're going to have Carnage basically get influenced by by Eddie's, by how Eddie is and what his beliefs are, but you're also going to have Carnage influence him to be like, hey, you got to do what you got to do, or you got to do what's necessary to survive against certain individuals. You got to, let that side of you, us, come out and do what you got to do. So that's why I think they made these changes, so that basically the human partners or hosts, whether it's just a bond or in Mary Jane's case a molecular fusion level, the host can have a positive outlook and can have a positive outlook and influence on the symbiont that's a part of them, either as a bondmanship or on, like I say, a molecular level, like with Venom. They can have that positive outlook could be an influence on that symbiote, hopefully for the near future. But in turn, the symbiote can also have a little bit of an influence for them to be like, hey, you got to do certain things that, hey, we both agree may not be the right thing to do, but it's necessary. Or in the case of Carnage, be like, Eddie, you got to do this. If you don't, they're just going to keep coming, or this individual's going to keep coming. So basically, I believe that's why the changes were made, in my opinion. But when I look at Mary Jane and Venom, especially now, I should say, especially with, like I say, the recent metamorphosis transformations they've been having, over these past several months, towards the end of the final issues of the limited introductory series, as I look at it, and now the regular series, to me, like I said, the possibilities are just endless, and I think, it's going to make for a more fun experience for the fans and for the characters in the story. So I definitely feel like this is a good direction. Even if it's not, even if it's not permanent, in the long run, I still think it's a good direction for them to go in, and I can't wait to see what they do next. And I do hope they do give us an issue where it's like they kind of have a cool off period, and Mary Jane decides, you know what, there's not much going on out there. Let's have I need a little bit of relaxation. Let's have a little fun with our powers. Let's get a little imaginative, creative, get a little silly. I hope we get that kind of an issue, because that's kind of like known as a cool down break issue, and you get to basically eject. I'm trying to find a way to say eject a little bit of humor and comedy and lightheartedness into a story like this to kind of cool down before you go and take that next step. But anyway, though, I still think it's a good direction that they're going in, even if it's not forever. But let me know what your thoughts are if you haven't already in the live chat. Let me know what you think is going to happen next. What are your thoughts overall about it? And yeah, that's about it. So until next time, comment down below, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, share the video, and click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube and to support me outside of YouTube as well. So until next time, guys, I'm going to go and get in the shower now, and until then, I am out. Hey, good afternoon, guys. It is about 12:33 p.m. on this TGIF. Thank God, or thank goodness, it's Friday, February 20th, 2026. It's 50 degrees outside under mostly sunny skies, although we do have some clouds floating about and everything, some kind of cumulus clouds and all that, but scattered apart. So may or may not get a tiny bit of rain, but we shouldn't, and everything. But anyway, before we get started, folks, I'd like to ask you to do me a solid favor, and that's like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please click on the link in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube. You can find me at all your favorite audio and video podcast spheres, like iTunes, which, by the way, this spring will be integrating video podcasting, so you'll be able to listen and watch some of the podcasts I put up, some of the topical ones, if you will. And hold on for a sec. Sorry about that, folks. The chicken I mentioned earlier from the last topic, it's back. What timing? But anyway, like I said, you can find me at iTunes, iHeartRadio, Pandora, Spotify, Audible, Amazon Music, Spotify, Radio Public, and to an extent Sirius XM, and maybe even in the near future because it's a partnership with Spotify, Netflix. And I do have a couple of new audio and video topics up on the podcast, so go ahead and check those out. Whether you can be able to listen to them or watch them, it's up to you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me at other alternate video outlets, if you will. And yeah, I'm just checking something here, folks. On. I'm just checking something, folks. But anyway, like I said, you can find me at other alternate video outlets like iTunes, iHeartRadio, Pandora, hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, that rooster's back again, so it's a little distracting. But like I said, you can find me at other alternate video outlets like Rumble, Dailymotion, Odyssey, and Vimeo. And I do have something up on Rumble now, something new, so check that out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Patreon, so you can check out the Patreon if you would like. Basically, I will be getting that up and running just like I did last year, to where you essentially get the content 24, 48 hours before it shows up anywhere else on Patreon. You'll get it there first. Also, I have, I should say, a couple of online stores. I have a Fourth Wall store and a Teespring store for folks, so click on those. The links are in the description for them. Fourth Wall store link is in the middle of the description. Teespring store link, is near the bottom. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Cash App and a Venmo if you want to help out directly there. It would be greatly appreciative. Also, I will have affiliated stores listed as well, based on the topic, hopefully, that you'll be able to check out and probably get yourself something in return, as well as help me out via commissions. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also on other creative outlets like DeviantArt at BVW1979, for Affinity at BW1979, and InkBunny.net at BWRosets. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me at social media as well. You can find me at TikTok, which I did upload a new video there, a couple of new videos, so check that out if you would like, as well as Twitter and Blue Sky, all under the BW Rosas name. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I should say, during this live video premiere, the live chat will be open. If you want to chime your thoughts on in the live chat, go ahead and do so. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to donate at the same time, Super Chats are going to be on. So please get those Super Chats on in, along with your thoughts in the live chat. It helps me out tremendously. And also, ladies and gentlemen, please click on the, not please, but please comment in the comment section is what I'm trying to say. The comment section will be open on both occasions. So if you want to check that out as well, go ahead and do so. And also, ladies and gentlemen, after the video premiere is over, if you don't get here in time for that and you still want to donate, Super Thanks will be open as well. But with that said, folks, let's get on to the topic at hand, and I'll be right back with just that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so yesterday I attempted to do this video, and I completed it, but I accidentally erased it, so I'm going to do it again. Now, about a week ago, I should say, I did a video talking about the whole Mary Jane Venom thing and how it's going to be moving forward here in 2026. And obviously, not a lot of folks are, thrilled with it, honestly, because, they feel like, basically, why of all characters do you have, Mary Jane, donning the symbiote, the Venom symbiote suit, but not in the traditional way a host of the symbiote Venom suit would do. But in this case, making her literally become one with the symbiote, basically fuse molecularly with it. You know, and those are good questions to ask. Because a lot of them feel like it just came out of nowhere. But I'm one of those folks that feels like just give it a chance, and you might be surprised about what you see, about what you get, and everything when it comes out of this. Because it's one of those scenarios to where it may not seem like it's a good idea at first, but at the end of the day, it might be something that will work out in the end. Like it'll be something that will literally actually be enjoyable and actually kind of have some good stories centered around it in the near future. And again, that's just my feeling. I'm not alone in that. But like I said, there are those that feel like, come on, Marvel, what are you doing? What are you, it's like, to them, they're asking that question of what are you doing? They're asking that. They're asking, are you just throwing, crap at the wall, shit at the wall, and everything to see what sticks, or are you just becoming, creatively bankrupt that you have, no clue as to what to do next? And so you're just going with this thinking, hey, it's Mary Jane, fans are going to love it. And, maybe that is the mentality they're going with. I don't know. I mean, I know some of the writers, honestly, well, I don't know this for certain, but I know some writers, honestly, they would basically, if they get confronted by these kind of fans, they would tell them, hey, how do you know what we're doing is not working? Are you, writing the story? Are you the one that's been developing years of story to get to these certain points? Those are questions they would ask them, and rightfully so. Because to them, they feel like the fans aren't giving it a chance. They're not letting it really cook and, simmer and show you what is possible, possibly, could be about and, lead to in the future. Now, as I alluded to in the previous video, basically Mary Jane, is going to undergo a bit. She's going to undergo, excuse me, a bit of a design change when it comes to the Venom suit, and have more of a she Venom like look. But it's still going to be Venom, and the one difference that's going to have when it comes to her is she's going to have her red hair out. When she's donning the Venom suit, but the red hair is going to be a little longer, apparently, thanks to her fusion with the Venom suit. And I even said that creatively, maybe from a comedic standpoint, that could lead to a lot of interesting scenarios down the line. Like with her basically being able to shapeshift Venom and herself into whatever they need. It could, like I said, it could come up with some interesting scenarios. Like you could literally see her shapeshift from a MJ Venom design into a car or into a tree just to, be indistinguishable for certain reasons. And it could, and it would actually kind of make sense when you would read about it, or even melt down into a blob of goo and just slither under a crack or something like that, or through some cracks and everything, just to make sure to make sure they go unnoticed or something like that, or they sneak up upon somebody. There's a lot of different interesting creative ideas that they can go with, including what they could end up doing in an upcoming event comic where basically upon hearing this, hearing the title, a lot of fans are like, really? We're going to go with this? We're going to go with this as an event story? Right after, well, not totally right after, but seemingly right after we just did a big Venom War story, now we're going to do this. And yeah, apparently that's what they're going to do, because Basically, the story that's going to be happening in the summer of this year, basically the month of my birthday, when it's going to kick off, is called Queen in Black. And basically, the story is it's going to center around a war, a dark war, if you will, between Hela, who's a villainess from the Thor world, from the Thor continuity and everything, going to war with Null, who's basically formerly the king of the symbiotes. And long story short, the way it's described is Null, while he was gone, Hela took advantage and basically became the queen of the symbiotes. I'm assuming she got infected by a symbiote and everything, and adding to her power, it's allowing her to basically be as powerful, if not more so, than Null, and thus she as a result took claim to the throne and became the queen. So now both are going to go to war with each other, and the war is going to lead. It's going to lead and head, I should say, straight to Earth, and it's going to involve all the Spider-Man heroes. It's going to involve some of the Marvel heroes, and it's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how it all plays out. It's centrally going. It from a central standpoint. From a central standpoint, it's going to be, a Spider-Man centric story or centric event is what it's going to be. Well, actually, more of a Spider-Man slash Venom centric event, if you will. And in the original recording I did yesterday or last night, I said that I could see Helen showing how much control she has over the symbiotes by sensing that Mary Jane and Venom are now one. They're literally just one, entity because of the molecular fusion. I could see her trying to command Mary Jane slash Venom to, do certain things just to prove how powerful she is, how much control she has over the symbiotes, no matter who the wearer is or whether or not they're molecularly fused as one or not. I basically said that I could see her commanding the Mary Jane Venom fusion to morph into, like, let's say, a liquid snake that would literally slither around her or flow around her, kind of like, in a regal kind of way, or kind of like I'm trying to find the right word to say, intimidating way, if you will. you know, I I could I could see something like that happening. The other thing I mentioned in the original recording, and I do apologize, I'm a little distracted. I mean, having that rooster outside, it's like, are you serious? And it's got to be either our neighbors right next to us or our neighbors in the back of us. One of their roosters got out or something. But anyway, getting back on topic, I feel like if that was to happen, if they would have Hella do that, you know, it could be a fun, kind of comedic, kind of fun, way of showing that even in this new look that she has, this new design that she has as Venom, that she could still be more, she could still morph and shapeshift into whatever she needs to be, or in this case, whatever Hela would need her to be. And then, like I said, I feel like that could happen to where she could have her slither or flow around her as a show of force, as a show of, hey, I've got control even over her, and I'm having her do this, and and I can have her do more. And I feel like the other thing she would have her do, not saying it's going to happen because I'm not in the writer's room or anything like that, but I feel like the other thing she could have her do is morph into like some kind of cape, that has, that's in the, that has the, I'm getting a little tongue tied here, that has the color scheme of the Mary Jane Venom fusion, and maybe has Mary Jane Venom's face and hairstyle kind of like embossed on the back, of the cape, that she would wear, to kind of, to kind of show off her, like I said, her intimidation, her power that she has over them. And again, from a comedic kind of storytelling perspective, it could work. And I know fans hearing this will be like, well, that would be stupid if that was to happen. And yeah, it might be stupid, from your point of view, and visually it could be stupid if it was done. But from a story perspective, it would basically be showing off the character as being, as powerful, if not more powerful than Null when it comes to control of the symbiote. And and to me, I think, it could be an interesting, moment if they were to do it. But to me, one thing is definitely for certain, and I believe I kind of alluded to this in the previous video. One thing is definitely for certain, no matter how much you feel about it, this whole Mary Jane Venom thing is going to be here for a while. I think the latest that it could come to an end. I think the latest it could come to an end and all that could be next year because uh, even though we have this Queen in Black Queen in Black, excuse me, Queen in Black um, storyline going on right now. I think honestly, that this storyline that's coming up, this event that's going to be going on right now, or soon, I should say. Let me correct myself. Soon, in the summer, that along with this going on, I feel that it's going to be the first step, you know, going forward into 2027 because there was rumblings last I heard. Correct me if I'm wrong. There was rumblings that we could get some kind of big event, comic book wise, that would definitely kind of change the universe, the Marvel 616 universe, the Prime universe, if you will, as we know it. It could change things as we know it, and to me, and to me, upon hearing that, I feel like that could be where fans would get what they want. When it comes to this whole scenario with Mary Jane and Venom, and that is the fact that it won't exist anymore. It basically be wiped from the slate. Because if there's another big event that's coming in 2027, like I've heard rumors of something of that size coming, I think the reason it's going to be done, honestly, in my opinion, is to coincide with what's going to happen on the big screen. Because we know at the end of this year we have Doomsday, right? Avengers Doomsday. And we know that leads into Secret Wars, and we know that Secret Wars, according to various reports, is going to reboot, recanonize, if you will, hard and softly in some, in some equations. It's going to reboot and canonize in some equations, basically, the entire MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, to where you have all the heroes, essentially in one world, in one universe, one continuity, and then that's going to springboard into what's going to be known as the Mutant Saga. And I bring this up because I feel like if the Marvel Comics side of things, the actual comic side of things, is going to be doing an event in the same year, I feel that event, like I said, is going to coincide with Secret Wars, and I think what Secret Wars is going to going to be aiming for what I just said that they're planning to do with the end of that film. Then there's a good chance that the comic side of things of Marvel, with their event, will want to do something similar. So for all we know, basically we could see a retcon, a switching, if you will, or switch back, or retconning, whatever you want to call it, of a lot of things that have happened in the Marvel Prime Universe 616, after, whatever big event they're going to have that's going to coincide with Secret Wars, the Secret Wars movie. For example, again, going to the Mary Jane Venom thing, fans could see, this, situation, this story cease to be, and things could go back to status quo. Or, they could see what they've been wanting to see for like, what, 10 years, 15 years? They could end up seeing, the annulsion, if you will, of One More Day, and One More Day ceased to be, you know, as well as other events they felt like didn't need to happen, like, certain events in X-Men, Avengers, Captain America, and so on. Thor, Hulk, a lot of certain events that they may have not agreed with, could see, a retcon, a rectification, if you will, rectification, if you will, to the point that, remnants might remain, but things will go back to the way they are. And I think the message that would be, learned from it, in the, in that event, at the conclusion of that event, if that's what I believe next year's event could be, because again, there are rumblings about something, akin to the Secret Wars movie, or at least to coincide with it. I think the message at the end of that story, could be could be essentially that, you know, as heroes, you got to accept things that happen. You can't just, want things to change, or you can't just try to prevent things from happening when they're destined to. So to me, what that would say about, let's say, Spider-Man, for example, it would be a message of, hey, if your Aunt May wanted to, let her go and everything because she got, shot and everything, and it was leading to her dying and her passing on, then obviously the message to someone like Spider-Man is, hey, just let it happen. Just let her, pass on and into the next life and be with your Uncle Ben and so on. Don't try to hold her back or else it's going to cost you. That could be the message. We could get a similar message, or identical messages in all the other comics, that had events that, like I said, fans, are kind of on the fence about. May have been okay with them, totally didn't like, and so on. So there's a lot of things that, this upcoming Queen in Black story that's going to be mostly Spider-Man Venom centric, if you will, then it's going to involve the Marvel Universe, the 616 universe. This whole Queen in Black storyline is like the first step to that happening, in my opinion. Now, what that means, of course, like I said earlier, is it means that Mary Jane and Venom are going to be around for a while. And there are some comedicness that comes out of it. I mean, you look at the fact that they team up with Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, and you can kind of get, as I mentioned in the previous video, you kind of get that Poison Ivy Harley Quinn dynamic there because the same writer was the one behind the Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn stories and such. You kind of get that same dynamic, that same kind of wittiness, if you will, in the dialogue, as well as the same sense of urgency and drama and storytelling. So so there are some positives. There are some positives and everything. And what the end result's going to be when it's all said and done, come issue 10 of Black Cat, is going to be interesting in the long run because we know that Queen in Black takes place after issue 10. So whatever happens, in issue 10 of Black Cat, will have a bit of an effect on Queen in Black, but not much. Not much. But outside of that, of course, you got to counter that little bit of comedic buddy cop, best friend, BFF kind of duo dynamic, silliness, if you will, wittiness, snarkiness in story. You got to sometimes combat that, or not combat that, but contract that with the drama. And one of the comic series that's coming out, if not already is out, is one that a lot of fans, some even on social media, have stated to be very, very soap opera-ish, very soap opera-ish, in its presentation. And what I mean by being very soap opera-ish is the fact that the comic is called Amazing Spider-Man / Venom, and it's focused primarily on Peter Parker Spider-Man, Mary Jane Venom. And a lot of fans are not too thrilled with that because what they feel basically here is that essentially it's just going to be nothing but teen drama, but with the addition of them having superpowers and everything. And then of course there's an upcoming story outside of that, I think in the main Amazing Spider-Man book, to where Mary Jane and him are going to finally talk. But when they become, the alter egos, things get a little bit more interesting or tense, maybe to a point. Whatever that means, it's up to the writers to decide on what they're going to go with there. And it's an interesting thing to look at from a synopsis perspective because it makes you wonder: does Venom, even in the feminine form it's going to have now, because of Mary Jane? Does that mean it's going to be bringing out more of a more aggressive side of her, more of a very tensible side of her that, honestly, she's trying to keep hidden within. And when it comes to her being around Peter in the Spider-Man outfit, that side of her comes out. We don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. But it's also something along the lines, I think, that if there's nothing that will come of it, it's just something they put in there to, get people to want to potentially pick up, physically or digitally, the issue, if you will. But yeah, basically, at the end of the day, at least in my opinion, I think up to about 2028, you're going to have to just be dealing with this Mary Jane Venom storyline and everything, and partnership and fusion. Whether you like it or you don't, because It's practically it's got an audience, it's got a fan base. I'm someone that wants to see it succeed. I do because I feel that outside of these story arcs and event stories that's coming up, then when you do this like filler stories, slice of life stories and everything in the issues, that you could have a little fun with these characters. You could. You could have Venom and Venom Mary Jane, especially when they get to the feminine new look of hers, have a little bit more fun. Like I said, you could have her become a tree, shapeshift into a tree and everything to disguise herself, or be incognito, become a vehicle, if you will. Heck, even melt into a puddle of goo, to get around with being undetected. It'll surprise people. You could have fun with that, and you could even do that with a filler issue to where they just test powers out and have a little fun, by doing so, and you throw in a bit of comedicness, in the process. You throw a bit of comedicness, in the process, if you will. But but outside of that, like I said, whether you like this or you don't, it's just something that it's just something you gotta deal with. It's just something that you gotta live with and everything. At least, like in my opinion, at least to about 2028, because I feel that if things do change, like I said, they're going to coincide with the Secret Wars movie, and then from there, it's just going to build upon that into 2028. And 2028 might be the year things kind of go back to what fans were hoping for, but it's all about patience. It's all about just you know dealing with things as you see them. As ridiculous as it may sound, it's just dealing with it and letting it just go through, and you know let the things that it's got to go through happen. In my opinion. But there can be a lot of fun. There can be a lot of fun had out of this, unique partnership between the two. I mean, one thing I'm sure some fans, whether they want to admit it or not, would be curious about is, well, wait a minute. If Mary Jane and Venom are one, are basically one now, literally and molecularly, if they're literally one now, then does that mean maybe if they have to, could they literally become a symbiote suit for someone like, let's say, Black Cat? Could that happen? And that's a possibility, and that's a possible, and that's a, I wouldn't say a possibility in the story, but what I'm trying to say, that's a good question to ask as a possibility in a future story. Could that happen? I know some people might say, oh, they would never do that. Marvel and the Disney would never let that happen. But here's the thing about the comics. The comics are a little bit more freelance. They're a little bit more leeway-ish, if you will. A little bit more freelance, a little bit more leeway-ish, if you will, when it comes to, what they bring to the table. So in my opinion, honestly, you might be surprised that, something like that might occur. You never know. Because like I said, one possibility, like I said, for them doing the shape shifting and all that, thanks to Mary Jane's, creativity and imaginativeness and innovativeness and mischievousness and all that, one thing they could do is melt into a puddle of goo to get around undetected. So who's to say they couldn't do something like that? Be an actual suit for somebody and all that, and go from there. It's a possibility. It's possible, but I'm not saying it would happen. It's just something to really, consider that, hey, that might be something they could look into, in the future. But yeah, for the foreseeable future, she's here to stay, at least in my opinion, to about 2028, because that's when I feel that whatever event they got suited, or not suited but planned, whatever event they got planned for, um, for the for 2027 to coincide with Secret Wars. I feel that event honestly is when things are going to change. I feel that's when the certain events are going to change, and things will just go from there. Things will just bounce off from there, and we'll see what happens. Honestly, we will. But anyway, though, folks, just thought I'd bring that up, and I do apologize again, like I said, for the distraction. We do have, it looks like our neighbors right next to us is a rooster coming out once in a while and just, taking their stride, walking around, doing what they're doing and everything. So, yeah, just thought I'd just talk about this and, well, basically, I want to get your thoughts on it as well in return. How do you feel about this entire storyline? Let me know if you will. Are you cool with the Mary Jane Venom fusion storyline? Do you think honestly there could be some fun that could come out of it, if you will? Let me know. Do you agree with some of the things I said? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts. And until next time, guys, I will talk to y'all later. So until then, God bless. Take care. Hey guys! So, before we get started on this Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, it is 3:53 p.m., 69 degrees, and it's very windy, but it is sunny. Now, before we get started, I'd like to ask you guys to do me a solid favor and like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere. You can find me on all your favorite audio and video podcast platforms like iTunes, which is integrating video podcasts into the platform this month and into next month, so you'll get podcast, audio, and video wise with them. But yes, you can find me on iTunes, iHeartRadio, Pandora, Spotify, Audible, Amazon Music, Radio Public, to an extent SiriusXM, and maybe because of our partnership with Spotify, down the line in the near future, potentially Netflix. So please check those out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me on alternate YouTube outlets like Rumble, Vimeo, and Odyssey and Dailymotion. I also have a Patreon that'll be getting up and running once again by Easter break, hopefully. And with that Patreon, it'll be just like late last year when I restarted it, where basically you'll get content 24 to 48 hours before anywhere else. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Cash App and a Venmo. If you guys want to help me through either one of those outlets, it'd be greatly appreciative. Basically, especially at this time of the beginning of the month where bills need to be paid, whatever you can donate, whatever you can do, would be greatly helpful. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I do have, I should say, a couple of online stores listed. Basically, I have a Fourth Wall store and a Teespring store. Essentially, the Teespring store link is near the bottom of the description box. Fourth Wall store link is at the middle. Also, I will have affiliated stores listed as well, so click on those affiliated stores, I should say, to basically get what you need, as well as also help me out in the long run. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me, I should say, on other creative outlets like DeviantArt at BBW1979, for Affinity at BW1979, and InkBunny.net at BW Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'm on Twitch.tv as well, and on Kick.com, but mostly Twitch.tv. Also, ladies and gentlemen, doing this as well, you can find me on other social media outlets like TikTok, which, by the way, I have been adding some new content onto TikTok. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead and do so. One of my more recent ones where I talk about what happened in Transformers 30, which is the same video you see here on YouTube, that's been really blasting off in a huge, huge way. So thank you very much for that. But if you want to watch my content on another platform outside of the ones I've mentioned and outside of YouTube, and you're more of a TikToker, you can find them at TikTok. But yeah, you can find me on TikTok, Blue Sky, and Twitter, aka X.com, all under the BW Rosas name. Also, ladies and gentlemen, during this live video premiere, the comment section on both it and afterwards will be open, and the live chat will be open during the live video premiere. So if you want to get your thoughts on in as this video is premiering, go ahead and do so. And also, you can get super chats on in as well during the live video premiere, so you guys can also help out a fellow content creator if you would like. Whatever you can do, as I mentioned with the Venmo and the Cash App, is greatly appreciative. And at the same time, you can give your thoughts on what I have to say here. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the Super Thanks option will be open as well, and that'll be after the live video premiere is over. And if I missed anything else, guys, I do apologize. It will be all listed in the description and on my YouTube homepage. But with that said, folks, let's get on to the topic at hand. Well, I told you that, this year would be interesting when it comes to the Mary Jane Venom stuff because, despite how people might feel about it, depending on the writers and all that, they basically have to work with what each other, gives the other, you know. And basically, it seems that now that we're going into this arc for the first quarter of 2026, this downward spiral arc or whatever it is, it seems that we are kind of starting to get some answers, if you will, to a lot of things. And it seems that with Amazing Spider-Man issue 29, we're getting some answers, apparently, finally. And not just answers, but we'll also get some, very surprising revelations as to, what's going on and everything between the characters. Now, when it comes to Spider-Man, Peter Parker, the OG, if you will, he was in space the entire time as part of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He just made it back. And making it back, he's pretty much seen that his life got turned upside down. There are a lot of individuals posing as him, or at least maybe a spin-off of him or whatever, have pretty much been, making his life, very miserable to say the least. Very unfriendly Spider-Man, like for the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. We'll put it that way. And it's even causing some kind of issues between him and Aunt May, because she doesn't even know, what to do or what to trust or who to trust or what to believe, kind of. But what's even more interesting is the situation with Mary Jane as Venom, because as far as the OG Spider-Man is concerned, the last time he saw Venom, Venom was bonded with Eddie Brock. And Eddie Brock, of course, trying to be a hero through Venom and vice versa, basically, there's still going to be Venom. And Peter, as Spider-Man, looks at that like, hey, whenever we get in a moment, we're going to have to talk, right? Because they're teaming up in this situation against this villain for the Downward Spiral series, or miniseries, if you will. Well, to say that Peter is in for a shock is to say the least, would be an understatement. Because the moment because they're facing off against Shocker. They're facing off against Shocker, and the moment, and it's during, I guess you could say, the final moments of the confrontation with Shocker. Peter's telling Venom, who he doesn't know is Mary Jane, doesn't know the circumstances. He's telling them, after this, we have to talk. And all of a sudden, as soon as he says that, Mary Jane Venom goes into big old head blob mode, and grabs him, with their mouth, and launches both of them up into the roof, onto this roof. And Peter's like, okay, maybe we can talk now. And then all of a sudden, he's saying that, as you can see in the pictures, all of a sudden, Mary Jane just appears appears right then and there, courtesy of the Venom thing, and both of them simultaneously is telling Peter, stop calling us Eddie Brock. Which, of course, the OG Peter, who's back resuming his Spider-Man role, his role as Spider-Man, sees this, and again, like I said earlier, shock, is not a word, that, could be utilized for Peter's reaction, because basically he's literally doing his Peter Parker mannerisms, if you will, in his reaction. He's taking off his mask. He can't believe what he's seen. He's hyperventilating. And basically, Mary Jane is confronting him about, what's going on, even confronting him at the fact that he slammed the door on both of them when they needed help. But what she doesn't know is what she's about to find out. Because what she finds out, because basically Peter wants to know, okay, what's going on here? And then Mary Jane is like, because I think it's dawning on her, like, wait a minute, why are you asking what's going on? Why are you questioning when you already know? It's suddenly dawning on her and Venom, like, wait a minute, if that wasn't him that slammed the door on us, then who was it? So basically, the surprising revelations that get done here is obviously Mary Jane is telling Peter of what happened, and that basically her and Venom chose this. That they chose it and everything, despite the fact that we had seen in the past that it's not it's not a very equal, friendly terms consensus decision, choosing that they made, but it's one for survival. It's one for survival, and she's basically letting him know that we chose this. And Peter wants to know, okay, well, why didn't you tell me this before I left? Why didn't you tell me this before I got taken into space to be a temporary member of the Guardians? And Mary Jane basically tells him, because if we would have done that, we would have done that, you would have made it about yourself again. And we couldn't let that happen until we felt the time was right. And basically, it's now I don't know if these are preview pages or people have already read the issue and the uploading pages. I don't know, but Peter then kind of explains to her, this is the gist this is the gist me and everybody else is getting from it. Peter basically explains to her that he was up in space and that the person that slammed the door in their face when they were asking for help wasn't really Peter. It was the clone Ben Riley. Ben Riley is the one that did that because he was assuming Peter's life. Just like everybody else has been doing it. Like Norman Osborn has been, Spider-Man for the time being while Peter was gone. Miles Morales is now the Spin Spider or whatever he calls himself, and so on. So here we're basically getting a straightening out of situations. We're getting both, explaining, okay, what is going on, what happened, and everything, and all that during this whole situation. And this makes things a lot more interesting. And you even have Venom, the Venom half, if you will. Basically, he's out and about because, of course, him and Mary Jane are very molecularly DNA tethered together. Venom's chiming in, giving those thoughts and everything, and even breaking the fourth wall, quote unquote, in a way by acknowledging that Mary Jane broke up with Paul, and that some people will cool with it, and some people will not. Are you one of those people, or something like that? You'll see it in the scans. We'll see it in the panels that'll come on throughout the video. But yeah, basically they break the fourth wall because obviously, quote unquote, kind of break the fourth wall because a lot of people were not thrilled with Paul and everything, and his sudden, being chosen, if you will, by Mary Jane to be a potential boyfriend, love interest, whatever the case might be. Well, basically, long story short, this is making things a lot more interesting going forward. Going forward with this whole Venom Mary Jane situation, like I mentioned before. Yes, she's going to get a new look, as we know. She's going to get a new look. There's no doubt. And obviously, we can assume maybe Peter's going to suggest that, like, hey, if you got to be Venom, if you and Venom got to be one and the same, can you at least have an outfit, a costume that's more appropriate, if you will? Can you at least be more of a Mary Jane Venom than just Venom Eddie Brock style? You know, and that's probably what's going to lead, to the change. Like Peter will probably point out, hey, I don't have an issue with you being Venom, but I do have an issue with you being Eddie Brock Venom. Like if you're going to be Mary Jane Venom, you got to make it your own. You got to be your own Venom, and that's probably what's going to make Mary Jane realize, okay, I can do that. And that's where we'll get Mary Jane's new outfit. I'm assuming, like Peter's going to probably suggest, hey, if you don't want people to mistake you for Eddie, which you're not, then you need to basically have your own look. If you guys are stuck like this, if you will. Now, again, things are going to be obviously very interesting going into the summer, very interesting, and going into next year. But like I've said before, I think with Mary Jane getting this new look, by the summer, and again, I think it's all going to be a result of Peter and maybe Eddie Brock acknowledging, hey, maybe you need to change this so nobody mistakes you for, him and everything. I think the possibilities that are going to come out of that is not only a bit of humor, because we're already getting that here, we're already getting a bit of humor here, but it's going to be kind of fun to see, as I've said before, how she can go about the transformations that she's going to do, hopefully. Because obviously that if she can be imaginative, and innovative and mischiefy in her, her shape-shifting abilities now that she has the Venom, you can only imagine what she'll be able to do if she has the Venom, Venom suit or the Venom, portion of her more, female femme fatale, whatever you want to call it. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting. But to say that, they're off to a huge start here, is actually saying something, if you will. A huge, because obviously, obviously, as readers, when people write these kind of stories, and you're thinking, well, why would so and so act this way? But then you also see in another comic that features the character that, oh, wait a minute, then if they're here, then who's this? And that it does make things interesting, but it also makes things a little wacky, a little unpredictable, whether that's a good thing or it's not. Whether that's a good thing or it's not. And again, a lot of, as I've mentioned before, a lot of people are not fond of Mary Jane and Venom being a thing, but it is to, basically make things a little bit more interesting. And I think the payoff at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, is going to be worth it. Because when you look at all these events that are coming up, like what we're currently in right now with the downward spiral deal, then what you got with the whole symbiote situation between um, between Hela and and Null, if you will. The fact that you got that that Queen of the Black arc coming up, and the potential there, of what they could do. And, obviously, this is all leading into something starting next year. This is all leading into something starting next year, or at least around next year anyway. Because, as I've mentioned before, my belief is with Secret Wars supposedly being looked at, that being the movie, the Avengers Secret War movie, with that being looked at as the possible, retcon reboot of the entire MCU, then you know for a fact that the comics are going to want to have something to coincide with that. And what better potential, I guess you could say focal point, if not, I guess you could say anchor to all of that, than to have Spider-Man overall be that anchor. To have, events surrounding him, and then you have other events connected to it through all the other Marvel comics, all anchored and tethered to, to Peter. And all of a sudden, at the end of the day, whatever reboot, or whatever retcon reboot that the MCU is going to be going through after Secret Wars, at the end of the day, we end up getting something similar in the books. Who's to say that the reboot we get in the books doesn't rectify what fans, or a lot of the things fans have been wanting to have rectified? Because there's a lot of things fans are like, this shouldn't have been, why is this person this, why is that person that, you know, a lot of that could be all changed. A lot of that all could be returned to status quo, by at least 2028 at the latest. The way I look at it, because again, why are they constantly doing these kind of things over and over? It's like one event after the other and after the other, unless it's leading to something big, which, as I've mentioned before, I've heard is planned for 2027, and I find it ironic that it's planned for 2027 if not to coincide with the Secret Wars movie. So right now it definitely feels like it's off to a good, maybe controversial and weird start. But it's going to be worth seeing. The interaction between Mary Jane and Peter and everything. Especially in upcoming issues apparently that are not connected to Downward Spiral, because Downward Spiral is like certain selected Spider-Man books and everything, but there are some that it's not going to be connected to. So um, it's going to make you wonder what that conversation is going to be. Is Peter going to ask her, like, what does she learn? How is she able to do things that he couldn't do when he had Venom, or Eddie couldn't do, and stuff like that. And then her answer, and then maybe showing as an example of what she can do. It's going to be fun to see. It's going to be fun to really take into consideration, if you will. And you also got to think too that this is also happening simultaneously at the same time that she is, on this buddy. It's kind of like Thelma and Louise buddy cop, buddy mischiefy Harley Quinn, Ivy, Harley Quinn Poison Ivy kind of like story with Black Cat in the Black Cat comic. And whether they connect to each other or they don't, or they're just treated as separate entities, is another story. Let me know in the live chat, if not in the comments later. But yeah, to say that 2026 is definitely a year of Mary Jane and Venom really coming into their own, especially with whatever's on the horizon after this downward spiral and the Queen of the Black arcs and all that. To say they're coming into their own is really, really interesting to say because a lot of people are wanting this. There are a lot of fans. I'm not going to deny it. There are a lot of fans that want this to end. They don't want this to be a thing. Even though there are an equal amount of fans that are like, hey, just let it play out. Maybe you'll enjoy it. There are some positives. If not some humorous moments here and there. And there have been. There have been. I mean, a Venom submarine, if you will, a Venom fish, Venom as Iron Man. It's like, you never would have seen these situations occur. These morphines, these shapeshiftings, Venom went through occur if it, with any of the other hosts he's had, but he's doing it now with Mary Jane, which is really kind of interesting to see. It's really kind of interesting to really, you kind of get a kick out of. So who's to say, what else they have planned? Who's to say what else they have planned? But this definitely feels like it's really coming into its own and all that, and we're starting to see maybe the foundation fully being, finished off. The foundation being finished and completed to the point that maybe by the end of this year, those that are kind of, crapping. I don't know what that was. Hold on for a second, folks. That was our neighbors. Got the little auto shop open now in the garage. But anyway, like I was saying, it's going to be interesting to see what they do because now that foundation is being completed, and you're having Mary Jane Venom coming into their own now as one. Especially with the new look they're going to get and everything. You got to wonder how that's all going to culminate going into next year, and what could be one big event, like I said, all across the MCU with the Spider-Man verse, the main 616 Spider-Man verse being the anchor, in the comics, being the anchor in the comics, if you will, to where everything will center around, to the point that when it's all said and done, when it's all said and done and all that, things might end up being reset, maybe in a similar manner that the MCU's continuity will be reset after Secret Wars. And that maybe a lot of things that some fans, are not fans of and some might be fans of, maybe a lot of those things will, change and cease to be. Maybe Mary Jane Venom won't be a thing anymore after that. Because again, like I said, I know there's a lot that don't want this to be a thing, and there's a lot that are okay with it, and they're more like, hey, let it play out, see what happens. Maybe you might enjoy it because there are some positive and humorous moments in there that you're not really looking into. You're not looking, you're looking past. You're kind of giving a side eye to, if you will. So it's going to be interesting to see, now that they're kind of establishing themselves, coming into their own, how that's going to be, rectified, if not left alone, or whatever the case might be, come after going into 2027, and whatever that event that I've heard is being done, that's going to affect everything MCU, not MCU, but Marvel comic wise, the comic book continuity wise, you gotta wonder how they're going to be affected. Like, are they going to not be a thing, or not going to be not be a fusion anymore, and things will be back to the way they were, and everything, or what? We don't know. We don't know, and everything. So it will be interesting to see, how we get to that point in 2027. And it looks like I said, right now we are off to a very controversial, but but decently good, if not humorous, start with Mary Jane and Peter's surprising revelations to each other in issue 29 of issue 23. I think it's issue 23. I think, or 29. Let me check, guys. I think it's in the 20s. I know that, but let me check. I just want to make sure. It's issue 23. So if I said 29, I do apologize, but it's issue 23. It's issue 23. But like I said, it's gonna be interesting to see, how things continue off from this being, like I said, a very decently good, controversial, if not humorous start. Because what's interesting is Peter thought Mary Jane died, but she didn't. She was going to, but then Venom, saved the day and all that. And you can only imagine that when this whole spiral thing is done and the whole Queen in Black thing is done and all that, you have to imagine Peter, wanting to basically try to, free, kind of separate, Mary Jane, and Venom. He's going to want to try to separate them and allow them to be, their own individual selves again. That's going to be one of his goals. And you can only imagine what he's going to do when he confronts Paul, as he's getting this full context and story, if you will, of how this all came to be. You can only imagine how he's going to feel confronting Paul, because Paul's going to come back into the picture. He's going to, how he's going to feel confronting him, and basically, basically asking him, why would you create a device like this where one of the options is three skulls and the person that wears it is dead? you know. So I can I know I'm not the only one that's looking forward to that, but I can only imagine the interaction that those two are going to have when it happens. I can only imagine. And yeah, I got a feeling, Eddie might end up back with, Venom. I got a feeling that's going to happen. There's no doubt. Um, but again, that's all going to depend on what occurs, after this major event in 2027, which I believe is going to be a similar event, that's going to coincide with what happens, after Secret Wars. Because again, as I said earlier, Secret Wars has been rumored and talked about as being the reset to the MCU, basically kind of rebooted reset to the MCU. Well, the comics, I believe, are going to do something similar to that extent, to where they'll reset and reboot a lot of things, and maybe a lot of things that fans have been complaining about and all that. Maybe a lot of those things get rectified and changed, if not changed in a way that's for the better and not for the worse and stuff like that. Maybe certain marriages get restored. Who knows? We'll have to see. We'll have to see, but it's going to be, to me, I think it's going to be a very fun, interesting ride, going forward. It's going to be a fun, interesting ride going forward, especially with Peter as Spider-Man confronting all these, individuals that have pretty much turned his life upside down, posing as him and all that. So it's going to be fun to see. It's going to be really fun to see. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I really am. And again, like I said, it's got the humor in there and all that. And you also got to wonder how they're going to treat this whole. Like if they decide, let's say for example, they do decide to just keep Mary Jane and Venom as a thing now, if you will, fused together, and at whatever event could change, reality, reboot, and everything, they're not affected and all that. Let's say that or, well, they're not affected, but they literally become a part of it. Like they've always been, fused together and all that. And maybe it's a different origin reason as to why it happens, and whatever reboot it may, whatever reboot we might get. I'm not saying we will, but I'm just saying that definitely feels like where we're heading. Let's just say, they keep them like that. You can only imagine how they're going to treat, their appearance, not just in their own comic, but their appearance, like, let's say currently in Black Cat right now, as to compare to the appearance in Amazing Spider-Man and other Spider-Man books, if you know what I mean. But, yeah, it definitely feels like the year of Venom, the year of the married. It definitely feels like, excuse me, the, how do I put this? The summer, the spring, and the how do I put this? The Mary Jane Venom era of the 2026 Mary Jane Venom era is definitely off to a very, like I said, controversial, decent, if not humorous start. All the way around. Whether you like it or not, you have to admit it is. And at least, ladies and gentlemen, at least we are getting some answers and some resolutions, restitution answers, I should say, resolution, restitution answers to a lot of questions. So anyway, though, guys, I just wanted to come on here and talk about that real quickly. I know I sound like I was all over the place, but I just wanted to give my thoughts on it because I know some people, they're looking at Amazing Spider-Man 23 and they're reading it, or they're reading the previews, and they're like, okay, so wait a minute. All this time he thought she was dead, but she wasn't, and she thought Peter had slammed the door on her, but that wasn't Peter, and that. So that, I think some people that were kind of like frowning on the MJ Venom thing now, I think they might change their minds, but we'll see. We'll see. But I just wanted to give my thoughts on it, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are down below in the comments if you haven't already in the live chat. Love to hear from each and every one of you on this. And until next time, guys, do me a solid favor. That's like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And click on the links to find my content also outside of YouTube and to support me outside of YouTube as well. And you can also find the links on my YouTube homepage. But guys, until next time, let me know what your thoughts are. And until then, I am out. So basically, we are now fast approaching, if not already here, when it comes to the Mary Jane slash Venom hybrid, if you will, and basically the new look. And basically, in case you guys want to know why this possibly is going on, essentially they did a story where the main villain of the story pretty much was killed off by Venom slash Mary Jane. Mostly Venom, I think, influencing Mary Jane to pretty much, do this antagonist in and cause it, and basically throw him off a building, if you will. But the way they made it sound like, or made it look like, so that Peter Parker, Spider-Man, wouldn't be suspicious, is that the guy fell. Is that Spiral, I think that was his name, Spiral, fell instead of being tossed off. But, Peter, of course, has his suspicions and everything now, knowing that Mary Jane and Venom are pretty much one, one and the same. They're pretty much one being now and everything, unlike the usual, symbiote, symbiotic, symbiote, symbiotic bonding. That's what I was trying to say. Try saying that 3 times fast. Symbiotic to the blah blah blah. But anyway, he knows that their the symbiont bonding is, it runs a lot deeper because basically they're fused, they're merged as one now. Basically as a means to survive. You know, so so obviously, how does this relate to what this new outfit you're seeing here on the screen? How does this relate to it? Well, apparently, according to some, this is pretty much an idea by both Venom and Mary Jane to kind of ease Peter's mindset that if he sees a more feminine, recognizable version of Mary Jane under the symbiote outfit, when they're Venom, if he could see somebody more familiar, more recognizable, and everything, in that manner, excuse me, I'm trying to find the right word to say, in that manner, then he won't, then the suspicion that he has about exactly what happened with Spiral will be, tossed aside. It will be pretty much, moved further out of his mind than usual. But, but here's the thing though. This Mary Jane slash Venom situation has been going on for almost over a year. And I've been one of those people that, I've been trying to be very positive about it, look at the fun aspect of it, what they could potentially do with the character, or characters now, now that they're pretty much one individual. I try to look at the aspect. I look at the, the positive, the creativity, and everything that, they could have, with this fusion, with this DNA through and through fusion between them. But yet, there are a lot of people that are not happy about it. Now, what's funny though is there are some people that I think were against this at first, but are now easing up on it since since they're now seeing, okay, she's taking on her own look now that's going to make her more distinguishable as, okay, this is Mary Jane. This is a female. This is a female under the symbiote, outfit and everything. I think, I think with her taking on this more recognizable look, it's putting, certain people at ease. But I also think over time, even before this, a lot of people are like, well, we didn't like it at first, but hey, we could see some of the potential that it has, depending on the story element, that it's a part of. It's, the plot and everything that, Mary Jane and Venom are a part of. Like with, the situation with Black Cat, that's played up more like a buddy, odd couple cop, like comedy, if you will, at times, to, even like a Thelma Louise kind of deal. If you kind of see what I'm saying, they look at it from that perspective. They look at it like, yeah, these two are attracted to each other. They're kind of like Thelma Louise, odd couple buddy thing kind of deal. kind of like Agent 69 and Agent Smith or whatever his name was. The Don Adams character gets smart, kind of like the tough, which basically Tough Puppy of Nickelodeon is inspired by Kitty and Dudley. They're kind of like that. That's how people look at it. Like these two are attracted to each other, but there's some something there that's kind of preventing maybe some real chemistry from developing outside of maybe a friendship being bonded, if you know what I mean. But anyway, like I said, it all depends on the environment. You know, whether it's a dark, dramatic, action-packed story like the Spiral one recently was, or like I said, it could be a buddy cop, Thelma Louise scenario like with Black Cat, or they could be just on their own and everything. Going forward, or even in the pages of Amazing Spider-Man. It all depends. And I think by looking at all these different, you know, scenarios that Mary Jane slash Venom is being put in storyline wise, I think people are becoming more accepting. Not totally, but they're becoming more accepting of, okay, we see what's going on here. We may not still be fond of it, but we see what's going on, and we admit that it kind of works in some ways. And in some ways, if you kind of see how they're piecing it together, kind of putting what roles for them to be in, if you know what I mean. But obviously, this design that she's now has been promoted for the past few months. I think since the beginning of the year, the end of last year, that this design was coming, and it makes it more real. I guess you could say easier on the eyes because you know who it is. You understand who this is and everything. And yeah, there obviously are going to be some complaints. There's no doubt there's going to be some complaints and everything. Like some people are looking at the fact that when you look at the outfit, her hair is out. Her hair is out, but it's a lot longer than usual. Couldn't that be a hindrance? Like, could that not cause maybe somebody to figure out, wait a minute, is this Mary Jane under the Venom suit? You know, it's basically one of those nitpicks that they have. And I look at the fact that I'm in agreement with some people that when you look at the extension of her hair, it's a lot longer than we normally see. That it's not just her hair; it's a play on her hair of the Venom symbiont, like it's tendrils in the form of hair, if you know what I mean, or in the disguise of hair. If you get my drift. Um, so yeah, people are going to nitpick with stuff like that. Some people are going to nitpick at the fact that they see this female body, which they know is Mary Jane's, but then they see the Venom face on the head, and it's like, yeah, this obviously just does not make sense. It does not compute. But I think over time, just like a lot of people were, warming up, still not, all the way warmed up, but getting there. When it came to Mary Jane and Venom, being, one and the same. Over time, since it began last year and is integrated into this year, you know, I think the same warm up is going to happen with this. Like people may be a little uneasy about this new design, hesitant about it, but eventually will warm up to this new look. And I look at the fact that if they're going to keep this going at least for another couple of years, because my mindset is this. We got Secret Wars coming up in the MCU next year, and I've got a feeling that they're going to be basically running this. They're going to be running this. Well, this water well, if you will, of creativity with the Mary Jane Venom situation. My feeling is they're going to be running it until it's dry, and that dry point could be coming at the beginning of 2028. Because 2027, December 2027, is when we're getting Secret Wars, and that's supposed to, from what we're hearing, supposed to softly reboot, softly reboot and retcon the MCU into something bigger and better and newer, and kind of allow it to start from scratch again. Kind of give it like a fresh coat of paint with a few additional colorings here and there that were there before. And my belief is that to coincide with that, I think Marvel Comics, the publisher, the comic book publisher, the comic division period, is basically going to do something similar over time to where when we get to like 2028, maybe the spring of 2028, this is just me assuming and speculating that that's when they're going to do something similar with their own kind of secret wars, where they're basically going to, where they're basically at the end of that revert things close to back to, kind of close and back to what they were, prior to everything going askew, in the past. That's what I feel is going to happen. And one of those things I think could potentially happen as a result that could be reverted back to its normal core, its normal origin, its roots, if you will, is Mary Jane not being Venom, and also potentially maybe the, OMD, one more day scenario being retconned and pretty much, erased, from existence so that people can get, the resolution that they've been hoping for. Now, now I know people are saying, well, they've gone on record and said they would never change it, right? That would never happen. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. They never said it would happen, in a way that we're pretty much expecting it would. Like, like, what's his name? Hold on for a second. All right, sorry about that. But like I said, people have come out and said, well, Marvel has said it would not happen. But here's the thing: the catch is they said it probably wouldn't happen the way we're imagining it. To Mephisto would basically have to go back on his word and switch everything back. That's what I think a lot of people are looking at. That basically it would not go back. That it would not go back in a way where Mephisto would be the one to reverse everything. Maybe in exchange for something else. We don't know. Um, but they never said, you know, they've never said that basically it can be changed if something, huge, something reality bending, could, warp it or could change it to an extent. We never heard of anything like that. And I think that might be the loophole to where, okay, there's no way they're going to allow Mephisto to, change things or anything in the current reality, the current realm, the current 616 of Earth, to, change it, get everything back to where it was. But there was nothing about, nothing said about reality warping, reality bending, basically a reboot, a reset of the reality as you know it. And I think that's exactly what we're heading for in all the Marvel comics. Currently, I think that's what all this build in Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Avengers, Iron Man, you name it, Hulk, you name it, She-Hulk, you name it. I think that's why you're seeing all this build happening. This is why you're seeing all these, storylines taking place and why they have such huge significance and why they're happening almost back to back. It's all because, in my opinion, it's building to something bigger. And I think what that bigger thing is the comic, is the Marvel comic, if you will, their take on a new Secret Wars event. Because we had heard, I think there's rumors that they want to do another Secret Wars, in the comics, and what better way to coincide with the one that's going to be in the theaters than to do their own maybe a little afterwards, to where just like the one in the theaters is supposed to, like I said, reset, softly reboot the MCU, give it like a fresh coat of paint with a few new colors, I should say, added to the paint and everything that represents like a lot of the new characters and teams and all that are coming in. They're going to become mainstays, if you will. What better way to coincide with that than to do their own interpretation, and that, and so in that way they can try to get things back to a more simplified status quo, even to the point that it can even be the loophole that's needed to go and, reset things back to the way they were pre one more day. Because I can tell you right now, we're getting to a point that I think even those that work at Marvel Comics, they're like, Joe, we love you. Joe Quesada, we love you. But guess what? You're no longer working on Spider-Man, because I think they have switched writers. And I think those writers that now work on it are waiting for the moment, waiting for the right moment. And I think that right moment's coming sooner than we think. And I think it's going to be an event, a Secret Wars-like event that's going to coincide with the MCU one. And just like the MCU one, the end result is going to be a reset, a soft, if not hard reset of the Marvel 616 universe in the comics, and things will go back to what they were at certain times, like even pre One More Day. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what will happen, but when you really get down to it, you have to ask yourself, why are all these different events happening almost back to back in the Marvel Comics Earth 616 universe that we read? It's like, what's going on here? Why are we getting back to back, events in the Spider-Man universe? Why are we getting back to back events, in the X-Men universe, in the Avengers universe, and so on and so forth? Hulk, She-Hulk, what's going on? You have to be wondering, what's happening, and you have to be thinking to yourself, are they building to something bigger? Is there something bigger in mind? And I think there is. Now, again, it's mere speculation, but I think all the evidence is there. Because when you really think about it, and even though I've been behind the idea and I see the positiveness with the idea, when you really think about it, what was the point of making Mary Jane Venom in the first place when she's had this traumatic history with the character? Why the sudden change? Hmm? Even if the reality has been warped a little bit and her traumatic history with him has altered, why still do it? Why still do it? I mean, yeah, like I mentioned before in the video, things might have changed to where, all the events that happened prior to One More Day never occurred. And if they did, they happened in a way to where they weren't as, memorable or as traumatic, as some of them were, like Mary Jane and Venom's first encounter, so, that's understandable as to why she'd be accepting of, hey, let's be partners, let's be friends, let's be Venom, if you will. Um, it's understandable there and everything. But again, you ask yourself this: what was the point of making her Venom? Unless there's something more in mind, unless this is all part of a bigger plan, and they're just not letting you in on it. I mean, I've been a comic book fan most of my life. Not just Sonic and all that, but I've read Marvel comics, I've read Transformer comics, I've read Spider-Man comics, X-Men comics. Heck, I have a second or third cousin called Joe Rosset that used to work on the X-Men comics back in the 90s. Yeah. You look at those X-Men comics that came out in the 90s to coincide with the X-Men Fox show, the original X-Men's Fox Kids show. You look at the colorist, Joe Rosas, he's related to me. Yeah, he is related to me. That's no joke. That's no joke. He's my second or third cousin on my mom's side. But anyway, though, basically, I've been reading comics for a long time. I've been, watching cartoons and shows for a long time, though, to where you can pretty much pick up on, the idea that something more is going on. Something more is going on, but they're not letting you in on it just yet. But I think the closer we get to the Secret Wars movie next year at the end of 2027, I think we're going to find out more. We're going to see more evidence that the Marvel comics, the comic books themselves, all the Marvel 616, Earth 616 comics, they're all going to be building to one big event. And I think it's going to be the equivalent of an all-new Secret Wars that, just like with the Marvel Cinematic Universe Secret Wars is planned to, like I said, softly, if not hard reset and reboot the MCU with a fresh coat of paint, with a few new colors added in that represent the new characters that are going to be part of the status quo. I think we're going to have something similar in the months to follow in 2028 with the Marvel comics, the comic books themselves of Earth 616. And I think this whole Mary Jane Venom thing, as good as it is, and the potential I see with it, the mischievous fun she can have with it, the creativity, the innovation, the imaginative, ideas she can come up with. Again, the mischievous or playfulness she can have, even the flirtatious seductiveness she can have from it. To me, I think this is this is only going to be going for so long. And I think when we get to that one moment, that one all new Secret War event that I feel is they're building up to, I think that right there, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is when it all comes to an end. And I think that right there, hopefully, maybe, speculative, speculative thought on my behalf. I think that's when things will be reset. Things will be softly, if not hard reset, rebooted to pre one more day status quo. Because again, they didn't say, excuse me, they didn't say anything about, like I said, they didn't say anything about reality changing, reality reset. They never said anything about that. They only indicated that no one, not Mephisto, no one in the current timeline, the current reality, can change things back. Change things back pre one more day. But they never said anything about something, as big as a secret war. Something as, life changing, reality changing, universe changing as that. They never said anything about that. And I think that's what's going to be the end result. I think that's what will get people back to what they want, back to the pre one more day situation. But hey, that's just mere speculation on my part. But to me, it just feels like that's what it's leading towards. That's why she's become Venom. That's why basically, you're having all these back-to-back events and all the Marvel comic Earth 616 stories. You know, I think it's all leading to that. I think it's all leading to something big. And this right here, her her and Venom being one and the same fused, molecularly, DNA wise, molecularly, and all that. Them being fused from the get go from last year, and now with the new look. To me, to me, this is just, the beginning. Like this is just the first. To me, this is just the first step, or one of the first big steps in letting us know something big's happening. The next event we're getting is called the Queen in Black, right? And it's not that far off the spiral run, right? So again, think about it. Back to back events. What's going on here? And to me, I think it's leading to something that's going to change the Earth 616 Marvel Comics continuity all across the board. Just like the Secret Wars is going to do the same for the MCU. I think their interpretation of a Secret Wars event that is going to coincide, around the same time, if not a little after, is going to do the same thing for them. And this whole Mary Jane and Venom deal, it's all part of it. And when it's all said and done, she'll be back to being plain old Mary Jane. Maybe she might be bonded with Venom, but it'll be a different origin of how it happened. Maybe it'll be a memory that's now cemented into Peter's mind and her mind, even as they're married. Or maybe she'll be Jackpot. And Jackpot, one of Jackpot's powers is to be very similar to Venom or Slime or whatever the case might be. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, that's just mere speculative theory on my part. But when I look at, like I said, at the Mary Jane Venom situation here, even before this change, again, I see something that has the potential for fun, to be fun, playful, mischievous, creative, imaginative, innovative. I see it all there and all there combined into one package. With Mary Jane's Venom, especially with this new look. I see that. I really do. And we'll just have to wait and see what they do, not just with the Queen in Black, but also see potentially what they do going forward. I mean, I feel like if she's going to have control over the symbionts and all that, the Queen, which is by the way the Queen in Black is the villainess from the Thor movies, the Thor, what is it, Dark World? I think it was Thor Dark World or something like that. Heredity or whatever her name is. She's the one that's going to be the Queen in Black. So you got to imagine what she'll do by trying to control maybe, Mary Jane, seeing all your bonded and everything. You got to wonder what she's going to do with her. I mean, I gave examples of what if she commands her to morph into, let's say, a cape for her to wear, and you see Mary Jane's Venom smiling face on the back of the cape, or she says, you know what, I command you to turn into a snake and be my pet and slither around me, and what if that happens? that can make things interesting and intriguing as well. But I don't know if that'll happen or not. It would be funny if it did, and all that, because you can have Mary Jane, Mary Jane Venom, after the restored and everything, and maybe held prisoner for a bit along with Spider-Man, kind of joke at the fact, even non-funny wise, but joke at the fact that I've never thought I'd see the day where I'd be somebody's cape, somebody's cape to wear, or be their pet snake to slither around, or something like that. Even though it'd be a funny, it wouldn't be a funny in that sense. It would be like a sarcastic one. But, to me, honestly, though, like I said, we'll just have to see if they do that, if they do that in the story or not, or if they're just gonna have it be serious, dramatic, a little dark, dark of course, and everything, and what the end result will be going forward. So we'll see what happens. But like I said, I think this is all part of something bigger, that's going to change things back to pre One More Day come 2028. I just feel it. But for right now, I still look at the potential, the fun, that Mary Jane as Venom could have, especially with this new look, the mischiefy, playful, creative, imaginative, innovative fun she can have, the seductive, flirtatious fun she can have with this, new look and everything going forward until the time comes when it'll no longer be in existence after that big event that I feel is going to happen in 2028. But that's all I'm going to say on it, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are down below in the comments as well as the live chat during the premiere. Like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And click on the links in the description of my content elsewhere outside of YouTube. Until then, I am out. Hey everyone. So I'm not going to do any real plugs right now. It's about 5:30 p.m. and of course, around that time frame, I'm just going to let you know that you can find me at DeviantArt at BVW1979, for Affinity at BW1979, InkBunny.net at BWRosas. Also, that the live chat will be open along with super chats, so you can get those on in as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the comment section on both occasions, live video premiere and afterwards, will be open. And then afterwards, if you don't get here in time for the live video premiere, the super thanks, little heart with the dollar sign in the middle, that little icon, that will be available after the video is over. Also, I will have affiliated stores listed as well, guys. So if you want to click on anything in those affiliated stores, to purchase and everything, go ahead and do so. It helps me out, with a little bit of kickback that I get from them, and everything else that I have talked about a lot in the plugins and other videos, like I did in the more recent one before this. You can find in the description and on my YouTube homepage. But with that said, though, folks, let's talk about something really interesting, if you will. You see, I've noticed over the past, I guess you could say, a few months, not the past year, a lot of changes in comic books. We've had a tremendous, I guess you could say, just tremendous kind of run when it comes to comics being, made and all that, and what goes where and how this works, how that works, and stuff. And I've talked about a couple of recent changes, when it comes to some of the comics, like of course with Mary Jane and Venom and Spider-Man, and I just recently talked about that, and the fact that comedically the OG Peter Parker, who's back on Earth, is in shock. He's kind of like he can't believe it, but obviously as friends for right now, they're going to work things out and have an understanding of, okay, this is what happened, that's why this happened, and stuff like that. And I think it mostly kind of gets talked about a little bit in issue 23 of the Amazing Spider-Man. But it's not just that either. I mean, we also have what happened in Skybound's Transformers, the Skybound comics of Transformers of the Energon universe. Skybound, of course, a division of Image Comics. And the decision there that's happened recently, and I talked about this, basically spoilers, if you will, and I do apologize. But basically, Alita is now Alita 1. Alita 1 is now Alita Prime, and Optimus is just Optimus. Optimus Prime is just Optimus now. Basically, the matrix of leadership is now inside Alita, and RC, yes, that RC, is now a Magnus. She's RC Magnus. So, yeah, some decisions are being made, and all across the board in comics, and not a lot of folks are very fond of it. they're not. They're not fond of it due to the fact that it's like, why are these decisions being made? Why go in this direction? Why do this? Why do that? And look, I can tell you from experience, sometimes a decision when it gets made, even if it's for the long term, for the, at least long term wise, I would say for at least the next year or two, yeah, sometimes it's not going to go over well. That is true. I mean, I've documented, I myself, along with many other fans like Cyberpunk Jordan and others, have, pretty much come out and said, very documentary wise, and you can see that all those documentary like videos and stuff where we've talked about this time and time again. But a lot of us have come out and said that, we were not fond of the whole Mecha Sally, situation. We were not fond of the fact that they went this far. That Ian Flynn went as far as he did with her, if you will, and kept it going until he had basically no choice but to wrap it up because of behind the scenes issues. You know, because the initial plan, from what some people have been talking about, from what they found out, is Ian Flynn wanted to take the Mecha Sally arc and at least go to about issue 250, have her restored, and then just go from there. And thankfully, Archie Sonic Online, a fan comic, is kind of continuing that. But point is, a lot of us fans were not too thrilled with this, idea that she was now this weaponized version of herself and everything. And basically, it was just rinse and repeat, issue after issue. Even when it was, showcased in the Universe comic, it was always issue after, not issue, but it was always, the same rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. You know, and for fans, you don't want to just drag out something and just repeat it. Repeat the same action or similar action. Issue after issue, or in animation's case, episode after episode. You don't want to do that. You want to switch it up a little bit. And I'll acknowledge that, yeah, they kind of tried to switch it up at times, but it was only a tiny bit. Most of the other times it was just rinse and repeat. Team, what was it? Team fighters, that being, Sonic, Amy, and Tails, go to a location, follow Sally over there, try to get her. She escapes, rinse and repeat. And it just didn't sit well with us. And I think the other thing that the other reason it didn't sit well with fans like myself is we looked at this and we're like, this is not Sally, this is not her. She, because she was always presented basically as a strong, as a strong-willed character, to the point that even if Eggman isolated, isolated the Power Rings effect on her robotic body, which would have given her free will back, basically, even with that, she was built up to be such a strong character, no matter who the writers were that wrote for her or wrote her character, that she would have been able to break that, break through that insulation. Like she would have been able to just, in a short amount of time, break through it and then do basically what Uncle Chuck did in the comics as well as in the Saturday morning cartoon, and that's be a spy to let them know what's going on and just play along with the idea that, Eggman thinks she's under his control, but she really isn't, you know, and that's basically, like I said, one reason why nobody was very fond of it, because it's like, well, wait a minute, here's this character that's built up, that has been built up, I should say, to be a strong-willed character, and you're not allowing her to break through this isolation around this power ring that would give her a free will, so she can have it. You're just gonna have her be like this. It just didn't make any real sense to a lot of folks. It didn't. And like I said, they had to wrap it up because of behind the scenes issues. And the way they wrapped it up, and they had her basically take responsibility for what she did, is, she had her friends, comfort her, tell her that wasn't her. They had her, of course, emotional and everything, and thanking them for stopping her. And like I said, you had friends like Bunny Rabbit saying it's okay, that wasn't you, it's over. And then the following issue, you have, Sally putting a lot of pressure on herself because she wants to make good for what she did as Mecha Sally, and you have Nicole coming out and saying, "Hey, you're not going to do this now. What happened in the past life, in the past world, that that's over with. That doesn't exist anymore. That wasn't, that's a past life. Don't worry about it anymore. Focus on the here and now. Focus on the Sally that in this reality encouraged the likes of Dulcie and Lupe and stuff like that. So yeah, they had to basically, like I said, had to wrap it up. and everything. And a lot of us fans were happy that they wrapped it up, and then of course gave it a quick, and even though it wasn't a resolution that we would hope for, to where she'd want to strangle Eggman and everything for what he did to her, it was just a quick resolution, like, hey, it's over, it's done with, let's move on, which I thought was cool. I thought was really cool and everything. And yeah, you do have some remnants of her Mecha Sally design ported over to the rebooted design, which would have been part of her new design anyway, after her restoration, had things gone originally as planned. But like I said, outside of that, outside of that, and leading up to the restoration via reboot, again, a lot of fans didn't like the whole Mecha Sally situation. They didn't. They didn't. I mean, we could understand, like I said, what Ian Flynn wanted to do. He wanted to rebuild the Freedom Fighters for a new generation. He wanted to rebuild them, give them more game accurate or game related, designs and everything, and just go from there, if you will, and maybe go forward with what he was going to do anyway, that we saw in the reboot. But the point I'm getting at but the point I'm getting at is that even well before that, building to it, a lot of us didn't like we didn't like the arc, but we knew it was only temporary. We just didn't like, the fact that it was very rinse and repeat, in its presentation. We didn't like the fact that it didn't, do some twists and turns here, maybe some surprises here and there. Like I said, by at least having Sally be that strong world character, and fight through the insulation and embrace the power of the power ring and get her free will back, and everything. It didn't do any of that. It didn't do any of that. It was just a rinse and repeat, and that's why it was such a very controversial, very, I guess you could say, disdained story arc, if you will. But we knew it was only temporary, and the same. And I bring this up, and I know I've been going on about it for a lot longer than I should, but I bring that up because when I see how people feel about, let's say, in Transformers, the Skybound comics, the Energon Universe one, when I see them, how they feel about, Alita 1, and again, spoilers here, I do apologize, but Alita 1 becoming Alita Prime and RC being RC Magnus, to me, it's like, yeah, it's not a good decision in the eyes of a lot of longtime fans, but you need to understand that this is a different take on the characters. It's a mixture of all different interpretations that were inspired by G1, if you will. They were inspired by G1. It's a take on all different interpretations, to where now you just got to see, and you just got to watch and let it play out. You may not be fond of it and everything, and that's fine, but you just got to let it play out and see where they go from here. Like I mentioned when I talked about it, there's a lot of directions they could go with it when it comes to Alita being in the prime position she is right now, and the same with RC. The Matrix is the Matrix, and somebody mentioned this in the comment section on the video. The Matrix, contains the essence of Primus. So Primus, always wanting to be a bearer, an arbinger, and a bearer for good, will have, their essence will have an influence on whoever the bearer of the Matrix is. So in other words, you could have Alita basically, want to do one thing, but Primus's influence will make her do what, something that, Prime would have done, what Optimus would do, and everything. So it's, it's just one of those situations to where, yeah, you may not be fond of it and everything, but it's basically something that, honestly, it's just temporary. That, before it's all said and done, we could see, not could see, but we will see the Matrix being, bared and being, basically being bared within Optimus once again. So that's going to be interesting to see. And another interesting, an interesting Easter egg some people pointed out is, we have to remember that in the first issues of the Skybound version of Transformers, Sparkplug, Spike's dad, merged with the Matrix. He became one with the Matrix. So his essence is in there along with Primus's, essence, and together that could help, basically influence Alita to do what she doesn't want to do, but she knows, has to be done, because Primus and even Sparkplug by extension is telling her, yeah, we know you want to do this, but this is what you need to do. And again, as I mentioned in my audio video, that would make her wake up and realize, okay, this is why they chose Optimus to be the bearer of the Matrix, and then eventually she'll hand it back to him. You know, so it's going to be interesting to just watch and see and keep tabs of, going forward. And I think a lot of people need to, a lot of people, a lot of fans need to realize that this is not a permanent situation. Like I mentioned with Mecha Sally, we knew it was only temporary. We didn't like how long it was going, but we knew it was temporary. We knew there was an end goal, there was an end issue to this whole situation, to where things would revert back to status quo, even with the characters being slightly given slight makeovers, if you will, more game accurate makeovers. So when it comes to Alita being in the position she's in, I think people just need to be patient and just roll with the punches and see what happens. You might be surprised. You might be surprised. Now, like I said, it could influence her to do that. It could not only influence her to do these, like, what I'm trying to say is, it would not only influence her to do the things she knows that needs to be, that are right, instead of what she wants to do, but again, like I said, it would basically open her eyes and make her realize this is why Optimus was chosen. But also, as I said, it could go another route. It could go to where she wants to so desperately fight against the Matrix, fight against Primus's influence, and even Sparkplug's influence, that she'll fight so much against it, it will corrupt her. It will corrupt her to the point that basically, she'll have to be, not only will she lose the Matrix back to Optimus, but she'd have to be locked away in all that. Or even, as I as I used word wise in this video already, she'd have to be rebooted. Like, she would be, she would still be herself, and she would just have memories of her and Optimus being a thing, but all the other things, that she had memories of or gained memories of, those would be erased, and she'd be basically, like I said, with the exception of the memories of her and Optimus together, she would be, a clean slate. She would be basically a clean slate and all that, and that's potentially a possible direction they could go in. The same with, the same with maybe the fact that, as I mentioned in the art of video, not only could she realize, okay, by Primus influencing her actions to do one thing instead of what she wants to do, there could be a moment to where she'll freeze, and it will cause some kind of tragedy to happen. Maybe a fellow Autobot gets killed, or maybe someone innocent, like a robotic Cybertronian child, gets killed and everything. And because of the fact that she would have hesitated, froze for that one moment, that could be the eye opener of, okay, this is why Optimus was chosen instead of me. So that moment's coming. That moment's coming. It just is about patience. It's about just letting it, letting it ride out, and and just go from there. And the same with RC as a Magnus. RC as Magnus might work out for the better, but that's only going to be a temporary deal too. So so it's going to be interesting to see what they do with her. But I think what will happen is that if she does revert, RC that is, back to just regular RC, it won't be because, okay, she's being basically influenced to do one thing over the other, or she's going to freeze and all that, and something tragic's going to happen because she didn't do what she had to do because she hesitated, she froze and stuff like that, or she'd be corrupted. No, I think what's going to happen with RC, she's going to probably, and this is just my opinion, she's probably going to realize that maybe being a Magnus is too much for her, too much responsibility, and that perhaps it's just best to wield it back over to Ultra, to basically to whoever else is more worthy, and let her just be RC again. It could be of her own decision of, what, I appreciate this responsibility. I appreciate you use your power to make me into who I am, but this is just too much for me. I'd rather just be plain old RC again. And that could happen. I think more than likely she'd be willing of her own, choice to basically, basically relinquish the Magnus power that she has. I think that might be what happens, very, in the near future. But I think her, her her reversing, if you will, her what's the word I'm looking for? Not retroness. Her um, God, I can't think of the word. It's her re, her reverting. That's the word I'm looking for. Her reverting back to RC, I think could be of her own choice, unlike with Alita. To where Alita would have something happen to where she'd either, like I said, be corrupted to the point that basically she'd realize, or basically it would cause her to lose the Matrix, and she'd, like I said, have to be, mostly rebooted, but the memories of her and Optimus remaining still being in there. But after that, she'd be a clean slate, or basically freezing and being hesitant about something and causing something tragic to happen, or being, basically influenced by Primus to do something she doesn't want to do. Any one of those situations is going to be where she loses the Matrix. Not of her own will, but of the fact that she's going to realize, okay, this is why Prime was chosen. RC, I think, would be more along the lines of she'd be willing to relinquish it to revert back to just being RC again, because maybe it'll be too much for her. It's what I think. It's what I think. Just my opinion, though. Just my opinion. But I know a lot of fans that are not fond of these changes are probably hoping for that to happen as well. But we'll have to see. But again, like I said, from my own personal experience, when it came to the Mecha Sally situation, it's all about just letting it roll, let it run its course, and until you get to that certain issue that pretty much is the end game, or the end resolution of the entire situation, of the entire plot, if you will, the entire arc, if you will. But yeah, to me, I understand from experience, like I said, how others feel about this, and the same with Mary Jane as Venom. I've talked about this numerous times, and although I know we're in the second year of Mary Jane as Venom, that situation, I still believe that, you know as we as we go throughout the rest of this year and go into next year, I think we're going to get, to coincide with what we're going to do in the MCU with Secret Wars. I think we're going to get something, in the comics that's going to be very similar, similar in a similar in event status, if you will, to the point that I think, like I said, to correlate with what's going on with the MCU and the proposed reboot that's going to happen after Secret Wars. I think the comics are going to do the same thing, and it's going to be probably the biggest shakeup they've had in quite some time, and it's going to cause a lot of things that are happening now to change. It's going to cause them to change either for the better or maybe not for the better. It could cause, and when it comes to Mary Jane and Venom, it could cause it to where her and Venom never were fused together, and she was never even Jackpot at all. It could go back to status quo, go back to before One More Day. In that situation, it could happen there. Same with a lot of other comics, like the X-Men comics and the stories going on there, and the changes that happen there that fans are fond of and not fond of, and the same with Captain Marvel and the Avengers and so on. A lot of stuff potentially, if not more than likely, will change. You know, and maybe Mary Jane and Venom, maybe things change to the point that yeah, they are fused together, but basically, if things get reverted back to a certain status quo, like let's say Mary Jane and Peter are together and married, they could add in the new origin or background of Mary Jane, having been fused with Venom to save her life. You could have that similar situation, but instead of her being Jackpot and everything, it could be something to where basically she needs a whole, almost like whole blood transfusion in her DNA to save her or something like that. So that could be how that happens too. A lot of different things could happen that would either erase what's going on now, and go back to what it was before, or keep some of the things that are going on now, but present them in a different manner, and how and also how they came into existence in that manner, if you will. But to me, like I said, it's all about patience. It's all about just letting things roll and all that, and just going from there, and having fun while you're at it. I mean, the Mary Jane Venom thing to me is probably, I think, the most unique, and if not at times, could be very humorous, and entertaining things we're going to see, because Mary Jane is the only one so far, out of all the previous hosts that are bonded with, Venom, like Eddie and Peter and all them. uh, she is the only one to really tap in to the creativeness of being Venom being a shapeshifter, and instead of just being somebody else or being clothing and all that, going and just going beyond that and being being a submarine, being a big fish, being a big old glob head, if you will, and all that and so on. So there's a lot of entertaining, entertaining, creative at times, and intriguing situations that still could be seen and enjoyed when it comes to Mary Jane and Venom. But like I said, it could all, come to, it all could come to an end by next year, by next year and going into 2028. It could all come to a screeching halt, if you will, by the end of next year going into 2028, because like I said, I feel we're going to get an event in the comics that's going to correlate very similarly to what's going to happen with Secret Wars in the MCU. So when it comes to something like Mary Jane and Venom or whatever else has happened in the Marvel Comics 616 comic pages and all that of all your favorite issues, whether you are fond of those changes or not, I have a feeling a lot of that's going to, I got a feeling a lot of that's going to come to a head next year and going into 2028, to where 2028 might see, like I said, a change for the better, maybe not, an incorporation of what's going on into what would be a more a familiar world, like maybe pre One More Day and stuff, but with some of what's going on inserted there and stuff. So it's going to be nice. It's going to be kind of, like I said, a fun ride along the way. But again, like I said, and I'm speaking from experience, it's all about patience. You may not like what's going on, but it's all about patience and just letting it, ride out, to the end, or to that end goal, to that end issue when it all is said and done, to see exactly what happens next, what the next, course of action will be. But anyway, I just wanted to come on here and talk about that. Use my own experience. When it comes to being someone that was a fan, a subscriber to the Archie Sonic comic, and not being very fond of the Mecha Sally arc and everything. And I'm not the only one that will tell you that. And it's the same. And just before I go, little side note, it's the same thing with the Metal Virus arc. Not a lot of fans are fond of that. They like the dark atmosphere with it, but they weren't too fond with it because it was just rinse and repeat and all that, with a few moments here and there of major characters getting infected, like Tangle and the Chaotix and so on. But it was just rinse and repeat after that. And when it was all said and done, everybody was happy it was over with. Even Mega Beatman, who does reviews on these, even he was like satisfied. You could hear it in the tone of his voice when he reviewed that last issue, and did the overall. He did an overall look at it. You could tell that he was happy, and just basically breathing a sigh of relief that it was finally over and not going to continue anymore. But anyway, though, like I said, I just wanted to come on here and, like I said, give you my own, point of view from experience, of, not, of these kind of, comic book events happening and arcs happening that last for a while, and not being fond of, the situation and everything, but also learning that you need to have patience, because because patience basically does pay off. It is worth, having, and everything. And you just, gotta let, just let things be and go from there, as far as I'm concerned, if you will. But just, just be patient. Just let the punches roll. Let things happen, and hey, you might be surprised about what you get, along the way. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about that, guys. Again, from my own point of view and all that. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section if you haven't already in the live chat. Let me know how you feel about this. Do you agree with some of the points I've made here? Love to hear your thoughts. And until next time, guys, do me a solid favor. That's like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube, and to support me outside of YouTube as well. But until next time, guys, give me your thoughts. And until then, with the ending of the last issue, the more recent issue, I think of Amazing Spider-Man or whatever issue it was, where basically it is established, excuse me, that Venom and Mary Jane are now friends because they fully trust each other, and thus basically Mary Jane gives the okay to fully bond, and they become Venom, the old new Venom, with her new look and everything that you see in the thumbnail. You see on the thumbnail with the descriptions and all that, whatever, the title, as well as you see here in the video. The thing is, people still have an issue with it. Now, like I said before, it seems that there are those that were critical about it at first that are kind of lightening up a little bit. They're kind of starting to accept it a little bit, but there are still those that disdain it. They don't like it. It's like basically this is something that doesn't feel right to them. It's like basically Marvel has essentially forced a square peg into a round hole, if you know what I mean. But the question is why? Why do people not like Mary Jane as Venom? And I think I've talked about this before. I touched upon it before, but I'll touch upon it again. I think mainly from what I'm understanding, the reason they don't like her is it basically goes against their history, in the past. It goes against what they've been through against each other and all that in the past. It goes against when Brock as Venom, basically made himself look like Peter, but only to scare Mary Jane, basically freak her out by changing into Venom, in the shadows, basically freaking her out, scaring her, basically traumatizing her. And it doesn't help that even later on, when she was kind of getting over it, she didn't like the idea that one of Peter's alternate costumes was a Venom-inspired symbiote costume. She didn't like it. She wanted him to get rid of it. It's kind of like with my parents, if you will. My family, my mom, back when I was a kid, me and my siblings were kids. My mom basically one day when my dad was at work went under the bed and grabbed his Halloween skull mask and threw it out. And she said it's because basically one night she was sleeping on the bed, her and him were sleeping on the bed, and she had this nightmare, this skull face coming after her and everything. And lo and behold, she obviously, her being her, she was wondering, okay, I didn't like having that nightmare. Why did I have it? And something, just told her, look under the bed, and under the bed was the mask, and she threw it out. And my dad wasn't happy about it, but he got over it because I think when she explained to him exactly what happened, he was, yeah, like I said, a little upset, but he was understanding, like, okay, I get it. Maybe I shouldn't have put that there because, he knows that he knew then, I don't know if he knows now, but he knew then that she, even now, has a sixth sense of detecting things. Like if something bothers her or something, gives her a vision or a dream or a nightmare, then she's going to find out what the answer to that is. And, if it's something in the house, she's going to find out, period. Anyway. Anyway, though, it kind of reminds me, as strange as that of a comparison is, it reminds me of that because, because basically, a lot of people are like, well, this guy traumatized her and everything. And even when Peter puts on that symbiote-like inspired alternate outfit, she wants him to get rid of it. She doesn't want him wearing it because it's too much of a reminder, a traumatizing reminder and everything. But I think, as I've mentioned before, I think what people seem to forget is that the event that I still believe that is going to get retconned, it's going to pretty much get wiped from existence by 2028 because I feel that Mary Jane being Venom and all these events that are happening almost simultaneously back to back, not just in Spider-Man, but in like X-Men, Fantastic Four, Avengers, you name it. I think it's all going to culminate in some kind of Secret Wars like event in the comics to coincide with the Secret Wars movie in the MCU next year. And I think just like with the movie, whatever the Secret Wars like event in the comics is going to be, is just like in the movie, because apparently the rumor in the movie, or for the movie, is that's going to reset things. It's going to change things, change things to be a status quo that's similar, familiar, but different to the point that it's just like a start over, but with a fresh coat of paint, if you know what I mean. And I feel like basically we're going to get something to coincide with that very similarly in the comic. And I feel that when that happens, one of the events that will be altered and affected and wiped out, or at least altered to the point that, it never happens, but still we might get Mary Jane as Venom and all that, is going to be One More Day. I feel that's what's going to happen, eventually down the line. I really do. I feel that's going to happen. I know some people may not agree with that, but when you really think about it, you kind of look at all these events that are simultaneously happening back to back in all the Marvel Earth 616 comics. It makes you wonder. I mean, why the heck did they wipe out the Ultimate Universe? I'm just saying. Think about it. Think about it, guys. So I think we're going to get something like that that's going to coincide with the Secret Wars movie next year. That's going to basically rumored to change things up, make things kind of go back to the way they were, but with a new fresh coat of paint, new people, new heroes all in one place and stuff like that. And basically, I feel that the comics are going to do something similar, which again will make this Mary Jane as Venom situation, a moot point when it's all said and done. I feel that's where we're heading. But again, just to go back to what I was saying, people seem to forget one more day when that happened. You know, when that happens, Mephisto basically wiped the slate clean. When he said he wanted Peter's marriage, he wanted him and Mary Jane's love, their marriage. You know, yeah, it was reluctantly agreed upon on all parties and everything. And eventually, basically, what happened to save Aunt May, everything was changed back to almost changed in a rebooted like fashion, if you will, to where things were just different. But you can tell in a way that later on, I think in the comics, from what I understand, Peter and MJ kind of knew about the past. Like they know about their past, their past lives that they had to give up, but they can't do anything about it because they don't want to, I guess, risk anything happening, in the future to any of their loved ones, like Aunt May or something. But yeah, basically, it seems people seem to forget that when that happened, a lot of things were wiped clean. A lot of the events that happened in the prior to that were probably altered or erased from memory or all that. Like the encounter Mary Jane had with Venom, that was altered to the point that yeah, it still happened, but it was done in a way that was similar but different and didn't have the effect on her that it did in the original comics. So I think people seem to forget about the one more day situation, and I think that's another reason why people are not happy with the Mary Jane being Venom, and everything. Her being more accepting now, more friendly with them and everything. Becoming literally one now, fully bonded and everything on a molecular level. I think that's one of the reasons they don't like it, because it's a reminder to them that the reason this is happening is because one more day caused it to happen, and that event occurred almost a little over a decade ago, and basically, still its effects are being rippled all the way up to this year and last year, and I think again that's why people don't like the idea that Mary Jane is Venom, because it takes away the effect that the original encounter first had with her in Venom and mutes it. It basically nerfs it, neuters it, if you will. And they don't like it. They despise it, and I think that's where the despising, the hatred for this change, comes from. It's not a fact that they don't think it's a cool design. They don't think it's not because they don't think Mary Jane being Venom has, like I do, some very fun possibilities, mischievous, shape-shifting, melty, gooey, seductive, flirtatious, creative, innovative, imaginative possibilities. I don't think it's any of that. I think it's just the fact that they're not happy. They're not happy at the fact that it just constantly is another constant reminder that this is happening, this event is occurring because of one more day. And if you don't believe me, I guarantee you talk to anybody out there here on YouTube that talks about comic books for a living, like Linkara, like Comic Drake, like the Comic Lad, you name it. You talk to anybody that talks about comics for a living or a semi-living here on YouTube, you talk to them, and they'll probably all tell you the same thing. They'll probably all tell you literally that the reason everybody, including them in a way, despises Mary Jane being Venom is it's a constant reminder once again of one more day's effects. That because of one more day occurring and everything being altered, now stuff like this is occurring, and to them it's a slap in the face. It is literally a slap in the face, if you know what I mean. And here's what's strange. If you were to make a comparison, if you were to have them read, the Sonic comics, the original Archie Sonic comics, pre-reboot and post-reboot, I guarantee you they would say that the way the post-reboot situation was handled should be how these changes were handled. Like find a way to remind fully Mary Jane as Peter and some of the close confidants like Aunt May and maybe Flash Thompson and everything, remind them basically of what their lives were before. Find a way to do that, but also indicate that they can't really do anything to change it back, because if they change it back, they could lose certain people for good, like an Aunt May and whoever else is close to them. So, but I guarantee you, if you were to do something like that, like again, if you were to have people read the Sonic comics and they read the post reboot and they saw how things were, kind of revealed, the past was revealed because every freedom fighter except for Sonic had to touch Nicole, and Nicole had the Super Genesis wave, the residue of it, the leftovers, integrated into her, and she was like the Deus Ex Machina to restoring the memories. If you were to make a comparison and show them that, and have them read as well the pre-reboots and everything, the reboot comics there, they would tell you, like I said, that that's probably how things should have been done here if you want them to accept it, if you want them to be okay with it. Have it be a constant reminder to Mary Jane. Have it be a constant reminder to Peter. Have it be a constant reminder to Aunt May and Flash Thompson and all of them that, hey, the reason your lives are different in a way that you feel mysteriously is confusing, is like, some kind of off-putting, like something just doesn't feel right. Here's the reminder. Here's the memories of your past lives that you're never going to get back, because if you do, some of you that were killed off, died off in the original timeline, will be, that will happen to them or happen to you here in this timeline, because you're trying to reset, and yet that can't be allowed and everything, or else, if you attempt it and you make it happen, consequences, So to me, I think if you were to tell people, hey, who do you think did it better with the changing of the timeline, altering things and all that, people would say Sonic did it better, and that's a fact. That's a fact. But again, like I said, getting back on the topic here, I think it's mainly not. I think it's mainly not just because of it feels out of left field. It just doesn't feel right. It's like a square. It's like a round. It's like a square peg going into a round hole and everything being forced in. I don't think it's all that. Again, like I said, I think it's a reminder of one more day, but also it's the fact that a lot of people feel it's a woke situation, an SJW situation, to where, oh, we're going to make Mary Jane Venom now, so we got to make her more creative, more OP in the shape-shifting abilities than, Eddie ever was or Peter ever was and stuff like that. And basically, I think that's the other reason they don't like, Mary Jane as Venom, because she's able to do things that the other, host that bonded with Venom, not fully like her because it's a molecular DNA situation, but the others that basically had bonded with Venom in the past had never been able to fully tap into. I mean, we've seen Eddie tap into the shape-shifting part by disguising himself as other people, but we never saw him go like any further, like become a submarine, become, Iron Man, become a big old glob that just, jumps up and grabs someone like Peter and tells them, hey, stop calling us Eddie and all that, You've never had anything like that. You've never had any host do that until Mary Jane, and I think that's why there are some fans that don't like it, because they feel like it's, just another example of, oh, we got to make the female protagonist strong and make her OP and make it woke and everything, because because she's gonna be able to do things the others couldn't do as the host of Venom, or now the more molecular fused as one Venom, if you will, and that might that might be one of the reasons too. I'm not denying that, but I think again, outside of that possibly being the other reason, like I said, the other main reason is a reminder of one more day, is what it is. It's a reminder of, the effects that event had, that change had, that people don't like. They don't care for, and they just wish would just be changed. I guarantee you there are people that are hoping that down the line, there's a moment in the comics, in all the comics, if you will, to where basically it's revealed that this whole scenario is nothing but a dream. That basically there's something going on, like a supervillain like Doc Ock or Kingpin or whoever is holding them in some kind of like virtual reality, that feels real and everything, a simulation and everything. And basically, that's why things feel a little off. Like things don't make sense to them. To me, to me, honestly, there are, to me, honestly, there are people that are hoping for that. I guarantee you, have to, you don't even have to look it up and everything. There are people that feel that way. I guarantee it. They're hoping for that. You know, they're hoping that Joe Quesada will come out and say, "Hey, guess what? It was all fake. It was all this virtual reality simulation. They were trapped in a virtual world. Da da da. Ha ha. Made you look." That's what they're hoping for. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be that. It doesn't feel like it's going to be that. But like I said, I feel that the way this is going to be changed, the way this is going to end, is we're going to get a big event in 2028 to coincide with the Secret Wars movie, and it's going to be its own Secret Wars in the comic, and then that's what's going to kind of slightly alter and change things of One More Day to where most of what happened with One More Day will be wiped out. You'll have Peter and MJ back together, married, but if there's anything that would be brought over from this new reality, it could be Mary Jane as Venom, and they could find a way to, write that into it, write that into the continuity as well, if you will. But that'd be up to them. That'd be up to them. But I feel that that's where we're heading, though, in one way or one shape or another. One form or shape or another. That's where we're heading. We're heading for that event. So for those of you that don't like Mary Jane as Venom right now, you may not have that much longer to wait. I mean, yeah, you have basically another. Let's say hypothetically, you have another year and let's see, year and a half to go, maybe 2 years to go. But honestly, I guarantee you it's going to go by fast. And before you know it, you may not have to deal with this much longer. You may not have to deal with this much longer, you know. And we'll see what happens from there. But I feel, honestly, that that's the reason. It's because it's a constant reminder of those changes One More Day made. It altered some things to a point to where instead of Mary Jane being like, "Hey, I'm going to find a way to separate us because I don't want to be around you. I don't want to be near you and everything because you remind me of it's a constant reminder of what you did to me and all that." People feel like her now accepting Venom as a friend and letting him fully bond with her to become Venom, she Venom, Mary MJ Venom, if you will. To them, it's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face and everything, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a slap in the face. And again, there are people that look at it like it's just a woke situation. Like, oh, you got to make her OP. You got to allow her to do things, with the Venom powers that no one else could do, the shape shifting and all that, the melting and all that. You got to make her be able to do. You got to allow her to do that because nobody else did it, so she's got to do it now. It makes her better than them. Gives a legit reason as to why she'll be the best Venom and all that. You know, it's just one of those situations, ladies and gentlemen, to where it's a reminder of One More Day. It's a reminder, or it's also looked at in that manner, like I said, as well. And I think people just need to be just more accepting of it for right now, because it's not. I can tell you right now, it's not a forever thing. It's not. It's not a forever thing, if you will. I mean, if it is, it is. But I don't think it will be. I think it'll be just temporary until we get to that certain moment, like I mentioned, that certain Secret Wars event I think is going to be happening. But like I said, people look at it, like I said, it's a constant reminder of One More Day. It's, looked at as OP, woke, SJW, and all that. And people don't like it. People don't like it. And I guarantee you, as I mentioned earlier, if you were to show them how, the whole reboot timeline alternate thing was done, handled in Archie Comics, and how people got the memories back from that, but still continued on with the new alternate timeline and realities, aligning and reconstructing and all that. I guarantee you, you would show people that, they would say, well, basically, and you would say, well, would you be or you would ask basically, would you be more accepting if they did something like this for the situation? Would you be more accepting of MJ being Venom now, right now if they did something like that? And I'm not guaranteeing people would say that, but I'd almost say that it's a very strong possibility they'd be more willing to accept what's going on now if every character had a constant memory reminder of what the past lives were and what the consequences could be if they tried to go back to those lives, try to refix those things, kind of get those things back to status quo, even in the new world, or in the new timeline. So to me, though, I think out of all of it, it's not just, the wokeness and the SJWOP-ness, as some people put it. I think, again, in closing, it's a reminder of one more day. It's a reminder of, how it's affecting a lot of things even today, over a decade later after it happened. But as I said, I am confident. I am very, very confident that I can't say it's going to happen, but I'm almost confident we're going to get a Secret Wars like event to coincide with the movie Secret Wars, and that's when things will change, and you won't have to worry potentially about Mary Jane being Venom anymore, because one more day could get wiped out. As I've said before, they can't, just do it like have Mephisto just change it and everything, go back on the deal and say, hey, if you help me, I'll go back on the deal and change things back. They can't have it do that way because that goes against who he is. But if they have a cosmic, like, alternate reality alternating event occur, and potentially make that happen, a cosmic alternate reality event occur and make that happen, where that causes things to be altered and changed back, if you will, or change back to the point that you can implement some of what's going on right now, like Mary Jane being Venom, but do it in a way that kind of aligns with the previous world, which is now a merger of all of it. Then I think that would be more accepting of fans than anything. But like I said, I feel that even if that's not the case, you won't have to worry about it much longer, because come 2028, I think you'll see it pretty much come to an end. So I just say this, even if you don't like it, I say, have some patience, tolerate it, and you might like some over already that used to dislike it. You might be won over by it. You might be like, it's not that bad. It's actually kind of fun. Because again, you obviously know they can't always make things serious with her being Venom and all that. You got to have have a little fun with what she's able to do. And to me, her doing a melting, her doing a shape shifting into whatever or whoever, I think it's a great, fun option, if you will, especially if you want to do basically if you want to do a filler, slice of life like issue, with just them, having a little fun with the powers and everything. So, anyways, though, guys, I just wanted to come on here and talk about that because, again, I think honestly it is just mainly at the top. I think it's just a constant reminder of one more day and the effect it's had, and I think that's why a lot of people don't like this. I really do. But let me know what your thoughts are. Comment down below, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And click on the links in the description to find my content elsewhere outside of YouTube and to support me outside of YouTube as well. But guys, give me your thoughts. Do you agree or not agree? And until then, I'm out. So last night, as I was trying to get comfortable and everything, kind of rest, if you will, I asked this question to Gemini because you see the title of the question here on the video. But mainly, long story short, and I'll try to simplify it here for you guys because they gave me some long answers. But I was wondering, because a lot of fans over the past year and a half have really just let it be known to Marvel, if you will, mostly the Marvel Comics publication, that they are not particularly fond of this whole Mary Jane Venom situation. They weren't fond of it when it was revealed that she was the all new Venom. Even though over time they've kind of grown, some have, grown to tolerate it, if not like it, see the potential. There are still a lot of others that don't like it, especially more so now that she has a more feminine MJ, Mary Jane Watson, if you will, look. She has more of a feminine Mary Jane Watson, like look, if you will, to her presentation, as of one of the more recent issues leading into the Queen of Black saga in the next month or so. So I asked the question, that is the very title of the video, what is the fascination? Because it's not just, with what's happening to her or has happened to her in the comics, the main 616, continuity timeline. But it's something that we've seen before. We've seen it mainly, in the alternate universe. I think it's the Renew Your Vows universe, where she's Spinneret, if you will. Yeah, Spinneret. I think that's her name. Because she's part of a Spider-Man like family. But we've seen her with that, where she's become Venom there. We've seen the fact that basically a lot of covers, variant covers throughout Spider-Man's history, has had her, pretty much don the Venom, outfit. But we've also seen, we've also seen mainly that when it comes to, other media of Spider-Man, we've seen it happen there as well. We saw it most recently before the situation in the comics. We saw it in the Spider-Man 2 game on the PS5. That happened there when she got infected and became Scream, temporarily. But then, even before that, we saw it happen in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, which was a Disney Channel, Disney XD, and for a brief period, Toon Disney exclusive. It was, basically part of the Disney family since Disney owned Marvel. So we saw it there to where she became the Carnage Queen, and because she had the symbiote, this Carnage symbiote, kind of melded into her DNA molecularly, just like in the comics, she decided to basically use it to her advantage, and if you believe Gemini, temporarily become an all-new Spider-Woman, an ultimate Spider-Woman that could basically get her outfit from within her, if you know what I mean, and basically morph any parts of her body, mainly her arms and everything, to be weapons. So we've seen, Mary Jane be put into this predicament many times before, but again, the question always was, or anybody would have, is what is this fascination, right? Well, basically, they gave me an answer. Basically, they gave me an answer and all that. And they basically stated, this was Gemini, by the way. This was Gemini, by the way, that gave me this answer. They said, it is a wild trend, isn't it? You're completely right to the point that this isn't just a sudden one-off gimmick. Between the current all-new Venom comic run, which has kept Mary Jane and the Venom symbiote fused together since the Venom War event, her memorable stint as Scream in the PS5 Spider-Man 2 game, and her time as the Carnage Queen / Spider-Woman in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, Marvel has definitely developed a massive fixation on this concept. So why do Marvel's writers, game developers, and executives keep throwing alien goo at Peter Parker's greatest love outside of Gwen Stacy? And then they gave me a breakdown. And here is what the breakdown is. They said, here's a breakdown of why they are so fascinated by this specific dynamic. The first one, deep-rooted psychological irony. That's right. The first breakdown is deep-rooted psychological irony. And this is what they mean, and I quote, for long-time comic fans, there is a massive built-in psychological hook. Back in the late 80s, Amazing Spider-Man number 300, correct us if we're wrong, the Venom symbiote broke into Peter and MJ's apartment and completely terrified her. The trauma was so severe that MJ begged Peter to stop wearing his ordinary black cloth suit because just looking at it gave her panic attacks. By having MJ bond with the very entity that once terrorized her, modern writers like Al Ewing in the current comics get to explore a rich full circle narrative. She is literally confronting, taming, and merging with her own nightmare. It takes a classic piece of comic lore and flips it on its head. Now, that is one way to look at it, and that comes courtesy of Reddit, from a Reddit post. But yeah, that is one way to look at it. She's conquering her fear. But we also have to remember, which some people will not point out, we have to remember that this is all post One More Day, and that because of the effects of One More Day, certain events kind of got switched around. In other words, they did happen, but maybe not at the level that they happened in, the pre One More Day situation. So we have to remember that. We have to remember that, if you will. Now, the other breakdown they gave, number two, the ultimate subversion of the damsel. And this is what they said, and I quote: "For decades, Mary Jane was the quintessential civilian love interest. While she always had a fiery, independent personality, she was historically relegated to the sidelines or put in the role of the hostage. Bonding her with a symbiont is the most extreme way to shatter that trope. Instead of needing to be saved by a superhero, she becomes an absolute powerhouse, an apex predator that can often outmuscle Spider-Man himself." Which is, which is kind of true. She's basically saying, yes, by putting her into these situations, she doesn't need to be saved anymore. She can take care of herself. The third breakdown is like this. They say, and I quote, "A unique anti-spider power set. Whenever Marvel decides to give Mary Jane powers, the easiest route is to just give her spider powers, like when she became Spinnernet in the Renew Your Vows timeline, which is the other alternate universe outside the Ultimate one. Which, as I mentioned, she becomes Spidernet, Spidernet. I think it was Spidernet. I just woke up from a nap, guys. Hold on. Sorry, like I said, just woke up from a nap. But basically, that's true. It's like, okay, because the third breakdown is this. They said a unique anti-spider power set. They say, and I quote, "Whenever Marvel decides to give MJ, Mary Jane, powers, the easiest route is to just give her spider powers, like when she became Spinnernet, in the Renew Your Vows timeline. But symbionts, let me make sure I get this right. Again, like I said, just woke up from a nap. It says, but symbionts offer something entirely different. As you pointed out with her time in the Ultimate cartoon, a symbiont turns her into a shape-shifting living weapon. She doesn't need a costume. She doesn't rely on web shooters, and she can morph her body into blades and shields. It gives her a completely distinct combat style and a darker, more aggressive edge that separates her from Peter's classic friendly neighborhood vibe, which is kind of true. Now, they did make a mistake, Gemini that is, because they do say Gemini AI does make mistakes. One thing they put on here was she also morphed into vehicles. That did not happen. I didn't see the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon as much, but I know that during this portion of it, she never became a vehicle, because if she did, that's one way for Peter and their team to get around. Mary Jane goes like, "Here, let me become a car for you guys. Whoop. Okay, hop on in. I'll take you where you got to go." That would have been easy. Never happened though. Never happened, and I'm sure a lot of you agree with that. So I had to correct them on that. Now, number four. The fourth breakdown: high impact boss fights and merchandising. From a purely commercial and visual standpoint, Venomizing characters is incredibly lucrative. The visual contrast of Mary Jane, who is traditionally drawn as a glamorous, fashion-forward model, transforming into a monstrous teeth-gnashing alien, is striking for artists to draw. That stark contrast makes for spectacular variant comic covers, highly sought-after action figures, and as we saw in the PS5 game, emotionally charged and visual stunning video game boss fights. And that is all true. Like I said, there have been many comics, if you will, throughout the years for Spider-Man, the main books, spin-off books, and all that, to where they've had her basically be in a variant cover, pretty much venomized, if you will. Number five, shaking up, and this was the final breakdown they gave me, shaking up the status quo. Marvel is notoriously hesitant to let Peter and MJ just be a happy, normal married couple, which is true. The editorial team is consistently looking for ways to introduce conflict into the dynamic without simply forcing them to break up for the 100th time. Throwing a volatile, sentient alien symbiont into the mix acts as the ultimate chaotic, quote, third wheel, forcing both characters to navigate a bizarre, high-stakes dynamic. In short, it's the perfect storm of character development, visual appeal, and nostalgic irony. It takes everything audiences expect from Mary Jane Watson and turns it completely inside out, which is true. That is true because a lot of fans, they want Mary Jane and Peter back together. Just like, during those temporary breakups in the Archie Sonic book, fans were always hoping for Sonic and Sally to be together, no matter what the situation. And usually at times before the reboot, they got it. They got it without issue. And that's what fans hope for, with Mary Jane and Peter here and everything. So, yeah. Basically, it's the same kind of situation. Fans, I'm just looking through everything else I went through and talked about with Gemini last night. But anyway, it's the same thing with fans. Fans want Mary Jane and Peter to be together. Marvel knows this. The staff knows this. Al Ewing knows this. The writer behind the idea. The rest of his team and the rest of the Marvel Spider-Man comic book writing team and Marvel comic writing team knows this. So basically the question is, what's the issue? Why are you always preventing it? Because here's the thing. If they just let them be a happy couple, if you will, if they just let them end up together, then it's basically breaking, the one thing, that they pretty much, Joe Quesada, that is, pretty much put into action as a way to reset and keep Peter in the situation of, yeah, because you're this hero now, you can't really have a normal, happy life. So it goes against that. It goes against that. Now, one other thing I did bring out, or one other thing I did ask it, is, basically, let me make sure I get this. Make sure I get this right. I asked it basically, about the whole, the whole bonding situation with Mary Jane and Venom, and the potential that essentially I feel, and I've mentioned this before, they can bring to the table. Because now they're fully bonded. It's like, because she has this new, more Mary Jane feminine look to her outfit, as Venom, it's essentially, just, another way to say, hey, they can, now that she's pretty much the full-on host, she's full-on Venom, if you will, even as Gemini puts it, full-on symbiote now. It's basically, one opportunity after another for her to try out what she can do. So basically, I asked it, basically I asked it about, what she could potentially become, because apparently one complaint people have is her becoming Venom has made her OP, basically more powerful, more overpowered than the previous hosts like Eddie and Peter were. But that basically now that we've seen what she can do with the Venom symbiont and everything, be more creative in their presentation, it makes sense basically. It makes sense basically to want to know how much further they can go. Because a couple of the things I brought up was the various kind of forms they took on, the ones that really stood out, like like the submarine form, which was just completely new out of nowhere, and that's a pivotal moment too, because even Venom is impressed, like, wow, I didn't know you had this in you, and Mary Jane's like, yeah, I have my moments, and then Mary Jane asks, like, you've had other hosts before, Eddie, Peter, why not go this direction with them as well? And Venom pretty much tells her it's not that he couldn't and everything. It's the fact that it's the fact that whoever was his host, he was learning from them and thus at the same time he was learning about learning itself. Basically, he was basically it took them and their creativity, their thought process to come up with whatever they were going to do. And hold on for a second, guys. I just got a text. Sorry about that, but like I said, people were, wondering like why is she so OP and everything now, and all that. Excuse me. And basically, again, getting back to what I was saying, Venom basically tells Mary Jane in response that it takes him learning from his host to kind of come up with certain ideas. Peter and Eddie just made it simplified. They're just making it like, hey, we'll just be simplified. We'll do this, we'll do that, and that's it. You know, Venom was learning from them. They were just basically teaching him, hey, just do this, do simple things, and he's learning about learning itself. So basically, it's kind of like a mutual kind of thing. But Gemini answered my question. But Gemini answered that question here because I pointed that out and everything. They answered the question here, and that was my phone. They answered it here. They said, "You hit the nail right on the head, and your examples are exactly what have the fandom so divided right now. The submarine transformation in All New Venom, the giant smiling fish incident during the Black Cat crossover, and her morphing into a massive blob just to force Peter to stop calling them Eddie on the bridge. These are massive departures from how the symbiote usually operates. It is completely understandable why some fans feel she's become overpowered, OP. But to answer your question about why she was written this way, because again, that's another question. They're like, okay, you give her the symbiont, you're allowing her to do all these things. Why did you write her to basically make her OP in the eyes of some people? But again, it says, but to answer your question about why she was written this way, it comes down to a mix of inverse lore, the writer's creative strategy, and yes, that Pacific character trope you noticed. Because another thing that I brought up, as well, is basically the culture. It is the culture. You know how we're in a culture right now of where basically you need to make, all people, all men and women, equal. You need to make them equal in certain manners. You need to make them like this. You need to make them like that. Sometimes you need to make one sex more powerful than the other when it comes to stories and stuff. Which is understandable. But there's a lot of folks in today's culture that are like, really? You're going down this route? You're making the love interest to the hero more OP by giving them powers like this? It's like, basically, it's a very talkative, divided point. And they basically, again, gave me a breakdown on that. They said, here the breakdown is why Marvel decided to make Mary Jane's Venom so wildly creative and shapeshift heavy, OP, and all that. They said, 1. The inverse reason, an actress' imagination. Writer Al Ewing actually provided a canon explanation for this exact question in the comics. The symbiote itself admitted that it never did these crazy things before because it needed Mary Jane or a host to have the idea first. Have the idea first. Excuse me. It even quotes what the symbiote says in that one issue. It says, this is what the symbiote says in that one issue when we get to submarine Venom. It says, quote, this is the symbiote, this is Venom saying this. It says, quote, everything I know I learned from my host, including learning itself. And then it points out, think about previous hosts, this being Gemini. Continuing on, it says, think about the previous host. Peter Parker is a brilliant scientist, but in combat he is a brawler who relies on agility and webs. Eddie Brock was a gym-obsessed journalist driven by rage and trauma. He largely used the symbiont as a giant muscular bruiser suit, which is true, and that's courtesy of Popverse and a few other places. Then it explains Mary Jane, and I quote, Mary Jane, on the other hand, is an actress and a model. Her brain is inherently wired for theater, dramatic flair, and visual creativity. She doesn't just want to punch a bad guy. She wants to become the perfect out-of-the-box solution to the problem. The symbiote is finally bonding, or the symbiote is finally bonded to someone with a highly active, imaginative mind, allowing it to push its shape-shifting limits in ways Peter and Eddie never even could consider. And that's coming from Marvel.com. So in other words, what they're saying here with the first breakdown, and taking a quote from that one issue where we get the submarine venom, basically what they're saying is that the reason Mary Jane is able to do all these different things, unlike Peter and Brock, because the closest Peter and Brock ever came was just getting a change of clothes, or sometimes disguising themselves as somebody else, and that was it. That was it. Mary Jane, on the other hand, she could do that, but she takes it a step further by saying, you know what, I want to go for a swim under the water. I'll become a mermaid if she wants. And she can literally, since she's fully bonded now, become a mermaid. Part of her can be turned into a mermaid tail, and she can just swim around. You know, doesn't need a costume or anything like that. She literally becomes the mermaid, if you catch my drift. You know. Now, number two, this is the other breakdown. The outer universe reason, establishing a unique identity. From an editorial standpoint, Marvel had to make Mary Jane's time as Venom feel distinct. If she bonded with the symbiote and just ran around throwing heavy punches and shooting black rebs, she would just be a female version of Eddie Brock, which pretty much, was the joke for a bit. In the comics that they had to basically, correct Peter on in the one issue. Continuing on, it says, that would get boring very quickly. But leaning heavily into the shape-shifting, turning into submarines or giant fish, the creators established a totally unique combat style for her. It also dramatically shifts the tone of the book. Venom has spent decades steeped in dark, gritty, neo-metal angst. Okay. It says, it also dramatically shifts the tone of the book. Venom has spent decades, steeped in dark, gritty, and new metal angst. Giving the suit to MJ has injected a sense of weird, campy, whimsy, and joy into the character that sets this era apart from everything that came before it. And again, that's from Popverse. That's from Popverse. Which is true. Because now, if they want to do certain things in the future with it, they could basically, with, Mary Jane and Venom, they can make it a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more comedic at times. You're still going to have your dark moments, but still, it's, a lot more, I guess you could say, funner in the long run. Number three, third breakdown. The third breakdown it gives me, and this was the final breakdown on this question of, why she's this way. Why she, is more creative or more able to do these things shape-shifting wise with the Venom thing, unlike Peter and Eddie, and why she's OP in the people's eyes. And because of maybe it's the culture. It says number three, quote, the creative female power trope. You were incredibly observant to point out that when female characters, because this was another thing that always got me, because one of the things I did ask it was, why is it when female characters permanently or temporarily get these kind of powers, they become more creative, they become more mischievous. They do things that normally you wouldn't see. The original heroes that would have the same kind of powers or similar powers do. It's like why are they this way? Excuse me. Why are they this way? Like, for example, one of my favorite, and I'm sure a lot of people's favorite scene, if you've seen the '88 sci-fi teen movie Invisible Kid with Jay Underwood and China Phillips, there's a scene where China Phillips tries out the invisibility formula for the first time. Is fascinated by it, but then decides to be a little mischiefy and do a little invisible strip cheese, in front of Jay's character, while she's invisible, basically getting herself naked, and that's normally something you wouldn't see a guy do or anything like that. Not normally, depending on the story. Heck, we see it in a season 6 episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffy becomes invisible. Buffy has a little mischievous, sexy fun and all that. There you go. So, it's always that question of why do they go this route? Why is this always that route that they go when the character temporarily or permanently gets these kind of powers? And it's not just invisibility, it's also like with Mary Jane and others. Well, they did answer that question, and I quote, number 3 breakdown. The creative female power trope. You were incredibly, this, they always like to credit you when you point something out. Gemini, that is. They said, you were incredibly observant to point out that when female characters get powers, they often become more mischievous, innovative, and imaginative. You're absolutely right. This is a heavily utilized trope in comic book writing. When writers give powers to a traditionally civilian female character, especially a primary love interest, they often want to avoid making her a pure brute force brawler or basically the same as the opposite, as their other love interest, like their boyfriend or something, which is traditionally coded as masculine in superhero comics. Instead, they emphasize finesse, emotional intelligence, and out-of-the-box thinking. By making MJ's powers mischievous and highly creative, the writers are signaling that she doesn't just have raw power, she has the cleverness to use it better than the men who wore the suit before her. It is a bold choice and definitely makes her incredibly OP compared to classic Venom wearers, which is bound to ruffle some feathers in the fandom. No kidding. You know, so basically, it's it's understandable when you look at all this how fans feel. That everything that's gone on, it's not their cup of tea. I mean, again, some fans, as I said earlier, have grown to kind of tolerate it, if not like it, and see the potential. But there's still some that are like, really, we're still going to go with this. This is stupid. Why are you doing this? Kind of deal. It doesn't make sense. Now, one thing I did point out to as well is the whole situation of how I feel about the Secret Wars reboot, and how that could switch out one more day. Now, basically, I'm trying to make sure I get everything corrected here. That's why I'm kind of sounding distracted. I'm trying to make sure I get everything corrected here on my phone. Again, basically one of the things I pointed out to it is, like I said, how I feel that there's a Secret Wars like event happening that's going to coincide with the movie one, and how that might reset things, keep some things and but reset things back to prior one more day and stuff, but keep some things from this timeline to be integrated over to there, like Mary Jane being Venom, and all that. But also, I pointed out the other event that's coming up, like I said, the Queen in Black one with Hela, who is the Asgardian goddess of death and a major Thor villain. Basically, I pointed out that there is a possibility that, because, as some people point out, Gemini points it out, and I think Gronk pointed out, Mary Jane is now literally the symbiote itself because she's fully bonded with Venom. There's a good chance that Hela could control her to, do her bidding, if not, turn into certain things. Like she'll be able to sense, hey, this girl has mastered the shape-shifting ability. Maybe I can use that to my advantage, if not have fun with it. To show how much of a threat she is or how much power she has. And this is what they said when I pointed all this out. They said, and I quote, this being Gemini, I completely see where you're coming from, and honestly, your theories are incredibly solid. You are definitely onto something with the Secret Wars reboot idea, and the creative possibilities for MJ's powers right now are wide open. Now, they didn't break it down, they just put it into categories. They said the Secret Wars reboot in one more day. The idea of a massive soft or hard reboot tying into the upcoming MCU Secret Wars is the prevailing theory right now. Now, when they say prevailing theory, that means obviously it's not just me that's looking at that, in this context. They said, it makes total sense that Marvel would use a monumental multi-universe event to clean house on the comic side, erasing the lingering controversial effects of One More Day while preserving the parts fans actually like, such as the totally fresh molecularly bonded Mary Jane Venom dynamic. Is exactly the kind of have your cake and eat it too reset a multiverse reboot is built for. Which is true. Like I said, there are people that like Mary Jane and Venom now. They're kind of tolerant about it. They're kind of it's kind of growing on them. So to them, it's like, hey, if they keep it, that's great. maybe resetting things and coming up with a different way of how it happens. That's cool too. Now, they mention Hela, the Queen in Black. He says, you are very close in the name. It is Hela, Hela, the Asgardian goddess of death, and a major Thor villain, who is stepping into the Queen of Black role this summer. She has conquered Null and is taking over with a legion of deadly symbionts. Now, continuing on, it says, given that she will be the god tier commander of symbiotes, Hela forcibly controlling MJ is a highly plausible scenario. The visual of Hela forcing MJ Venom to shapeshift into a slithering pet snake or a living flowing cape with a smiling Venom face on the back for her to wear is honestly brilliant. It perfectly matches Hela's dramatic dark fantasy aesthetic and would be a terrifying visual striking way to show off how helpless Mary Jane is against the Queen in Black's mind control. Because that could happen, because again, Gronk and others, Gronk Imagine on X.com, if you will, have all said that she's essentially Mary Jane now, the symbiote, because of the full bond. So there's a possibility of that. And if I have some images, I'll show you what I mean of basically, hey, this could potentially happen, if you will. This potentially could occur. This potentially could occur, and I wouldn't be surprised. Now, I'm not saying Marvel would do that, but just imagine how that would, show how terrifying she is. And maybe that would be like the first step in Mary Jane realizing maybe me and Venom can't be bonded together. Maybe we need to find a way to get separated and both survive. Now, continuing on, it says in the next category, pushing the shape-shifting limits. As for the slice of life mischief and melting into the tub. Okay, let me explain this. One of the things I did bring up, and I brought it up before, is now that they're fully bonded, eventually you got to do like a slice of life comic with them, right? Basically explore, Mary Jane at home, maybe having a day to herself, learning a lot more creative ideas of what she can do with her powers. And one of the things I pointed out is, what if she just, let's say, wants to take a bath and all that, but instead of filling the tub up with water, she becomes the water. She becomes the liquid. She melts into, kind of melts into the tub, becomes the liquid in the tub, and then reforms, her upper half just to soak. That's part of basically, testing, how far she can go now, and stuff like that. Or turning it into an inanimate object, and everything, just for some mischievy fun to see how far she can go with becoming whatever comes to her mind, and essentially kind of disguising herself. Let's say she has to go undercover, but she doesn't want to get detected. She can become, certain things, and so on, and even become her friends if she has to maybe cover for them and all that while they're out doing what they got to do. Like, so for example, in this category, they said pushing the shape-shifting limits. As far, as for the slice of life mischief and melting in the tub, I absolutely think, this is Gemini, and again, this is a category they said pushing the shape-shifting limits. It says, as for the slice of life mischief and melting into the tub, I absolutely think that is possible, regardless of what some people may argue. Because I even pointed out to Gemini, hey, even you said this was not going to happen. But yeah, again, the last category they gave me in asking this question, this topic, and everything, the various topics, they said pushing the shape-shifting limits. As far as the slice of life mischief and melting in the tub, I absolutely think that is possible, regardless of what some people might argue. Now, continuing on, I quote, it gives some bullet points under the pushing the shape-shifting limits category. The bullet points it gives is 1, cellular fusion. Because the Venom War storyline established that MJ and the symbiote are fused on a cellular molecular level to keep each alive, and now permanently, she isn't just wearing the symbiote suit anymore, she literally is the symbiote. There you go. Now, the second bullet point, it says melting and morphing. Melting into the bathtub, reforming half her body above the water, or transforming into inanimate objects around the apartment fits perfectly with the established rules of her current biology. It is also completely in line with the weird creative tone writer Al Ewing has ejected into the all-new Venom, which is true. Impersonation. This is the third and final bullet point of this category. It says, symbionts have always been able to mimic clothing and disguise their hosts, but MJ using it to actively impersonate her friends for a laugh is exactly the kind of imaginative and mischievous thing an actress would do with those powers. Now, it goes on to conclude this. It goes on to conclude by saying this. It is far from impossible, in fact. I think Marvel would be leaving money on the table if they didn't do a fun slice of life filler issue exploring the mundane, everyday weirdness of being a living, shape-shifting alien. And yeah, that's pretty much true. And then I tried to get it to generate, potentially what I was talking about with the whole, um, Mary Jane being turned into a snake by Hela and everything, and a flowing cape with her face on the back. And they couldn't do it because, of course, Gemini, Google, doesn't want to step onto any third-party situations, which is understandable. But you got Gronk, which is, Twitter X, if you will, which will step in and say, hey, they won't do it, I will. And basically, once you kind of copy and paste everything you've talked about beforehand, then go ahead and ask them to do it, you get a pretty decent, after a few attempts, pretty decent result, if you will. But yeah, basically the long story of it, after reading all that to you guys, and I don't know if I'll fit all of it into the description. I might just have Gemini summarize it into a description, to a fairly long description for you guys to read. But anyway, though, basically the short end of it here is the fascination is, especially with people like Al Ewing, doing the story, coming up with the idea, is to flip the status quo on its head. Now you have somebody that's not only fully bonded molecularly all the way through, as Venom, now with a new Mary Jane feminine Venom-like costume, basically becoming Venom, becoming the symbiont, if you will. But now you have a character that, because of her background, can make anything possible, with her powers. She can, become anything, she will desire to, enhance the story. And that's great. And that's great. In the Queen of Black storyline, if Hela is going to have command, God tier command over the symbionts, she could absolutely have it over Mary Jane, and that makes things complicated because Mary Jane could be forced against her will to do things like attack Spider-Man, attack Anti-Venom, you name it. She could do that. But also to try to keep her in line, showcase how powerful she is at being Hela, she can force Mary Jane to become, like I said, a snake that slithers around as her pet, slithers around her body as her pet, or it becomes a cape, a flowing cape that she just wears on her back as she walks around to demonstrate how much control she has over the symbionts, even if you are one, maybe by the fact of survival choice, if you know what I mean, by survival choice. But the thing is, the potential, is there. The potential is there, now that, we're at this stage to where they are fully molecularly one. They are now, fully, trustworthy of each other to where they are now of one mind, if you know what I mean. Or kind of one mind. So the potential for her to be, like with a slice of life issue, because that is money. That is money Marvel would be leaving on the table. Her, having a slice of life issue where she just, stays at home or goes around and just has fun testing out her powers, becoming certain things. Like, let's say she walks in the park and nobody's looking, whoop, she can become a tree if she wants to. Or she can become a patch of roses, if you will. Or when she gets home, she can decide, I want to take a bath, but instead of filling it with water, she says, I'll become the bath. And she does. So there's all that potentiality. There's all that potentiality that's there. Even becoming inanimate objects, just to see how how far she can go, becoming a certain object, maybe just to disguise herself, like I said, for a mission she might go on, or just to be a little mischiefy, to see how silly she can be being the object for a bit. Again, the potential for all of this is there. The potential is there. But again, the fascination that these people have with it and have had with it over the past, how, I don't know, 40, 30 years, is wanting to, basically show that you don't need to keep MJ, no matter what iteration of her you see, you don't have to keep her as the damsel. You don't have to keep her in a vulnerable position. Yeah, she was made into scream against her will, but it was feeding off her emotions that she had towards Peter at that time. You know, Based on the story, it was feeding off her emotions. Yes, the scream symbiote did die when Mary Jane was able to fight. Take control and fight it off her and everything. It did die and all that eventually. And Mary Jane did have her moment with Peter, like, she shouldn't have let her emotions get the best of her, and she needs to understand that, hey, he's just doing what he has to do. You know, it's a great, it's a great catalyst when you think about it. In the long run, it is a great catalyst, for her character in the long run, even if it's a temporary situation, for her character, again, depending on the iteration of her, to grow you know. But again, the ultimate fascination is to turn things on the status quo and turn the status quo upside down, on its head, and show that, hey, if you give, let's say the Venom symbiote to somebody that's more creative in the mindset, has more, innovativeness, creativity in their mind, then the possibilities of what the Venom suit can do for the along with the host is endless. The possibilities are endless of what they can do, and we see that. We see that here, if you will. We see that. But yeah, basically the overall fascination is to basically turn things upside on its head, and basically one way of doing that is to go this route. On numerous occasions, even in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, temporarily with her as Scream, in the PS5 game Spider-Man 2, you know, basically, hold on for a second, guys. Hold on, bye-bye. Sorry about that. I was getting tongue-tied a little bit. Also, my neighbors are working on the car sometimes, so I'm keeping an eye out what they're doing there. And of course, my family would be coming home in just a little bit. They're at the store in Patterson, so I don't know if they're going to show up at any time. And I have to stop abruptly, so I do apologize. But anyway, what was I? Oh yeah, like I said, basically the potentials, that's the reason they do this. Even temporarily, like I said, with her being Scream and all that in the PS5 game. It's basically turning things on its head, like in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, turning things on its head, and so on. It's about changing things up. No matter what iteration of the characters you get, it's about changing things up. And with Mary Jane, based on the Prime 616 universe we're in, it's about, hey, she's going to be able to do things with the Venom symbiote nobody else has been able to do, which is a very true fact, which we've already seen. It's a very true fact we've already seen. So, yeah, basically that's what the fascination is. The fascination that Marvel has and Al Ewing has and others have is to turn the status quo that we know of, upside down on its head and just go from there. Now, again, as I pointed out to Gemini and I pointed out before, there's several ways I see this going. Yes, I still do believe because, we got this massive Queen of Black storyline coming up. We now got the announcement of an Avengers Armageddon event coming up, and who knows what else. It all feels like it's all leading to something big, in the near future. And I think what it's leading to is their own, like I said before, Secret Wars like event to coincide with the MCU one. So that way, they could clean things up, simplify things and move on. And I believe one of the things they'll clean up because as I mentioned before, there's no rule against going this route, is the whole one more day situation. And by doing that, it allows them to go back to pre one more day, if you will, status quo, but maybe with a few things, brought over, carried over from this, 616 timeline, like Mary Jane and Venom being one, and basically coming up with a different idea of how that came to be. You know what I mean? But that's going to be something we'll just have to wait and see if that's going to be the plan they go with. But it definitely feels like they're heading in that direction, based on everything we've seen. But yeah, at the end of the day, and I do apologize if I sound like I was blah. Like I said, I just woke up from a nap a little while ago, guys. But I just wanted to get this out because I was thinking about it, after asking Gemini these questions. But yeah, anyway though, guys, like I said, it's, this is just basically, according to Gemini, and it's all the resources they got. This is just, Marvel wanting to turn things upside down, twist things around, do things that are unexpected, even if some fans may not be fond of it. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And that's what they're doing with Mary Jane and Venom. That's what they're doing with them. So it's basically about shaking up, the status quo, turning it upside down on its head, you know, and basically making it topsy-turvy, if you will, even if, like I said, people like it or they don't. So, but yeah, there are possibilities. Now that this is all happening right now, her fully bonded and everything with the new outfit, there are possibilities now to do a lot more with her creatively and shape-shifting and everything. And I believe everybody does, kind of agree with that. That might listen to this or have thought about this whole situation. They're probably thinking, you know what, the possibilities to have a little fun with this, even if we don't like it, is there. The silliness is there. The serious, situations are there. Probably more so now than ever. Because again, they needed to put the symbiote, the Venom symbiote, onto a host that was basically like, hey, you know, I need a host, that's going to come up with the ideas so I can learn from them along with learning it, for myself in the future. And that's what they get with Mary Jane. They're learning, Venom is learning, hey, I could be a lot more. I could become different things. Me and my host can become different things if we just allow it. And now we'll be able to see it even more so. Now we'll be able to see it even more so with her being able to basically physically turn her whole body into whatever is needed. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially with the Queen of Black situation, and of course with the with the regular issues, and whether or not they do a very comedic, lighthearted slice of life issue where she explores her powers and everything even fully now, since they are fully now bonded and trusting of each other. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. And again, guys, I do apologize if I sounded like a little blah. Like I said, I just woke up from a nap a little while ago, and I'm doing this as much as I can with my family before they come home and everything. And I have to kind of shut things down for a bit, or at least wait to the opportunities to do more recordings and content creating, opens up. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this, and let me know what your thoughts are. Comment down below, like the video, ring the bell for notifications, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And until next time, guys, let me know what your thoughts are. Do you agree or not agree with everything that I said here? And until then, I am out.